listening to 148.8 Coon. Don't ever let me find you talking shit about your parents. It'll make you appreciate that you still got a daddy. If you ain't got one, don't you worry. I'm gonna be your new stepdad.
Broader and...
Are you waking up in the morning exhausted, tired, realizing that you serve zero purpose and should literally kill yourself right now? Do you go to the fridge while doom scrolling on social media, wondering what you're going to do with yourself? Do you feel that there's just something missing in your life to bring the joy and spark that you used to have back when you were younger? Now introducing Smart Brand Sloppy Toppy. Our specially trained service associates specialize in goth girl, alternative rock, dommy mommy, and uwu soft girl, and have been trained in the techniques of Gok Gok 9000, the Salt Shaker Poppy Toppy, and the Gok Gok Gulp Gulp, and will suck you drier than the tombs of Asmakut. Smart Brand Sloppy Toppy. We'll get that nut out of you.
When you come to a single-player Carl stream, you're not expecting this man to make fucking sense. This man is completely fucking ignorant. Insane. Crazy. One could say that somebody let an insane asylum victim out and just simply start talking on the microphone. But you stay anyways. Why? Because you are enter-fucking-tained. There's not a single moment where you don't feel something that might be finger-licking good. Just don't let him find out what your mama's first name is. He will try to fuck her. Single player Carl's, home of the nappiest. This motherfucker crazy.
You're listening to 148.8 The Coon. And now a word from one of our sponsors. I say, are you tired of having a dinner that is lacking flavor and makes your husband look at you funny? Some kind of dinner that is able to serve up a good sense of jazz at the table. Take from me, James Bartholomew Crowe, and my friends called the Jim. And have our regular spice jambalaya, red beans, and rice. Plus more flavor than the levies. If you want to be able to jazz up your table, choose Jim Crow's tonight. You're listening to 148.8 The Coon.
And now, Carl's words of wisdom.
You know, sometimes y'all just don't need to be talking. Just close your mouth. Just close your mouth.
I recently...
Sponsors for Single Player Carl and Radio Coon are provided by BBC Migraine Powder, Jib and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe On Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment, Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, Smart Negro Brand Colonized and Sheets Dating App, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your Nicktree today, or you hate black people. Hello, chat. How we doing? How are we feeling? I have to reopen the link because I did not open it in time, unfortunately. I'm an African American, and I'm tired of fucking leftists shitting on their own entertainment because they have deep-rooted misogyny. And boy, is it deep-rooted. It might just be a tree at this point. I had to actively stop listening when I was looking at this particular video of two that we'll be looking over today, because it was just more of the same. I don't know why leftists cannot, for some reason, like girl-centered and girl-focused media without basically finding a way to basically hate women for existing. Every time. It is always women existing. They hate women existing and have to change them in some material way that changes them from just being able to exist to they must be like this in order for me to enjoy my content. There's always two paths. Dark and gritty, and stripping of their innocence. There's always two paths. That's right, past Carl. There was always two paths. There's that tweet I just made. I accidentally closed it. This broadcast never properly began. Okay, do this. Does have to repost it again. Hello, Buster. How's everyone doing today? I hope you're doing good. Okay, this is back up. Leads to where it's supposed to go. And we are live here. And we are live here. It's supposed to be a chill night, but no, not so great. Things going bad for you, Voster? Let's say it's a lot more than just being oppressive. They always see it as limiting and somehow lesser than, rather than comparable to, equal, or sometimes even greater than male. And I am wholly of the opinion that no matter how strong the media is in general, because Sailor Moon is probably the peak of magical girl anime, men appreciate magical girls more than the women and leftist men that preach about them. 9 times out of 10, you give me a chud that's got a body pillow with his waifu on it, he has more expressive and deeper emotional and passionate thoughts, not pertaining to eros, specifically appreciation of the very concept of heroism. The kind of heroism that they sell to younger girls. They have a stronger grasp and a deeper appreciation, vaster than an ocean, than the shallow pond pool of every single leftist. Because they always preach lip service to it before effectively trying to change everything about it. Those who have no idea what I'm talking about, when we get to that point with Anthony, you're going to be sad that I told you. Because me, it depresses the fuck out of me. I hate the fact that they do this. Because it's so tiring when they do it. It clearly comes from hatred. I know what hate looks like and feels like. It is explicitly hatred. Anyways. Okay. I already knew about the power. I reported the Powerpuff Girls leak. You mean the new updated video that most people didn't even get to see because they immediately claimed that shit? That I did see. Not the focus right now, Johnny. Lock in! Lock in! Lock in. Fucked up royally making a reservation. They're hoping that your plan B compensation works out. I see. You don't have to apologize. This is the reason why we made Printing Press Express. Yes, the content creator who sees things actively and regularly on Twitter does indeed fact know about it, because Jay and I talked about it. If you think I haven't seen something, make a post inside of Printing Press Express inside of the Discord. More than likely, if I didn't already see it, then I will see it. Preferably with saving the links to the material in question, because the amount of speed in which they took to immediately make sure nobody saw the rest of that material, I can promise you, there will be other people who will one guy. It will not just be you, Johnny. Why the fuck did her chat disappear to the side? What the fuck? Am I the only one who sees that? Why did the bot randomly glitch on your message, Lunel? The hell? Anyways. Window. Opening picture in picture. And because I already know you're going to be on some bullshit today, let's go ahead and open up that Obsidian file. In fact, I already have it open. Let's open that Obsidian file right now, because there's going to be some active bullshit every sentence. Okay. We're going to watch this from the beginning. This is being watched inside a Watch Together room. I'm going to ask if you're going to jump to the broadcast to give your opinion. You please signal that you have a comment that you'd like to express with an AO pause. Because we have multiple pieces of material, and you keep pushing and you need to keep moving. This is on 1.5. Sound quality is on 200.
They saw some incredible level design from user Eugenia Lisa that reinterpreted Sailor Moon as a dark fantasy, something out of Dark Souls. The level, created in the Unreal Engine, depicts the Moon Kingdom as an overgrown, crumbling ruin of its former self, something lost to time and memory. This is honestly not too much unlike how the Moon Kingdom is in the original Sailor Moon anime, with it slowly decaying on the surface of the moon.
I'll give you a hint, Anthony. That's because it's already dark. Just because it's got girls in magical, colorful costumes doesn't mean the material is going to inherently be bubblegum pop. This is one of the many things I wanted to say on the original viewing and the broadcast, but I'm saving it for today. This will be a repeating theme, as the title of Anthony's video is Rewriting Sailor Moon as a tragic dark fantasy. Open comma brackets. No, not like Madoka. Close brackets.
Cold, dark surface devoid of light, completely abandoned on the dark side of a moon, completely abandoned following the Great War between the Moon Kingdom and Queen Beryl's forces. Which begs the question, what would Sailor Moon be like if it became a dark fantasy? Something more in line with Dark Souls or Glenn Cook's The Black Company. This creative exercise will use the level design by Eugenia as a source of inspiration, a jumping off point, but it will expand to...
You'll start to notice that as he says, it's going to be a jumping off point, and it's going to have inspiration, and it's going to have this, and going to have that. Then it's about to teeter into a very specific direction, and that direction is, this would be great, but you know what it needs more of? Dark Souls, and Madoka, and dark humor, and changing of the tropes, and changing of the concept, and persona anime, like anime waifuification video games that have already flanderized personalities, and killing off characters he considers not relevant for the plot. It goes from just being the quintessential, already there, dark fantasy, and instead starts drifting into a leftist personification of Steven Universe. And then more corruption. Also, welcome broadcast. Why are they obsessed with grimdark? Well, that's the reason why the title is the way it is. Leftists are more misogynistic towards magical girls and the genres and the content creators and the consumers inside of them than even the most bitchless incel.
It's true. It's very true.
It's very, very true.
I mean, it's funny that, like, you know, they think that men aren't into stuff like Madoka when that's like, it was my ex-boyfriend at the time who introduced the series to me.
I used to watch Sailor Moon back to back with Dragon Ball Z, so to me, it's the same shit.
I mean, yeah, it was like they were both on Toonami. You know, it was easy to watch and get a hold of. You know, I watched, you know, a lot of the stuff on Toonami because it just came on after school.
Yeah. Thus, I never really had much of a problem with the magical girl genre. I even sampled some other ones like fucking Utena and Rayheart.
Utena is a weird case because it's not really. Utena is not really a magical girl show, although there's some elements from Sailor Moon within it because of the director. What's his name? Like, but he worked on Sailor Moon previously, and he made his own series, like, just Utena.
Thus, I find it weird whenever people are like saying that these things have like no staying power when they would. I mean, it's been side by side with Dragon Ball Z. Like I said, side by side with Dragon Ball Z with me, so it's still just as vivid in my head as that is. I don't get it.
I was gonna say it might have to do something with the stigma of, like, you know, if you're a guy and you like any kind of like feminine shows, you must be gay, or like some kind of sissy or something along those lines. So there's probably guys who want to be into that stuff but are discouraged from liking it, either from other men or even other women, or, you know, if they were like younger, like other teenagers their age, you know, making fun of them.
I get it.
Well, don't need to procrastinate about that because we haven't even gotten through the video yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Carl. We were just yapping already.
To include the entirety of the Sailor Moon story, all the domains established in the anime, all the locations, all the characters, and a little bit of the manga too. This is a purely hypothetical creative exercise. One meant not to be a replacement for Sailor Moon or say what went wrong with Sailor Moon. No, it's just gonna be a little bit of fun. That's all it is. Just a spot of fun, so don't take it too seriously. Don't act like I'm saying the Sailor Moon anime is bad or anything. But one thing I think we can accomplish through this exercise is explore what makes the magical girl genre so distinct.
The problem is that you are a leftist. Therefore, when you say it's just an exercise in entertainment, I'm not going to change much, that is already a tacit bull-faced lie. Because the exercise in entertainment with playing with the concept of the genre is itself already a criticism and a breakdown of the genre. Therefore, your video can be used as a criticism. And your criticism is, this would make the magical girl genre better, because I'm mining it down to its quintessential essence. So, in Anthony McGrutra's words, I'm going to be making a list of every change he's making. But remember, chat, it's just this exercise in entertainment. He's not trying to change anything. He's just trying to show you what makes it good.
While getting rid of that icky misogyny and patriarchal.
Oh, the misogyny is going to be much more deep and pervasive. Like a woman who is envious of the fact her mother doesn't respect her. And instead of just simply learning to live without her judgment, she bases every decision on trying to impress her. So that's going to become very obvious very quickly.
Well, it's going to be fun.
One opinion. It's never just, I have this particular sticking point, and I wish it was creative. It always goes back to an inherent form of misogyny, where women are lesser than men, because men's shonen battle anime gets recognized and respected more. Because the people who like magical girl anime will do anything other than actually demonstrate the things that they like. They will always wrap it back to being cozy. So, my arch nemesis, well, my real arch nemesis. People keep trying to call Sergeant 03 my arch nemesis, and that nigga cannot hold a candle to me. My real arch nemesis, her inability is this. So, we've watched several of her videos on the channel, but for more people's recent memory, we have seen her recent comeback video, which is more of the same. She did all that work about Sleepy Beauty to wrap back around and say, guys, I really love Revolutionary Girl Utena.
I picked up on it. That's the best. It's a masterpiece. Everybody needs to watch it. It's so feminist.
Yeah, and she loves it for the wrong fucking reasons.
Yeah, a lot of people like a lot of these anime for the wrong reason and makes fun of, swing them by their ankles.
I would say she actually likes it correctly. The problem is she likes the wrong parts and is way too loud about the wrong parts. She wants to big mind, big brain take Revolutionary Girl Utena. The same way somebody like myself could big brain, big take Power Ranger / Kamen Rider / Sentai or Tokusatsu writ large. But the difference is the specific part, yes, I'm talking about neuralities. Are you new here, Daniel J? The specific part about neuralities and every take that Nora makes is that the lens only ever focuses in on, I really like how this makes me feel. Remember, Nora really loves herself some girls' love. So if you do anything that stops her from having her girls' love, she's going to hate you. The men that consume things like Dragon Maid, she loves this thing that she expected to be this cozy little anime about lesbian girls. Titties. In your face.
Titties.
Preventing her from being able to
girls,
enjoy it.
Being girls at the sleepover, like rubbing their butts on each other.
No, more like titties on, this girl is way too small to be having breasts that big.
No, I was talking about the scenes with Kana.
I mean, those two, but it's more like she gets the scenes with Kana, and then she gets giant titties in her face that are explicitly, purposefully designed to be an expression of this character as a dragon. Because a lolly character, giant breasts, this isn't acceptable. That's literally a child. Meanwhile, do the exact same thing in My Hero Academia. Oh, actually, you see, that small young woman is not actually a girl. That is a mature woman who wants dick. And we think it's weird, but actually, the emotional depth of this character should be expressed as a extension of her maturity and her womanhood. It's a criticism of said womanhood. She will pick and choose the parts that she wants to focus on. Because if you look at one example in isolation, you might think, well, Carl, you're just being a hater. You don't understand it. No, I've watched too much of her content. And they all follow the exact same writing style and the exact same writing trope. It starts out as a experiment, but it's actually a highbrow criticism of the parts they want to extract out of them that they don't like. So they don't want the elements that would attract the men, because they want to specifically focus on the josei. They want to specifically focus on the word for girl-centered anime. And they don't want to focus on the shonen. Seinen? They only want to focus on the seinen. Anything that could appeal to men, they would rather take an X-Acto blade and cut it out of the project so that you don't enjoy it incorrectly. But by cutting out those parts, they are enjoying it incorrectly. And they're not able to rectify that you need to have each masculine and feminine part. So she wants hyper-femininity, bubblegum pop, tattoo. Spelled T-A-T-U for the German lovers. Or are they a Russian band? Mm-hmm. Anyways, they want specifically the feminine, none of the masculine appeal. The parts that they're willing to tolerate is willing to go as far as Prince Endymion and Tuxedo Mask. That is it.
I mean, Tuxedo Mask to me wasn't really that interesting. I found the villains, at least in the anime, way more interesting because they had way more time to develop them, in some sense of the word.
Well, that's
Yeah, I understand.
that's
The
go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you got it. No, you got it.
Okay.
Struggler can go ahead. Or who's talking? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm just about to just do a quick clip of like, yeah, the Zeit family, the one that followed Clean Barrel, far more interesting. But you go ahead, Carl.
The reason
That's all I want to say.
the villains are more interesting is because you will spend more time witnessing the villains develop their plot. That's just the nature of what we're talking about. Superhero content will always require you to develop the villain more than the hero, because the hero is supposed to become fully developed towards the asymptote approach of the end of the story. For Sailor Moon, since it's such a long runner, especially considering how many seasons they actually enjoy, and then when they do the remakes for things like Crystal, how many of the things they try to abridge down to achieve everything that they could not possibly do within an entire season run of Super S, or whatever all of them are called. The whole franchise, since this focus is Sailor Moon, but we're talking about magical girls writ large, anything inside of Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon, if it ever features the females, they will only view them within the context of them being some type of outdated mode of character. They will not appreciate the smaller characters, because this is something that happens frequently in any type of media that features urban, high, low, or dark fantasy. And it's the fact that they have to break dawn. By that I mean, any person who's familiar with Twilight and other such young adult animes, or IRL, or fiction books that would have any comparison to a real world setting, there is a point in the story where all of the smaller scope characters in the cozy section of the media work have to be removed because the serious parts of the plot are now developing to the point where they can't find things to do with those characters. So they have to break dawn. So by that I mean, the point in Twilight where you go from the story of Eclipse into the story of... It was not New Moon. Twilight, New Moon, Eclipse, Breaking Dawn Part 1, Breaking Dawn Part 2. Midnight Sun from Edward's perspective, and then the rewrite that I can't remember the name of. When you get to this part of the story, so after the wedding, when Bella and him go on their honeymoon, and they have lots of cream pie sex all over their suite. Don't react. All over their suite, because
Wait, what do you mean don't react? It did make me go, whoa.
I know how you are. When they go into their honeymoon suite and have all of the bread-breaking cream pie sex, and then realize she's pregnant with a half-vampire child. The reason they do this is because the point of the narrative that existed towards the end and the back half of Eclipse, where all of these characters are dealing with Victoria, they have to find something to do with the human characters, but they have nothing to do with the human characters. This is now elevated and evolved past the point where they now need to develop the parts that are actually going to be relevant. So, for Twilight, that means the vampires and the werewolves and the Cullen family and the Coalettes and the vampire aristocracy coming to kill the child because they think they changed an immortal child, and the entire war between the factions of the Volturi. That's the point where they break dawn. They have to remove those characters that they consider to not be good enough. Then you look over at other pieces of material and you look at that as the basis of what you're going off of. That's what that change is, that they get annoyed by every time. You'll notice it in the first 10 minutes here. But think of Steven Universe, how it went from being a vignette series to being much more episodic, and then having an actual through line of a plot that had, the word is ontological inertia, read smaller, load-bearing weight. The things that you did in a vignette, like the episode where Steven gets a time turner and he ends up making too many clones of himself, then he destroys it, and effectively we're supposed to learn that the actual original Steven Universe in his timeline is dead. He was actually amongst one of those original clones, and the one that remains is not himself. you know, the kind of slapstick throwaway vignettes that you would expect out of regular show, out of Teen Titans Go, out of We Bare Bears, out of The Amazing World of Gumball, and other such post-era 2007 Cartoon Network. That kind of show endemically requires, as part of the plot, that you develop side characters to the point that once they have served their purpose in the narrative, you remove them so you can continue developing the characters you have time for and you want to focus on. So, for example, for a show that had ontological inertia like this was Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, because they were in an alternate timeline where they were affected by basically an eldritch abomination. Characters like Hot Dog Water and their version of the Hex Girls, and characters such as Fred's father, and characters like this that were not in the main Scooby Gang. They were all meant to develop the stakes of the situation. And as they're going down to face that entity, when characters like Hot Dog Water go to basically buy them time, and then you hear the gunshot that happens, spoiler by the way, but the show's really old, so you have no excuse to just go watch it. Just pretend you didn't hear what I just said. When she goes to try and buy time for them, and you hear the gunshot in the distance, that makes it very clear that Linda Cardinelli's version of Velma, but made different. So, Hot Dog Water, I forget what the character's name is, but that's the nickname that they actually gave her in show, because she smells like hot dog water, is clearly to have been killed off screen. It's meant to give weight to the seriousness of it, but they don't just remove them because we hate this character, they're boring. Unlike how in Steven Universe, explicitly and admittedly by showrunner Rebecca Sugar, to be designed as a pastiche and, at best, a send-up of magical girl tropes. When they lost things to do with Sadie and Lars after Super Watermelon Island, you notice that they killed off Lars's character and revived him with Steven's power in Lars's head. And then he stopped being Lars and became Lars Beeblebrox, Admiral Space Alien to the Stars, because they had nothing to do with his character. Same thing with Sadie. She went from just being this character, voiced by the actress whose name I can't remember, but is known as the Gooch from things like Scrubs. I don't remember her name right now, but she's one half of the group of Garfunkel and Oates. When Kate McCucci's character ran out of things to do, they switched her plotline to her being a musician, creating Sadie and the Killers, which was then used as another way to continue developing other characters like Pearl, by introducing that character design that was basically Pink Diamond, but was a human. Everything has to shift around the idea of how to give your mainstay characters screen time, despite the fact that smaller characters still exist in the universe. It's just you stop following them because they don't matter anymore. Whereas in a show like the peak of who gets this best with multiple characters, Gaim, characters will die, but they will die because the narrative doesn't just have to corpse itself around that mainstay of people, but specifically, people make choices, and those actions and choices, like the roots in a video game. Another one that does this good too is Exade, explicitly by the way that the show is designed, so that the movie perfect final version basically shows the different chapters that would have happened had they not made choices, or if they had made choices, to lead them to that the reason the characters end up being alive or dead is much like a story in Game of Thrones. This person was a friend of this person, and they were a friend or a rival of this faction. This faction made decisions, this faction made decisions, and so this was the fate of that character, and this was the adventure of that character, and how those experiences changed and developed them for the better. The way that a leftist will write is they will try to take away those characters that are necessary for that development because they don't see the reason to keep a character around. So, there's going to be a character in Sailor Moon whose mom gets possessed and or controlled as the monster of the week, and one of the things that he wants to do is to kill off that character permanently, instead of keeping that character around. This kind of decision basically destroys any kind of development that character could have been designed for, because for Sailor Moon, the home life of Usagi is just as important as the crime fighting of Usagi. You can't have one without the other. Much as most critics of magical girl anime like to complain, they feel like They should focus more on the crime fighting and the magical girl aspect and the skills and the toys and the new forms and the powers rather than their home development. So another show that actually does this really well, and it's from my people, so you can't take it away from me, is Miraculous, The Adventures of Cat Noir and Ladybug. That show is all about the character connections and the developments that they have therein. That show gets really big and really deep and does all the things that they want to do well, but doesn't bastardize the plot to turn it on its head because they have a really big personal favorite. Period. Would it be weird if you call my example the Light Yagami effect? The leftist Light Yagami effect. Sure, let's call it that, NeoJ. Basically what happens whenever somebody writes a video essay on one of these topics or on one of these shows is they basically want to do, I would have used a phrase like the world that God only knows. Low cut, high effort light novel that people should definitely read. They want to see it like they are the main character in a love anime, and they want to focus on specifically their favorite version of the girls that they like, and they want to ignore any other versions that exist. So imagine a really great classical girls love / virtual novel dating sim like Clannad. They only want to focus on the timeline that makes them feel good and the characters in it. And anything outside of that vision, dead to them. Might as well remove them. Cut them out of your life. They do this on everything. And with magical girls, they only want to focus on the grimdark aspects because they are not interested in the content that would be more towards the younger girls. Meanwhile, the male audience is able to take in both sides, and they appreciate them with the same level of maximum effort because they don't need to brutalize the characters to make them more of a character. So when you have the damsel archetype and trying to do the Hollywood version of making her a Mary Sue, you have to make her tougher than everybody else in the world. She's able to take down men twice her fucking size and 4 times her weight class. Somehow she knows everything and doesn't need any advice and doesn't need any help. You know, Korra. When she doesn't take advice, she doesn't take guidance, she doesn't learn her lessons by taking advice from her mentors, and she's always rewarded for having just stayed the path and never having to correct herself. Or, you know, like modern movie remakes from Disney. Instead of them being able to appreciate the fact that you could just take the idea and twist it just a little bit. Just develop it just a little bit. Ironically, like Cinderella 3, and how they chose to recharacterize Prince Charming and the sisters and the bread maker who falls in love with the, quote, uglier ginger sister. They instead destroy the foundation of the work to focus on the super personified version that they appreciate beyond any version that would actually be more appreciative, especially against Word of God. Every time, without fail. Anyways, moving forward. Just need to give a little bit of the preamble because you gotta be aware of it in order to notice it.
What makes it unique? What makes it compelling? And by comparing it to this more mainstream fantasy genre, we can determine, oh hey, here's why it works. So first off, what is dark fantasy and how is it different from what Sailor Moon already is? Dark fantasy is fantasy that deals with darker ideas and themes. I mean, yeah, obviously, right? It's often a little more cynical, focusing on either pain, sacrifice, or decay.
A better way to phrase that is that dark fantasy is Byron-esque. Both boys anime and girls anime are Byron-esque. People who don't remember literary class, Byron-esque means that the character is inquisitive and has a rich inner world upon which they are usually considered to be narcissistic and or brooding. They're like Batman. They develop inner thoughts, but they don't always express them, and usually in sonnet or poem form is expressed as their inner monologue.
Now, a common misconception is that it's just fantasy with horror, but while most horror fantasy is also dark fantasy, not all dark fantasy is horror. Often dark fantasy deals with either the twilight years of a civilization, how magic or the world itself can cause decay, or exploration of a world long past its due date. I think that the Elric saga by Michael Moorcock is a great example of dark fantasy. The titular Elric starts his journey as a prince, witnessing the collapse of his civilization, Melniboné. He's a frail man given great power due to his knowledge of sorcery and his magical sword, Stormbringer, which once drawn cannot be sheathed until it feasts upon blood, and also the soul of whoever's blood is drawn. While at first it appears that Elric is wielding Stormbringer for power, it quickly becomes apparent that it's the sword wielding Elric to feast on the souls of all that live throughout all reality. Tragedy befalls Elric wherever he goes, right down to his lovers facing sometimes grotesque and nightmarish transformations, in part due to Elric's own actions. And in the end of the day, well, let's just say it does not end all that well for Elric. Now, for this creative exercise, I want to impose a few rules for myself. For one, I cannot change the core personalities of any of the characters as introduced. As the story progresses, the characters may change just organically based on what alterations we make in the story. So,
in other words, I'm going to change the characters.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like I can't change the core characters, but I can change the aspects in which they follow through, so I can change them into the things that I want.
So Usagi, she's still 14 years old, still a crybaby, still loves her friends, etc. Those core characteristics at the start of the story remain the same, but I can't guarantee they'll stay that way as we shift the narrative. Now, secondly, I want to follow the arcs as they occur in the anime. We start with Queen Beryl in the Dark Kingdom, then move on to Dark Moon Clan and Doom Phantom, we go to the Deathbusters in Pharaoh 90, the Dead Moon Circus with Nihilenia, and finally, we end the show with Shadow Galaxia and Queen Galaxia, as well as Chaos.
Chaos, chaos. I want to kill. Chaos.
Howeher, the circumstances Sailor Moon finds herself in...
Wait, Ayo, pause.
You might think...
Are we back in, like, 2002 right now? Because that just hit me like a goddamn truck.
You might think that the shitpost out of nowhere about Strangers in Paradise was just a meme about the word chaos, but actually, this is your first tell about what's about to happen in this video.
Oh, boy.
So anybody who's not aware, Strangers in Paradise is a... What do I even fucking call that game? The leftist / game journal interpretation of JRPGs with motion action combat, circa Final Fantasy 13, that reimagines the core party of Chaos and all of his fiends, his elemental fiends, as people who are trying to defeat Chaos and help Jack Garland be able to effectively become the villain he's supposed to be, in a world similar to that of the story of Nova Crystallis in Final Fantasy XIII's timeline. So, it's so fucking stupid. So, Strangers in Paradise tries to take the formula of Dark Souls and gives you story-based missions and encounters that narratively is supposed to demonstrate where Garland goes from being just another modern updated visual identity of a Final Fantasy character, and how actually he develops into the version of Chaos as writ from the story of Final Fantasy I, and all of the party members becoming those fiends, because he specifically holds the story and the realm in a time loop, as we know. And if you don't, you got to play Final Fantasy 1. I would suggest playing the GBA version of Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Dawn of Souls. Those are the quintessential best versions with the best amount of content inside of them. That pretty much is the most refined version of Final Fantasy that you could play. Until they do a remake, and they actually remake Final Fantasy 1 entirely with all that content. Anyways, he holds the world in a time loop, because he's trying to wait until the strongest version of the Hero of Light / Warrior of Light comes to stop him. However, all of the writing conventions inside of Stranger of Paradise was designed for a game journal audience. So D lowercase MC was game journal beloved, because they would do things like take the character of Dante and Virgil, and definitely not Mary / Lady, and I think they did a version of Mundus, that's not fucking Mundus, that's Senator Armstrong as a demon. And this version of Lilith, which doesn't look anything like, I don't even know who the fuck she's supposed to be. And characters basically designed as Alex Jones, but as a demon on right-wing news via Fox News. They take the concept and they basically throw it at the wall and try to make it into something real, but not so ever even close to being real. A bastardization is the best word I can be able to use. A pure bastardization of whatever the fuck they thought was funnier or was more concrete. This decision, yes, we're talking about Al Dante. This decision echoes the same sentiment. Because the joke, of course, was that Jack is just literally a meme of a character. There are plenty of times where there have been Jack edits on Twitter of all of his humorous takes and outtakes and his lines. Especially when he's listening to the soundtrack of the video game in his electric earbuds as a part of his costume design. So, like, the same level of humor that we get from Metal Gear Solid Revengeance concerning ourselves with Raiden and Senator Armstrong is the same view and the same level of humor that they get from Jack Garland. So, that should already tell you out of the gate everything you should really need to know there. But it's gonna get worse really fast. I want you to pay very close attention to how he talks about the girls. And remember, these are children. Basically underneath the age of about 16, somewhere between 13 to, I'd say, 17 at the most. I can't remember the ages of all the girls in question. I'm certain that Horror will yell at me about it. But I want you to remember how he just talked about it. And I want you to remember what he just said about the girls. And I want you to pay attention to how he's about to criticize them.
Will change from point to point as we continue. And further, I don't want to completely upend the lore of the series. It would be easy to just make Sailor Moon into Madoka and call it a day. But we're not doing that. Madoka, don't worry about it. We're not going to do that. We're not taking the easy way out. We're making Sailor Moon dark. We're not turning it into something else. We're not turning it into a D&D campaign, etc.
But you are though. By inherently making these changes, you are inherently doing that. That's silly.
You think we're stupid? Like, he thinks we're stupid. He honestly thinks that this is our first rodeo here. It's like, no.
Well, I don't think he thought at all. Or I don't think he thought about the repercussions. Because, I put a preamble on it, so if you get upset, then it's your fault. But the problem is that Madoka was inherently designed as a deconstruction of Magic Girl anime. So
I don't want to change the core of the plot more than necessary. For the record, I will be following the
changing the plot more than necessary is changing the plot.
Anime's plot rather than the mangas, because, well, the manga's already plenty dark to begin with, and I think there's
I am only changing the anime version. I'm not going to work with the source material from the manga, otherwise the lore! Because, bro, that's not what we came here to do. So, he's ultimately going to be changing the version that most people would have recognized and will probably go to do. Because remember, the anime effect is that, why would I want to read the manga version of it when I'm going to get an abridged version of it that lets me understand the media if I was just to consume the animated version of the show? Which tends to be the excuse, right? You look at the archive of the work and it's like, bro, I'm not going to watch 9,000 episodes of Detective Conan. But you can't watch an adaptation of Detective Conan to really understand what's going on. Because if you watch a dub version, which would be Case Closed, that shit stopped in season 2 of Detective Conan. Detective Conan right now is still running. And I don't even know what season they're in, but I'm pretty sure it's past 50. I'm not joking when I say it's over 9,000 episodes. Long runner it is. And much like how people have that opinion about One Piece, they feel the exact same way about things like One Piece. They don't want to be forced to watch all the context. They want it abridged down, so they don't have to waste that much time. That kind of defeats the purpose, especially if they don't fucking look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we all remember the terrible Bear reboot, but that's not what we're here to talk about.
a lot of flexibility with the anime's plot that could be fun to play around with and explore. That being said though, I will be lifting when necessary or interesting from the manga. I will not go through the entire episode by episode changes I would make, just the parts I would change personally, and I'm going to talk in broad strokes, because otherwise, I mean, look, the show's 200 episodes long. We'd be here all day if it was an episode by episode rewrite, and frankly, I think that's less interesting than discussing the overall wide changes I'd make along the way.
Less interesting to you.
So before we get really started with the smaller details, let's get some broad changes taken care of first. For one, all of the monsters, they're going to be more terrifying. Now, some of the monsters in Sailor Moon are quite disturbing already, like that ghoul that replaces Naru's mom in the first episode, but as the show goes on, we get more gimmicks, more silliness, cuter monsters based on cute household items, or maybe a certain theme of the episode. But let's make the monsters more horrific, more centered on certain themes that maybe run throughout each season. In the first arc, for example, the Sailor's Guardians fight the Dark Kingdom, an ancient civilization risen from the grave. Therefore, the monsters should be more undead, rotten, broken ghouls from a dark, long-since-past era, roused to life forcibly by both Queen Beryl and Metalia. Now, the second season...
That just makes her a fucking necromancer, bro. So you're already at that. You're already Dungeons and Dragons. You already failed. You already fucking failed.
Focuses on both Ali and En, as well as the Dark Moon Clan, which both are more science fiction themed, adversaries. Ali and En are, of course, aliens from outside the solar system, whereas the Dark Moon Clan inhabit another planet entirely. So Ali and En draw from the constellations. So the monsters should be more nightmarish reimaginings of the Greek constellations, crossed with some sci-fi horror. Think Dark Souls bosses, essentially. On the other hand, the Dark Moon Clan,
it's with the Dark Souls,
and from another planet, should feature mechanized weapons, more Terminator than pure magic, instilled maybe with Magitech aesthetics. The Deathbusters, from the third season, aim to summon entities from beyond the galaxy, which means Lovecraftian. The Dead Moon Circus, well, make them circus-themed monsters like in the original, except more geared for horror. The Amazon Trio, being animals turned into people, should be less beautiful humans, and more like something taken out of the island of Dr. Moreau. And finally, Sailor Galaxia. Her army? They're sailor soldiers that have enslaved the Galaxia's will after being conquered, and so naturally, the common enemy should be foes who have been completely broken by their experiences, forced to work with evil will.
This is literally just gushing over magical girls, mind you.
Pretty much.
Everything that he just described, there is an ecchi anime called Gushing Over Magical Girls that looks at this perspective from the other angle by making a character that basically is designed by the pet mascot, who is actually the Lovecraftian mastermind developing everything, to pick a girl who was obsessed with the ideas of the magical girls in question, which is Trey's Magia, and actively is responsible for the leadership of the evil girl faction. But actually, she doesn't want to hurt the heroes. She actually loves them. Of course, the joke is that she loves them in a way that is extremely masochistic. And the entire goal of this evil faction inside of Gushing Over Magical Girls, I forget what the name of it's called, is that they're supposed to be conquering, crushing, killing, and or corrupting the magical girls into joining their ranks. But the lead character, who I'm forgetting at this point, the dark-haired girl,
Utena. Her name is also Utena. It's funny. It's really, really funny.
Yeah. So, Utena, and her goal is basically to preserve the idea and the chastity of the main characters by actually demonstrating how serious and heroic they are. Which is weird, the way in which they choose to do it, but it's only weird if you don't get the context to it. You have to watch the episodes to really understand it. The summary of it, basically, is she likes the heroes, and she hates any person that would make jokes of the heroes. She gets disappointed and annoyed with the heroes when they actually fail to be heroic. So, the storyline for Magia Aqua, and how she's, like, this close into giving in to her, she gets disappointed with her, and one of the basic form upgrades that she gets, because technically, they're both gooning at each other, more or less.
It's a goonoff.
Every single time these two are paired in the plot, they are gooning at each other, which would be the equivalent of the Blue Ranger versus the Dark Blue Ranger, or, like, the Evil Ranger. One of the bases of Magia Aqua's upgrade form, where she basically becomes a Shrine Maiden, is that she is gooning on the inside, and the two of them are like going at each other with a steely outside exterior, but on the inside, they are just melting and want to just fuck each other. When you see it in motion, every single decision that is made, because eventually the idea then gets flopped on its head on the back half, where now she's against the very organization that's calling for her head. So now she's fighting from within the organization to change it. They go from fighting the heroines to specifically fighting the other designed and sent members of the organization trying to stop her. And every single thing he just described is literally that show, but writ serious. Because sure, they play the ecchi humor for the ecchi humor. Like, I can't get around describing the fan service. You can't make this show without the fan service. Certainly, I'm not saying you can't do it without showing the nipples. There is obviously a censored version of it. But you cannot play the concept straight without using the sexual nature of her depraved desire, which is actually the basis of her power and strength. So, like Redo of a Healer, except a female protagonist instead of a male protagonist. But instead of trying to burn the world down in revenge, she's trying to design a world that is to her liking, but is supporting the heroes by being a good antagonist for them to develop themselves against.
Shadows of Sailor Moon and Friends that represent what would happen to them if they ever submitted to the horrors that they have faced across this reimagined series. With Season 1, the characters should start off in roughly the same spot as they start off. One change I will make, though, is that each season will take place over a slightly longer period of time. Rather than a half year for each season, it's going to take a full year. So each character would age a year per arc. So Usagi starts off at 14. In the original anime, the show ends at 16 and a half, roughly. But in this revised version, the series would end with her as a 19-year-old woman. The Dark Moon Kingdom, in the first arc, they're trying to harvest energy from pure souls in order to restore their master, Queen Metalia. However, rather than just wear people down and make them tired, let's say, these drained souls now would be husks of energy. They would be withering, ill, and maybe, in some extreme cases, die. This makes the stakes far more extreme from the beginning. It puts everything on edge. The Sailor Guardians, in this sense, should be less superheroes and more like the gang from the Persona series, like 4 or 5 specifically, investigating a series of horrific...
9 minutes, 35 seconds. That's how long it took him to turn it into Persona.
Guys, you like Persona? You like Persona, guys?
Deaths. This adds a further element of horror to both Jadeite and Nephrite's antics, who both collect energy, in Jadeite's case, from large groups of people at once, in Nephrite's case, the more personal grooming, I guess for lack of a better word, of individuals to surrender their energy to him, usually in pursuit of a dream or a goal.
So there is a Sentai. You're gonna hear me talking a lot about Toei created superhero franchises right now. So there is an installment of Kamen Rider by the name of Forze, or Forze, if we're being serious. In Forze, the villain faction are known as the Constellations. And what they will do inside of it is that they will go around to those characters and they will basically offer them a activation cosmic switch by telling the person in question to wish on a star about their greatest, deepest, darkest desire. There's also a UK-based series by the name of House of Anubis that has this idea of an imposter, where you put this person inside of this sealed magical realm, and you basically replace them with an evil doppelganger that will be antagonistic and will do the whim of the villain faction of the series. And in both of them, the idea is very straight and clear-cut, because in most cases, you have a villain that has a character that basically has to make your monster grow. Some type shit. You get a character, you take a concept, you take the idea that the character is supposed to be based on, you end up making a monster out of it. So, let's say you have someone who really likes archery. This person comes along, gives him a switch. Suddenly, they're basically a bastardized version of Robin Hood. Enough times inside of Forze's plot, if the person keeps using the cosmic switch, the switch will go into its last one phase, where after this transformation, the person permanently becomes the monster form that they transform to, and their human body is left behind in a cocoon. Because in order for them to then reform properly, and then unify that human form and the monster form, to make the constellation switch based on one of the constellations, like Aries or Leo, basically Sagittarius, the actual astrology chart, They have to basically find their human body and reunify with it. And this idea is common for most animes because it's very easy to work off the idea of taking a small writ desire and then corrupting their wish like a genie and then changing them into something that reflects the most superficial version of what they wanted, but doesn't actually give them what they needed. Because then it's the job of the heroes to then save them from themselves and remind them about the more of what it is that they want. So let's say there's a person who wanted to have $1 million, and the reason he wants the money was so that he could be able to save his family from poverty, but actually he ends up becoming a giant monolithic object of greed. And the longer that he stays in this form, trying to grant the wishes of other people's wishes, he corrupts himself even further and throws off the karmic balance of the world or some type shit. The most recent version that had been done with this, considering superheroes, was actually Wonder Woman 1984, because it was the wishing rock, right? Every time that his character kept trying to grant other people's wishes, he was basically becoming greedy and hungry, and it was also bastardizing his wishes and causing corruption in the world, because he was trying to fix something that wishing could inherently not fix. No matter how you do this trope of trying to change people in this way, you are basically making a monkey's paw. Yes, exactly. And the problem with this is that that's been the basis of how they've always made their characters. Since you're inherently hitting on we're talking about Showa era design of magical heroes, or even superheroes, because this is literally from Sentai. The characters involve themselves with some type of concept that is cultural and integral to that person. And if you take away that element and you try to change it into, I want to make this but scarier, you are inherently forgetting the core of what you're supposed to be developing.
Who EP?
Not me.
Struggler EP?
No, I'm here.
Okay, thought somebody was snoring. Sorry.
He was breathing hard. So when so when he says this shit before he then makes his comment about Persona,
would be husks of energy. They would be withering, ill, and maybe, in some extreme cases, die.
what he is inherently trying to do is a much more, I guess, rough, evil version of what would happen in something like, say, an Amazon Network studio production of The Boys Diabolical. Wants to make it much more gritty, wants to try and punch it up, try to give it some type of edge that it doesn't need to have, because you don't need to cut your teeth on the edge that's already presented. Like, the material is being made for a child audience. So, if you involve elements like that, you're inherently removing it from the demographic that is meant to consume it. Because why do you want kids to look at dead bodies? They can't handle that unless you give them a good ending. So, I forget exactly who said that, but it was a person who was famed for making children's television and movies. As long as you give kids a happy ending, they can more or less handle anything. That's not to say that kids can't handle seeing dead bodies, but what he's clearly talking about is the kind of brutal deaths that they were doing in, like, Stranger Things. Especially in Season 4, with the characters basically being crushed and broken because they're being killed by Vecna, by the psychokinetic link. Like, that's way too fucking much, bro. That's way too fucking much.
This makes the stakes far more extreme from the beginning. It puts everything on edge.
At the same time, you wouldn't need to kill the characters outright and make them undead victims and make them mummified to raise the stakes, because you're doing that from the beginning, so you can't even get the slow burn that you want. Someone in the chat actually called this out exactly. Where was it? I saw it right here. Mr. Selmore, when he said, we're making Sailor Moon Le Dark Slow Burn Existential Theory with social commentary. You can't even have the social commentary if you just come out and you just do it right there. Like, you gotta ease into it. You can't just stick it right in. Where's the foreplay? Where's the build-up? Anyways.
The Sailor Guardians, in this sense, should be less superheroes and more like the gang from the Persona series, like 4 or 5 specifically, investigating a series of horrific deaths. This adds...
It's also hilarious that he specifically says Persona 4 and 5. Fuck Persona 3. They've already gotten rid of you. They don't need, well, they never talk about Persona 1 and 2. They don't even need Persona 3 anymore, bro. They don't even need it anymore. They got Metaphorically Fantasio, and they said, fuck you, I don't want to play with you anymore.
It's a further element of horror to both Jadeite and Nephrite's antics, who both collect energy, in Jadeite's case, from large groups of people at once, in Nephrite's case, the more personal grooming, I guess for lack of a better word, of individuals to surrender their energy to him, usually in pursuit of a dream or a goal. This would be very horrific. Series of deaths unexplained, bunch of people getting sick and ill. It adds stakes, and it creates a sense of investigation that would require the Guardians to act outside of their combat capabilities as heroes, as well as within. And it also gives Ami a lot more to do, which is cool. More specifically, Ami in the original anime tends to have more of a supporting role. She tends to offer solutions using her computer, using her investigative skills. In this case, if we move more into the realm of investigation, Ami would have a more valuable role to contribute as a planner, as someone who investigates, which would put into contrast to Usagi's more assertive, more direct approach. It would allow us to distinguish the two characters a little bit more and add value to the team. In combat situations when Sailor Moon is dominating the bad guy, it sometimes feels like the other characters are tertiary. In this new format, it would give Ami more value outside of combat. I think one key thing is
So you want them to basically behave as though they are junior detectives. And you specifically want to do so because you think that Ami is underdeveloped. He doesn't like Ami.
Apparently he doesn't, which is... I don't even understand how you even get to that point.
I mean, he's basically asking for supernatural. And, I can't wonder why you would want to have supernatural.
I would like to move the series away from just fights every episode, and more into the girls exploring and using their gifts in a way that audiences could feel they could actually do in real life.
So remove Monster of the Week, and constantly make it a slice of life.
Like it wasn't already a slice of life? I'm confused.
Don't worry. He'll try to explain himself. It still won't make sense, but he'll try to explain himself.
Oh boy.
It makes the characters more grounded, and it also makes the characters in some regards very relatable. Now, in this case, yes, Naru would still have a relationship with Nephrite, and that would still flow in much the same way, but because people are dying, I think it would add a much darker tinge to the whole narrative. And it should end the same way, with Zoisite killing Nephrite, but I want to make a change right here. Naru should also die. Nephrite and Naru should both perish at the same time. After all, Naru already serves less a role in the anime as it goes on. We're not changing too much if something horrible happens to her, and indeed, it does explain why Usagi barely talks about Naru after Season 1. This leads to another issue I have with the whole series, death. In the original anime, death becomes sort of a revolving door, where characters are killed off and are brought back shortly thereafter, and usually to a degree of regularity, especially at big seasons like the first season or final season. I feel like it should have a little more weight to it. Death should be more permanent. Not entirely permanent, but slightly more permanent. There should be a way to bring people back from the dead, but it should be at incredible cost. And we see that in the series already. The four guardians of the Dark Moon Kingdom, Jadeite, Nephrite, Zoisite, and Kunzite, all of them had died in the past, but were brought back. And in this case, what I think should happen is their resurrection should result in suffering. They should remember the trauma of their perishing and of their rebirth, and that should scar them in some way, twist them and gnarl them into something unnatural.
Basically, give them PTSD and mental illnesses, and also make death more important. Also, kill off these characters that I don't like Naru. They're not relevant to me. So much angst! So much edge!
All the main characters should have phantom memories of their past lives, brought into painful focus when they finally learn the full extent of who they are. Before that could be dreams, it could be weird cases of deja vu, but when they are in the relics of the Moon Kingdom, or given relics of the Moon Kingdom, it should come into focus, and the trauma of that should hurt. Zoisite's arc should follow a very similar structure to the original anime, with finding the seven shards of the shield. With finding the seven shards of the silver crystal, and both Usagi and Tuxedo Mask separately trying to collect the shards. The difference here,
he had all the ability to do a take, and then redo the take when he fucked up his own reading, but he left it in.
should be how the various souls, who are the reincarnations of the seven great Yoma who serve the Dark Kingdom in the old era, should go. The transformation should be brutal, intense, more akin to Akira or a werewolf transformation than the simple, smooth, magical, flip a switch kind of transformation we see in the show proper, with Usagi struggling to bring from their transformed states. And I think that some should be impossible to bring back, with Usagi trying new ways to find a solution to the problem. While I do think that Usagi should still have the power to restore the transformed, I think that she should fail at least the first couple of times, with her finally figuring it out proper when it's Amy's love interest who's transformed, causing Amy a serious injury, especially if it leaves a scar that would remain there for the rest of the series, perhaps a deep gash to her leg or even face, or, more extreme, a permanent physical disability, perhaps a chunk of leg missing. a fractured spinal column, paralysis from the waist down. Since she's more support than true offense, she can still fight, she can still be there, but it would set her more apart from everyone else, especially if she uses her knowledge of medicine, or her pursuit to learn medicine as a doctor, to maybe find a workaround to her injury. Perhaps.
He wants to cripple Ami.
What? But why?
Hey. What is this? I mean, I knew it was gonna be bad, but I didn't think it was gonna be.
We're already at 9 things already.
Perhaps giving herself some augmentations in the process, similar to what happens with Sailor Saturn in the original manga. This also ties in with something, I think, that more of the Guardians should be physically different from one another. I think, for example, Jupiter should be broader and taller and maybe a little, more muscular and athletic. Usagi could be slightly fuller figured, maybe a little visibly shorter, if only because that would make them each stand out slightly more among each other.
Yep.
Of course, he wants to completely and utterly remove the femininity from Sailor Jupiter. Of course he does.
She has to be lesbian. She has to be. Make her black.
Make her black and transgender and have vitiligo.
I'm surprised he didn't pull the transgender card with Jupiter. I'm surprised. They're always so fucking predictable with this shit.
I should have copied Horror's message in the chat the other day when I was covering this, because her opinion should have gone right in this section. He's demanding that he should change the physical body type of the female characters and try to make them different and to give them body type diversity. Under this, I'm literally writing in brackets, they are teenagers.
I mean, technically, they are like at different heights and stuff. And I remember it was like, Sailor Jupiter, she had like the biggest tits, apparently.
Mm.
She brought it up, not me.
Because, Jupiter's the biggest gas giant, the same.
You're on levels of gooning that I'm not even near.
I'm not gooning!
I didn't even bring up breast size, girl. That's crazy.
They make a joke in the anime about, like, her being the most busty.
Okay.
Shaking my head.
We'll only mess with you. Carl, I understand. I think I understand what you're talking about now. The thing that they don't want to get me fun of liking this cute little girl thing that they have low confidence for. That's specifically people like Anthony. Anthony doesn't want to be made fun of for liking this girl thing, so he needs to find ways to punch up what he already likes. Despite the fact that being a leftist male, he should already be more accepting of this concept. Meanwhile, myself, one of the chuds, I am not only able to respect it, but I understand that this shit was designed specifically for an audience that is not myself. So anything that I inherently don't necessarily vibe with, it does not mean that it's bad, and it doesn't mean that it needs to be changed in order to my tastes and my specifications. Nora would be against people like Anthony Gramuccia if she doesn't bite her tongue and remain silent so that her opinion doesn't, pull away from the greater scope of the conversation. Doesn't want to end up...
The greater good.
Yeah, the greater good. You don't want to end up splitting your opinion in such a way where you basically have to break the issue and break bread against everyone else because they like your thing but they're liking it incorrectly. She focuses more on the girls' love type and the familiarity and the positivity that comes from the Sailor Senshi doesn't lean in the form of the homosexual, except for the ones that are explicitly homosexual. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
So without involving them, she would hate every single thing that he just said. Everything that he has on this list so far that we're currently at, including changing the body type of the female characters. There's one way that I imagine that it would work, and it's more like vary them in body type, make one short, make one fat, make one really skinny tall, make one neurodivergent and slash anti-neurotypical, make another the quintessential Barbie. All of this, I'm pretty sure, is already there, but it's specifically in the viewpoint of they basically are thin and thus have body privilege from being attractive. Basically, make Sailor Moon fat and black and make Tuxedo Mask the exact same, but he basically falls in love with your headcanon version of them. So, Velma, for those who are familiar with Mindy Kaling.
Don't forget lame and gay. Gotta put those in there too.
Yes, they are teenagers for teenage girls. I'm just gonna give me a second. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that, and boom, you're in the file now, right there. Because I think this particular one is probably the most damning. I don't know why he needs to change the body type of the female characters, because this is something that is inherently a modern take. We don't need to change them. This was made at a time period for a female audience. So by choosing to change the body type as though you need to have one that's short, you need one to have one that's fat and black, you need to have one that's explicitly queer, you need to have another one that could be considered non-binary or questioning. This is for leftists. It is a specific leftist writing trope. You don't need to insert this into this writing.
But it's for fun though. It's for fun. We're doing this for fun though.
Where's the fun in doing it? What? See, Anthony's trying to turn into Kim Belair, but I'm doing it first. If you need to change the body type, and you need to change the body type for some way to make them more interesting, and you're specifically doing it because there's no other way that you could use to do so through any other character trait that makes them interesting, like, oh, I don't know, some of them being able to have a background in medicine, similar to, but not like, a D&D campaign draft, where you have a party that's made up of a rogue, and a barbarian, and a paladin, and some type of bard-like character, and possibly some type of scientist-tinkerer character, like that of a warforged object being created by the artificer that designed them. If you have to make them something, do they all need to be fucking half-elves that have dark vision and a gritty past? Is it possible you can have some variance between these characters? He doesn't even do that. He doesn't even do that. Because that's not the reason why he's changing them like that. It's specifically because they look like... Well, let's go get a picture of Sailor Moon, shall we?
Well, those are because they're thin, pretty, and let's just be frank.
Yes.
Fair-skinned.
Yes.
White passing.
Yes. Let me get a group shot of them. There we go. This group shot will work. It's because they all look like this. This is the reason why he wants to change them. He wants to change them. And then I'm going to type in the word Tomato Magica. And the kind of changes that he wants to do to them is basically the changes that people like Tomato Magica is known for doing. So she wants to take them from being this and transform them into this. And see, the problem with this is that having this viewpoint where you have the version that was written and designed, and then the version that he would possibly make. There's a screen cap posted inside of this Discord for those who are listening and in here talking. The clear, obvious choice here is, okay, if I'm going to do that, is there possibly a way that I could do that through personality traits rather than physically changing their body types? And unfortunately, the answer for people like Anthony is no. You have to keep the design the same and find a way to make them interesting through that design without bastardizing the character. Because then that's obviously not the character. It wouldn't be Sailor Mars, it wouldn't be Sailor Saturn, it wouldn't be Sailor Moon, it wouldn't be Chibi Moon, it wouldn't be Chibi Ursa, it wouldn't be fucking Neptune, and so on, and so on, and so on. Because if they're white passing, and they have the skinny figure, and the skinny frame, and the hourglass cut, even if one is gay, and another one is their more lipstick lesbian coded lover, and the other ones are straight passing / also heterosexual. They're not queer in any way, shape, form, or fashion, and they're not possible for queering or being queered for the writing perspective of a leftist trying to insert the social commentary of genetics and social commentary on sexuality and presentation, appearing femme, appearing masc. You outright have to basically do something that akins to shock factor. And making them like this is perverted, inherently. Most people would think, well, perversion is when you hypersexualize them, and now they have even shorter mini skirts that show off their panty lines. No! This right here, on screen chat, this is bastardization. This is perversion. It's a different type of perversion. It's not different. True. It's not different. It's the exact same. It's like if you told me, hey, I'm going to take all these characters from Kamen Riders and I'm going to make them look like magical girls. It would still be a perversion. The only difference is that if you're going to make them magical girl-like, you have to basically do a 1-to-1. So, where is that? It is Tsukiyomi, right? S-U-Ki-Yomi. If you were to take... Here she is. If you were to take a version of a Kamen Rider and you wanted to make them like this, instead of taking a Kamen Rider like, say, Kuga and making him into something he doesn't need to do, instead, you make him into a version that actually has all of the tropes and all of the conventions that comes with the dress pattern that you want for them. So, in my file right now, I'm putting up pictures of Kamen Rider Tsukiyomi, which is the female rider form of the protagonist, which is based on the design of magical girls. Every single part of her design is coded as a magical girl, including her sound effect. She was basically designed after Sailor Moon. Alongside that, I'm then going to show what Kamen Rider Zio looks like next to her design, or at least his Oma form. Because he has multiple forms, and this one is basically comparable to his Oma form. If you were to take this design of these characters, specifically Omagio and Tsukiyomi, and you were to tell me, I'm going to take this version of Omagio, and I'm going to bastardize him, and I'm going to make him into this version that I think you would fucking hate. The problem isn't, man, you took my character and you made them femme. That's not the problem. Because if you go from Zio to Tsukiyomi, I don't have a single thing to say. Why? Because it's in character, it's in tone, it's in design, and at no point in time did you try to make them look hyper feminine and or girly. The most girly thing about this is that she has the white cape, which could be similar to the ribbons and the back wings on Sailor Moon's designs, and also the leg slit. And yet, elegant, powerful, majestic. These are all words that describe both character types. And if you have never seen or never heard of a single thing that could ever be relevant to Kamen Rider, you can clearly see with these designs here on screen. This is not wrong. Meanwhile, the art from Tomato Magica, a known art revisionist who hates people who hate her content, somebody else who I've made content about before, the way that she does this to Sailor Moon, when I show you what she did to Love Live, you're gonna be annoyed.
Love Live.
Love Live.
Oh no. Oh man, it's not like we can have these girls have different personalities and that be the way to diversify them. No, they have to also look like their personality so we can identify them from jump.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, right. Isn't that racist to do? Pretty sure it's racist to do.
I don't know if they'd be able to call them racist, but, you know, reason stuff.
It's close. I feel like it's close.
If I can even be able to find her shit. She might have scrubbed all her things off the internet. Or I'm using the wrong form of magicka. Because there are lots of people who call themselves Tomato Magica. But unfortunately, the way in which they've gone about changing their art as they were being criticized has changed over the years. So it might be very difficult to actually find them. I might have to go look up versions from what I produced on my channel. 1 second. Here we are.
Discussion has anything to do with the dreaded
Let's see here. Where is it? Here we go. Ah, it physically harms me. Okay. So, these would fall under the scope of redraws, but I'm gonna just make this a little bit bigger, and we're gonna zoom in for the chat here, and I'm gonna post this here into the chat here, and very obviously you can see she does not have the highest opinion of people who like the shit that she makes. This was actually probably one of the biggest sticking points when I originally designed my shit. She really, 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 really hates them. I mean, unironically hates them in a way that you cannot truly understand. I have to go do my countdown because I have a lot of shit here.
Oh, I think I remember this. I think I have one of these pictures.
I'm pretty sure I remember this as well. Ugh. It's like,
Why would you do this?
There's a lot of art here. 1 second.
Can I say something real quick, though?
Yes.
You know, the thing that kills me about, like, this diversity stuff is that, like, there were some artists in Japan that were already kind of doing the diversity thing, but since it's veiled as something perverted, it's not really recognized as something positive. Because I remember, I think around the 2000s or so, where they started drawing anime girls with, like, more curves and, like, a kind of like a tummy, like in some cases, but it would usually be associated with ecchi stuff. I guess it's probably why a lot of people didn't really pick up on it.
well, there was Galco for a little bit until I don't want to talk about what happened to the creator. But hey, that at least was something different in that regard.
I mean, if you don't want to reference that, you could also reference Plus Size Elf.
This is also true.
But I think it's interesting that I don't know if it got picked up for dubbing at all, because, like, I don't think that's even on Crunchyroll.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Cap pulled it from everywhere after certain things went down with that.
Like Plus Size Elf? I think with Plus Size Elf.
No. I'm thinking of Galco.
It's still up everywhere, but Plus Size Elf. I'm talking about Plus Size Elf.
Oh. Why would they tear that one down?
Because it's sexualizing bigger bodies, it's not technically body positive to...
I mean, if you're sexualizing bigger bodies, I think that should count.
No,
right?
It's not right. It's by a man.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I found the pictures I was looking for. So, one of the things that Magica loved hating on was the beach ball titty design of a lot of character. Don't laugh, it's actually serious.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Serious. I know what you're talking about.
They hated beach ball titty designs inside of girls' animes. They had a penchant of explicitly trying to ferociously gatekeep their content by trying to uglify these characters in a way to give them this more realistic design that was even uglier than, say, just this was my version of a re-edit, redraw, As chat can clearly see, as I'm focusing on it, it not only is a incentivization of the ugly, but explicitly causing that design change that he is actively calling for here. So you can see the incentivization of the ugliness of the nose, thickening of the faces and lips and cheeks to create more angular shapes, the desire of creating ugly mushroom noses, where otherwise it would just be a simple nudge in a direction, making them different through different forms of texture, contour, shaping, and modeling, to where the body type isn't just the only thing that's there. It's the body type, but she's girly. The body type, but she's plus size. The body type, but she's plus size, but she's not as thick with cellulite. Anything at all to basically stand out and say, look at me, I'm different, this is my style, rather than disrespectfully, your art is shit and I fixed it. It's instead, you all are wrong. These women are beautiful. I'm gonna make you see it.
With their obviously Asian eyes.
Yes. Tomato Magical was very known for having a very big stickler on Asian eye animations. And also, this wonderful thing here, the way that she would promote the work. I'm going to just read this verbatim from this clip. I take this from my video. For any person who's interested in looking on what that video is, it's some of my past work. This is the thumbnail for it, or rather this is the video for it. Watch at your own leisure. Tired of otaku bullshit around your favorite idol games? Are you a woman-aligned person, or just whomsoever would rather die than be in the company of grown-ass men calling 15-year-olds their wives? Fear not. Join our new cross-idol game server at discord.gg at this link.
Woman-aligned.
Man. It never changed. They were still doing this.
I can't keep doing this.
So
we're now in the age with that Love of Deep Space game where they were saying shit like this verbatim and then acting a whole fool over those like 3D K-pop men.
Well, you see, that is actually the evolution of this type of behavior. This comes from a very early era in my content, right around like April 19th, 2020 is when this particular video that I made was produced and aired. I don't even think that these links are live anymore on my channel. Actually, no, they are. So you can actually go see these, but remember, my old account is stolen. So you can actually go see these original takes, but I'll just repost them here inside my file on the side here. Directly verbatim from Against at the time of what date was this? This was March 2020th. Do I get tired of having strong opinions on misogyny, transphobia, homophobia, pedophilia, and so on and so forth? I feel worthy of being voiced because there's never enough talking about it, question mark. Sometimes, not going to stop me though. Why would I bother saying things like the way most men portray women in media is problematic and it often unknowingly affects how women draw women and contributes to objectification, but the main violence perpetrators are still men, when I can steal a tweet and get those likes? I'm not clout chasing you guys, just explode at any little thing that questions our morality and worldview.
She really went the internal misogyny route?
Yes.
Internal misogyny.
I can't take you seriously, girl. I can't.
So,
I'll go insane.
So if you look at this original post that I took these images from, all the tags that are all over her Tumblr pretty much demonstrate what she feels about this. But the quote that actually goes with those images of the girls in the swimsuits is, I took a level and fucking up original designs. So she is explicitly doing this to be antagonistic to any person who wouldn't agree with her. I've been doing this all day, my everything hurts, but at least they're done, love live, and then all the names, the characters in question, this is a sketch, and then tagging herself for her art, as well as how the don't change your character to your stupid SJW, liking stupid SJL Tumblrian audience draws, and it's basically exactly this. Here is a picture of a one-piece fit for Princess Peach, and basically her entire annoyance is I'm going to draw them like this because the people that I hate basically take female figures and make them even more doll-like. But in her it takes doll-like basically means large hips, silhouette waist, large bust. So if you cut the head off the character, it's the exact same face, but I want to take this face and stick it on an obese fat bitch. This comes from an era of content on Twitter known as the Chud Hunter era. They would go out of their way to find people to bash and hate, and they went out of their way to find them because they wanted to non-stop antagonize them. It was probably the most important thing to her and people like her. Let's see here. Does this other post still exist? Okay, yeah, it doesn't. So what ended up happening, and I can actually show you this from my original post. What ended up happening to Tomato Magica is this would be around the time when people started to actually notice that she was hateful as fuck. So the Japanese started going around telling people about how she was editing the work to piss other people off, and it ended up backfiring on her. Because this was the way that they used to engage with the conversation. The conversation was always, you don't actually like the women, you don't actually like the series, you like and want to fuck these characters. You guys are homosexual / pedophilic incestors that want to control how women design things. Don't you know that the way you look at these women affects the way that women draw and design themselves? You're the reason why women don't have a rich inner life. And it changed from, you all are evil for how you view women, to why don't women get considered more serious? We need to change them and make them more edgy, but in the way that I want them designed. Like, I want you to appreciate this character in this way, when actually I just want to goon to this character, and the way you goon to the character is incorrect, so I'm gonna change them. So basically, have a character who is hypersexual in all the way that you want. She's wearing the bust top, she's got the big boobs, she's got the thick hips, and she's, quote, guy-coded, and then the female-coded version is that, but she's a lesbian. So the reason why she's sexed up is because this is for the girls. Female gays.
It's for the goyles.
Like, this is clearly, you've been hurt before, and I don't think she's ever changed. I'm gonna see if I can find her account, if she even has one still. She might have just blocked everybody, and it's just never changed since then.
I'm sorry if I'm laughing. Let's look at this.
No, I completely agree on laughing here. This whole thing is laughable.
No, it's laughable, but I was looking in my folders for something, and I was just like having a laugh. I'm sorry. It's unrelated to this. I'll probably talk about it when we go off the air.
That's fair.
Possible.
But I just find this whole thing to be laughable because it's obvious that you're mad that people are enjoying something because it's not the way that you want it to be enjoyed, or you feel like it's some sort of injustice that women are drawn this way.
This is an injustice.
Okay, it seems that her original Twitter account was banned. Rip and pasta. But this is a post from 2021 of someone who was shouting out her account and how it was made. The fat Chara maker back from Picru. You know the Picru days. This design of basically making a character that looks like yourself, but a soft pastel anime version of yourself, this is the halfway of how far you can go. So, Tomato Magica is basically unto Anthony Gramuccia and people like them as a Nazi. She is as left-wing as you can get. I hate everybody. I hate everything that they draw. I hate these people. I hate how they entertain themselves with media that I like and that I create. So I'm going to create media that is explicitly anti-fan so that I can police them out of my audience. Then on the other side, you have Nora. I love the things that I love. I hate the things that I hate. But I want to retain their beauty so that people can appreciate them and also fawn over them the way that I fawn over them. And then somewhere in the middle is Anthony Gramuccia, but he's probably further to the left, in which I want to change these characters so that when I defend them, I don't have to constantly defend my masculinity, I don't have to defend my viewpoints, I don't have to defend my opinion. Every time I talk about something, the only way in which I talk about it is explicitly about being this type of fangirl. So the post here is about a person who has obviously since become transgender, and they're a watermelon profile picture. The time at which they made this banner, they made it as a queer as F fangirl trash liker. So you've got Owl House, you've got Kobayashi's with Dragons, you have She-Ra, you've got Korosami, you've got Angel Dust from the original posts of Hazbin Hotel, and you've got a version of Robin from One Piece. They obviously only have this viewpoint as their background. This is what they like. This is how they view themselves. And since then, if we just simply don't look at the picture, don't look at the picture, chat, don't look at the picture. Chat, don't you dare! They are allowed to express themselves any way that they want. Never mind the fact they are not making an attempt to pass.
It's okay. This is a judgment-free zone.
Fuck you, I'm judging.
Don't do that.
This scale on which the material work has to exist, bro. If you only looked at it as, oh, it has to be AGPs. No, this existed long before AGPs. This existed and extends far past transgenderism. This literally is the point at which the purity spiral begins for the left and anime. In this viewpoint, especially if you compare this against Debate Magica, which bring it back in, when you view it on this point, and you understand that this is the progenitor to what he is calling for, what people like myself want is they want this and this. I don't care that Sailor Moon exists. Or rather, I am not threatened by the existence of Sailor Moon. Because I got Sailor Moon inside of Kamen Rider. I'm eating. Holy shit, 2 cakes? Damn, that's cool! Meanwhile, the people who we're discussing, they don't just hate femininity. They don't just hate beauty. They don't just want you to be angry at them and want you to stay seething. They specifically get their fucking panties in a twist. When people like myself appreciate the work and can have a take that is more intelligent than wibbed. And they wrap it back around to, if we could just do this, then we wouldn't have to deal with the chuds anymore. Because now, in this era of YouTube and Twitter, it's more clickbait and outrage farming than it is actually having conversations. Back then, they did have conversations, but it was also the most nihilistic version of conversations. Like, hey, yo, you've got characters that are in a Love Idol game. They're going to have a beach scene. They're going to wear a bikini. They're going to wear a one-piece bikini. They're going to have titties of some popular design. Because, you know, they're going to have titties. People are going to like them for that. The lesbians are going to do it. The soft femme women are going to be like, man, I wish I was like her. The questioning women are going to be like, why am I so into this? But what we've evolved from, and what it's evolved into, is now they're not even worried about the perception of the female characters. They're worried about their level of gooning for the male characters. So when Saf brings up Love in Deep Space, the hoodweeb, as we've come to find out, the black one that we've all come to find out, the whole way of how she's biting her tongue and how she's biting her nail and like, ooh, oh, I don't think I should be.
Everything.
I shouldn't be watching this. Like, oh, I love men. Oh my God, men. The way that she does this, the very tongue-in-cheek way, where instead of for Love Nikki, it's Love in Deep Space. It's like the same emotional bond. Like, oh my God, look at how cool and how transformative it is. I'll post it here on the side. Because I have too much to the left now. I need to post something to the right. When you look at her, look in the frame. What was this woman's channel name? Hobikage. When Hobikage looks at the material, the way that she looks at the girls is the exact same way that she looks at the men. But she's flabbergasted. Because where it would be like, ooh, this is so cute. This is my waifu. Instead, the way that she looks at the character is she literally cannot pick up her chin. Her mouth is just agape. Like, when is it my turn? When is it gonna be for me? And
Is it my turn when I love?
I'm trying to find a good example clip. Here we go. Because her reactions are so goddamn fake sometimes. As she spends $50 fucking on this video game. This one does not have the one that I'm looking for. Because there was one that we watched when we were going over the content on air. This is probably one of the more recent ones. Yes, this is probably one of the more recent ones. I'm looking for this one. Because in this one, she's just rolling and spending. So, right, there we go. Right here. I'm trying to see if she goes wider on her camera. Because I don't think she does. Not in some of these first takes. So, right here. Yeah, this will work. So, right here. The way that she'll look at the girls and the way that she will look at the guys, one-to-one mirror opposite difference. When it's the girls, it's like, ooh, how nice, how cute. When it's the men, so, like, the reason why I'm harping on this so hard, the nostrophobia, the fear of beautiful women, thank you, Casey. The reason I'm harping on this is that this is the exact moment where I noped the fuck out of his video when we were watching it on Carl at home. Because this is the biggest point on which all the criticism that I will give Anthony and the other girl in question when we get to her work belies on. I don't know why the fuck it's like this every single time. I don't care anymore. I tried to understand, but it's like, if you can't be able to give the same energy for the women as you do for the men, if your opinion is basically between this, and this isn't you for both the men and the women, I'm on your ass.
I mean, I like both men and women, but you know,
Same.
Because
people give me crap because I like boobies, and then that's sexist apparently.
Because like, the conversation only ever revolves around you guys are into this because you're gooning. Who cares anymore? We know what you guys are doing. You're bad at hiding it now. You're really bad at hiding it. And all guys want is a little bit of reciprocity. Because if we're being serious, oh my god, this guy, he's talking about fucking Sailor Moon and he's trying to judge Andy Gramucci, and you know that he's just trying to take a creative measure. Yeah, I am. So this is a creative exercise. Therefore, shut your bitch ass down, shut your bitch ass up. If you're going to try to make this seem like it's dumb, it's because it is. These are franchises for kids. It's franchises and content for kids. This was designed for people between the ages of fucking 5 to 12. Maybe even 14 if you want to push the level up to like 16. Who the fuck cares? But if we're gonna care, and we're gonna take this time to write shit for humor and for fun, Are we really going to spend this much time hating on the very idea to the point where the people who are supposedly enjoying your content incorrectly are at least able to have a higher thought than, I hate the character, so I'm just going to change them so I can make other people hate it, so we can safeguard it, when at the same time, you're over here in La La Land, gooning off to a serious degree, but when it comes to the conversation about women, the women are different compared to the men? Let alone the fact that very rarely do you ever hear the male opinion about this. Because it's annoying when it happens, because the men basically are silenced in behalf of the women. Because the male opinion ends up pushing past and also disagreeing with the purity spiral that the women put out there, where they want to hold the high ground position of the Mont and Bailey of it's different, but when you bring out how it's not different, instead, no, you're a gooner, you're disrespecting it, you're corrupting it. No, I'm not. I'm just following down the fucking trail you led us down. You held my hand, you brought me here. Did I go in your house? Did I pervert your cartoons? Did I destroy your humor? No, you brought me here. I saw it for what it was, and I mined down to the relevance of how important it was, and I came to the concern that this isn't for me. But even though it's not for me, I can appreciate the pieces and parts of it that I like. I can take pieces and parts from it, and I can put it in my content, and hey yo, what do you know? I respect it a lot better than you can. Because when I want to make it into something comparable to mine, I am able to recognize the differences between men and women, and I am able to design them so that everybody looks good. When you do it, you extrinsically do it at the cost of women because of your hatred of men. There's no other way to describe it than as misogyny or the nostrophobia. But it's not just the hatred of beautiful women, it's the hatred of what the conversation brings. And I don't think we have a word to describe that. You're afraid of the conversation, so you retreat to the Mott and Bailey, and then everything becomes a slippery slope. If it doesn't fit into your narrow viewpoint, it's not worthy of discussion. And if it is being discussed, well, we can't go into it like, bro, it was just a thought exercise. It's tiring. It's tiring and it's boring, and you have to move past it. But also, you want to take this right here, Sailor Moon, the quintessential magical girl anime that stands the test of time as timeless. You want to change this because you think you're smarter than the people who made it, or rather the woman who made it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He's smart.
That should be extra insulting, by the way, considering that a woman made this.
It's that. This right here. The thought that you think that you can attempt to fuck with the formula and that you're not going to inherently destroy what that formula is. This is why people get tired of it. And this is what it's evolved into. Forget the gooning. The gooning is a separate problem, but is similar because it's the same root. I want to change it because I like it when I get to do it, but I hate it when you do it. That's what Tomato Magic has started off of. This here is the bastardization that destroys franchises. This is Addy Shankar. You are engaging.
Everybody wants to be a little Addy Shankar, and it's annoying as fuck.
Like, this is engaging. Mm-hmm. This is engaging in Addy Shankarism. And I'm tired of this tourist revisionist view where your recency bias means that everything has to be like the last thing you consumed. No, Sailor Moon should not ever be like Persona. If anything, Persona needs to start taking tropes from Magic Girl and Magical Boy and superhero concepts written in Japan and be more like them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, didn't Persona kind of more so take elements from like JoJo because the way that they work were essentially like stands?
Well, yeah, it was more Persona 2 and 3.
That was Persona 2 and 3, yes. But ever since Persona 4 and Persona 5, it has focused less on the themes and the ideas and has focused more on the personality tropes of making them into waifuification. Which, unfortunately, is the nature of how people are watching the show. Because if they play the video game, they have to be willing to play 300 hours to go all the way from the beginning to the golden ending of the game. Whereas they can watch the show, which was already going to be animated as though you're going down the golden plot line, and you can just get everything you need from there. The best comparison for this is to basically watch all 4 of the Persona 3 movies, from the spring movie to the winter movie, And you can clearly see that it's going down a type of playthrough that would follow the idea of the journey into the answer. Whereas for Persona 4 and Persona 5, the only thing they ever fucking talk about and meme about is the sexuality of the characters and the presentation of the character's story and theme. They have long since given up the idea of talking about the theme because they want to focus in more about the part that's most interesting to them. For most people, that's the fact that Joker is just fucking all these girls. Like, he's having sex with a grown woman. He's having sex with a grown woman, raw dogging the shit out of him. When really, the more Genki girl would be closer to what should be his more ideal girlfriend in a positive universe. But unfortunately, ever since they did spin-offs like Dancing All Night and the Ultimax arenas, that has long since been a battleground that they've abandoned because it's more about getting people into the idea of Persona. And unfortunately, the quintessential idea of what Persona is Metaphoria Fantasio, which is, oh my god, look at their transformations! So, one step away from Power Rangers. It'd be more like Digimon Frontier, actually, if you actually look at the transformations in question. Because Persona was all about the characters basically bringing out their deeper-rooted ideas and mentalities. Persona 4 was about the rejection of fortune, because the way that they summoned their form was from taking the tarot card that represented them and then crushing it as a form of the rejection of fate. Then Persona 5 brings in the idea of ripping the mask off your face and doing so in a way where it leaves blood, because the idea is that there is no you without you, which actually heralds on the idea of the themes that came from Persona 3, because you art thou, thou art I, and then it now has transformed into, actually, let me just turn into an actual devil. Which is actually just Digimon Frontier. That's spirit evolution. That's cross Mega Beast spirit evolution. Hyper evolution, even. There's a lot in that, but focusing back on this, you cannot bastardize the quintessential essence of Sailor Moon to turn it into Tomato Magica, and you can then not say it's completely different, you don't understand it, when we have already demonstrated that we do understand. So it's not the people who are criticizing you who don't get it. It's you yourself not getting it. Because you don't understand. You don't actually like it. It's Digital Devil Saga Parts 1 and 2. No, it's actually all of these other things, because these other things came first. But it's modern versions of them. But I know where you're going, Aqua. Anyways, we've been paused for a very long time. Let's move forward.
And as the show goes on, we can see them physically change more and more. And that difference can put more into contrast how their experiences have reshaped them. Now, the arc would culminate in traveling to the Moon Kingdom, seeing the ruins of what was, to unlock their original memories, before they go to the Dark Kingdom and fight Metalia and Beryl and all that in Antarctica. So that's to say, going to the ruins of the Moon Kingdom before going to the re-inhabited ruins of the Dark Kingdom. While in the original series this takes place over the course of a couple episodes, I think the entire final portion of this season should be spent exploring the old ruins ravaged by time and war, as well as recalling memories once lost. And that should put into context what we've seen as hallucinations or visions up until this point. I also think that all of the Sailor Guardians and Tuxedo Mask, like in the original series, should be killed off. Maybe under different circumstances, however, like fighting Kunzite, one of them can die. Venus can take down Queen Beryl with the sword like she does in the manga, then perish. But at the end of the day, Sailor Moon defeats Metalia, and then Sailor Moon restores them by briefly harnessing both the powers of the Silver Crystal and the same darkness that Metalia used to bring back the Dark Kingdom. And what that will do is get the ball rolling on a very interesting idea that I want to see throughout the series. Now, this touches upon something that is present in the original series. Usagi and the others, between seasons 1 and 2, forget that they're Sailor Guardians, as sort of an act of mercy, to keep them from remembering the trauma of fighting for truth and justice and what comes as a result of that fight. That trauma is mostly glossed over after the start of the second arc, but I think if we're reinterpreting the series as a dark fantasy, that dynamic should play a huge role. Trauma, how war affects you, that's heavy stuff, and should really influence the characters and their growth. Now, one thing of note is that both Mars and Venus already have one foot in the world of darkness already, with Venus serving as a guardian for some time before joining the rest, dealing with some heavy stuff. On the other hand, Mars has ties to the supernatural and thus connection to the world of the dead. This, I feel, should be a factor moving forward, especially if Mars comes back to life. Her ties to the afterlife should result in her being able to sense and detect the spirits of the deceased in a more explicit fashion. Throughout the series, she should be able to pick up on the very old souls of the Dark Kingdom to uncover secret knowledge about their abilities, or perhaps information that the characters aren't present for. Her pet ravens could even potentially be part of her ensemble, accompanying her into battle, potentially as a means of espionage or sight. Or, even more so...
Read this as him saying that Sailor Mars needs to focus more on being a part of the occult.
So her ability to freeze people with talisman can be expanded upon. Potentially, she could create force fields, defensive areas upon which the enemies may have trouble penetrating. She could be a very interesting member of the support team along with Mercury in that sense, who'd use technology, perhaps augmented by the supernatural, in order to best support Usagi. By differentiating what each girl can do and bring to the table, it also expands their practicality in the conflicts of the story. This also means that, so far, Sailor Jupiter is the least traumatized of the bunch. Don't worry, we'll get to you later, Mako. No one leaves this place unscathed. So, the next arc deals with Ali and En, as well as the Dark Moon clan. Again, this would go much the same way. Usagi restores her friend's memories in order to fight Ali and En. Their big alien tree...
So he's going out of his way to explicitly call out that, yes, he's going to do this to every single Sailor Senshi. He is going to intrinsically change their personality and the way that they develop in the story based on what he thinks is most interesting or the thing he wants to most focus on. He does not care whether or not they had a goal. He does not care what that goal originally was. And if he has any kind of positive critique of it, he instead says, no, I want to do more than that. So I'm going to start by brutally murdering all of them, then bringing them back with trauma and mental illness.
Because
darkness.
Negative impacts on the
Because darkness! He wants... He desperately wants to treat this like it's Sora in Riku in Kingdom Hearts. But it is not. Because there is an entire arc to how they navigate that darkness. Anytime in any kind of anime-esque project where darkness is mentioned, much like the idea of unifying light and darkness to basically make the Omni element, it usually has to come with understanding that trauma does not equal dark fantasy. So, you can't just say Sora is least interesting because actually Riku is cooler without understanding that both of them actually are both dealing with some form of darkness, which is what makes Sora unworthy as a Keyblade Master. Because he has not truly integrated and materialized the lesson that comes from that darkness. So, when they made Riku into a Keyblade Master, you have to remember the context in which he experienced that journey. He first wanted to escape his island, the same way that Xemnas wanted to, or excuse me, Xehanort was meaning to escape his home island, or home world, and then ended up at the Land of Departure, with all of the personality traits and the ideas and concepts in his head that he wanted to use on the plot for his development, along with his childhood friend Arrakis. Then, when he eventually crosses his own timeline, and then Xehanorts himself, to become a version of his younger self but corrupted, the idea there is that by fucking with the timeline, as he did, as is the rules of Kingdom Hearts and time travel, you can't travel back using your own body. You have to basically unlink your heart from your body and soul, and thus make yourself into a heartless and a nobody, to then give yourself the freedom to travel using the doors of darkness and the pathways between worlds with no protection that could potentially corrupt you, or as a Keyblade Guardian, use the suits of armor to protect yourself from the manipulations and the effects of darkness, to travel through these corridors. When he travels back and eventually starts trying to corrupt Riku in this way, basically trying to consume his heart and his personality and make him into another Nort, the focus is that darkness and light are two sides of the same coin. Because the most ultimate form that Sora and anybody could access, which is the Ultima form, requires first him accepting the deeper parts of his personality. Because this comes immediately after his fight with Roxas, which is his nobody. He never actually had to confront a nobody, a heartless form, because when he became a heartless, after unlocking his heart, that heartless, whether it be the nobody, the giant monstrosity that appears in every dive to the heart, or it be the small child heartless. I forget what that base enemy type is called. The crawler type.
Or his anti-form.
Or his anti-form, which is more him personifying that darkness than actually anything else. Every time he has to interact with darkness, the darkness is usually motivated through, I'm going to change it using darkness's power, when actually light and darkness are similarly equal forms of power. Because this is then when Riku embodies this darkness with his dark form, using heartless form, And then eventually, when he has to repersonify himself to rebuild his own personality, since his power using Xehanort is linked to his self-perception of himself, the only way in which he is able to do so is by basically going on his entire personal hero's journey, where he has to actively blind himself to how he perceives himself to be. Instead, he chooses to look and behave using this power, and thus looking like Xehanort, Seeker of Darkness, because on his path to the Road of Dawn, as is his arc point, from when he escapes Castle Oblivion, and then learns to travel with King Mickey, and then finds Diz, and then learns from Ansem the Wise, in both personality types, he eventually develops the fact that you cannot have light without darkness, as he has to learn, since he decides to stay on the Door of Darkness, to seal the fake Kingdom Hearts from Kingdom Hearts 1, and slowly learns more about the real Kingdom Hearts using the Keyblade. Ki Rias Kai, the dual sword Keyblade.
Keyblade.
Everything that comes from this internalization of light and darkness, these are old-ass games. There's no way to complain about spoilers at this point. I'm sorry. I cannot explain this. I cannot explain any of this without explaining the mechanics of it. This is old shit. If you have yet to play this 15-year-old game, pretend that I didn't say any of this. Anyways, as he learns from time travel, because he has to learn all this shit as a basis of dream drop distance, because this is important to everything that happens with birth by sleep, you don't have the darkness operate without involvement of emotion. And the use of things like the power of awakening requires you to actually understand emotions and also the development of serious emotional attachments. So the ability to force your heart into someone else's requires you to be physically dominant and mentally dominant. That's how he Norts people. He has to shove his heart inside of other people. If they are too weak to resist him, he can Nort them. The more emotional that they are, the more malleable they are. With the most emotional being, of course, people like Ixa, or Syx, excuse me. Using people like that, or Lenarsi, or Demix, you get a lot of moments where very clearly, for all of the disciples that had been Norted or had been changed into nobodies when they were, when they had their hearts unlocked unwillingly against them, you will learn that Riku's entire journey is learning how to wield the darkness so that he can wield the light. Same to Axel / Issa's. No, that's not his name. No, I'm imagining the other one. Anyways, I'm forgetting. Leia! Thank you. The same way that Leia has to in becoming a Keyblade user. Because he still occasionally does use his chakram forms as a nobody. However, it's the same thing. It's not about going the route of having a superpowered evil side and then purifying the light and then wielding both at the same time. It is instead understanding how to manipulate the darkness without the corruptive element and understanding that darkness does not equal shadow. Because Riku has to be the one to understand the deep intrinsic knowledge of something like the Sleeping Realms as they go through Dream Drop Distance to really understand how Sora was always going to be a part of the plot, because he never truly actually confronted darkness. He was already halfway into being a Nort, because he always rejected darkness because he saw darkness as an enemy rather than as a power source or an ally. For Riku, when he first started, he considered it as a power source that he would abuse, and in the Disney-esque villain form, he eventually lost himself to darkness, as was the point of his transformation into that Ansem Seeker of Darkness form, when Ansem Seeker of Darkness tried to use Riku as a spare body. The power still resided within him, and even though he did not always use it, as was the point of his journey inside of Chain of Memory, when he came to Chain of Memory and arrived on the bottom floor of Castle of Oblivion, at the same time that Sora was going up to reach Naminé, he was going down to try and fight against his personal view of himself as Nort, which was that entire story. That was his entire plot line in Chain of Memories. Once he gets a grasp of the fact that he's not alone, and he does have friends, he still has Sora, he still has Kairi, he still has his own personality, and he also can discover that with King Mickey. He then comes around to understanding how to make use of his Keyblade without needing to actually use the Ansem form. But it's also his strongest form. So he's basically choosing to condemn himself to a temporary form of darkness, even though it does not reflect against his own viewpoints and his own personal mentality. So, dying as himself versus living as someone else. When he comes to the skyscraper fight, that was a part of the secret mission that inside of 258 days, 258 days over 2, you discover that Roxas was actually at the exact same point. Since his ability to wield Keyblades is because of the fact he's holding on to a piece of Sora and a piece of, his name's Ventus. Since he's holding on to pieces of their heart at the same time, the same realization that they come to with Oblivion and Oathbreaker is the same thing that they come to with the Road to Dawn. And then that more physical Keyblade that they give him for Kingdom Hearts 3. He has to use that dark form to best Roxas because his reliance on using that power is the reason why he cannot have that viewpoint. And it becomes an echoing of the fact that even inside of light, there is still darkness. Since in order to make the Keyblade, you actually have to unify the 7 pieces of light against 13 pieces of darkness to make up a total of 20. 20 people who basically have to be sacrificed in the creation of this pseudo-philosopher's stone. There's this whole concept with the Wing of Hermes and how you basically are nerfing yourself in order to bring out this realization. So, tying this back to this, because I know I just said a lot, tying this back to this on what he is currently concerned with. When Anthony says this,
Twitter is the least traumatized of the bunch. Don't worry, we'll get to you later, Mako. No one leaves this place unscathed. So the next arc deals with Ali and N, as well as the Dark Moon clan. Again, this would go much the same way. Usagi restores your friend's memories in order to fight Ali and N. That big alien tree would probably have more disturbing negative impacts on the environment, as it offers life to the 2 aliens. I think the tree would have almost a Bloodborne impact on everything, making Tokyo a verifiable hellscape. But once Ali
Bloodborne has been mentioned. So, when he mentions the idea that I'm going to traumatize the characters, and then I'm going to rewrite the story in a way to make it feel more like Bloodborne, to make it feel more like Elden Ring, to make it feel more like Dark Souls, to make it grimdark and more physically impactful on actual consequences on the characters, their mindsets, their schema, their character portrayals, their character development. What he's effectively doing is he's actually taking the entire point of what trauma should do as a development tool, and he's instead simply doing it for the aesthetic. So that would be like saying that instead of recognizing that the character journey of Riku was to be the more developed person, to demonstrate, no, we cannot talk about Kingdom Hearts, we're talking about this. I'm just using this to compare it. When he chooses to mention the idea of the concept of making them darker and making them feel a certain way and behave a certain way, he's choosing to do so in this way to hearken the idea of it being grimdark, but not actually deep diving into the breakdown of those details of the grimdark fantasy. Because it's all aesthetics at the end of the day. He likes the aesthetic of, I'm going to brutally maim these characters, and I'm going to ruin your faves, and I'm going to give them trauma and PTSD. Because the trauma and the PTSD, to him, is what makes up the depth and the dearth of the true development. When actually, it is what you take away from the choice and how you choose to develop them from the choice that makes the difference. So let's say, for example, if we changed Kingdom Hearts, if you took Riku, and you took that entire arc of him growing into a Keyblade Master, and you instead kept him dark and brooding and edgy, and actually, he still somehow ended up being a Keyblade Master with the fucking emblem of a Heartless on his chest, it would be similar to, say, Dandadan, where you have Okonon and the other girl go through these changes and experiences, but actually you only really care about the fact that they can turn into a form of a devil. And that's it.
Mm-hmm.
They're nothing more than Dark Riku being hot. Because for the basis of Kingdom Hearts 1, the way in which they wrote Sora and Riku, you could actually rewrite that into a Satin Surrender Harlequin romance novel. No, not Momo, the other one. Momo is the girl that gives him the ability to access the power of Turbo Granny. I'm talking about the other girl who's being stalked by Selkie, who has her life force connected to hers because she ate her, and they basically had to graft her soul onto hers. That girl's name. When they present the idea of Sora and Riku, they present Riku as a person who struggled, whereas Sora is able to do what is meant to be done only because he was the closest replacement for Riku. If Riku remained as he was, Riku would have taken the sword from Sora, and then it would be his story. And then Sora would be the person who gets abandoned to darkness, because he was meant to be the hero, but actually he was a fake hero. But then he wrapped back around, no, not Momo Ayase. I'm talking about the other character. Stop trying to one-gun me. I swear to fucking God. Okay, I'm going to pull up the Dandadan wiki, because people apparently don't know who I'm talking about.
He does it, though.
Does he know?
Yes, thank you, Ira. So, whereas you have the comparison between Arashi or Tori, and then you have the comparison between Okaran, as these people who are involved with the development of their character, because, oh no, they've been bastardized. I can't believe we've taken our sweet, simple Riku and we've turned him into a hot, handsome, bespoken, dark-skinned man with muscles and a deep V-cut that leads towards his crotch. Interesting choice. Interesting choice of character design.
I believe it's more Xehanort than Riku, but go ahead.
Yeah, when they give him this trauma in his background, playing it straight, is Riku going on the path that he did? Yes, tongue gutters. Thank you, Nora. When they gave Riku his development, and then they gave Sora his development, Sora is supposed to be learning how to integrate darkness and to integrate this different mode of thinking. Because he's always light, hope, my friends, Kairi, Riku and Kairi, Riku, I gotta go save Riku. Instead of realizing that Riku doesn't want to be saved, or he doesn't actually need to be saved. He just needs to be able to work through what he's working through. Because the story of Riku is exactly the same as the story of Xehanort/Xemnas. Because Xemnas is the closest you can get to the understanding of where Xehanort wanted to go from with his original timeline. He wanted to understand why power is used the way that it is. And here, Anthony wants to try to apply darkness onto characters to make them traumatized, as though the trauma is the replacement of the character development, when actually, the real development is that Riku's growth, because of his involvement with darkness, led to him fully understanding how to use it, and thus how to use it without corrupting himself, and then how to purify himself without needing to forget who he was and basically abandoning his original character development, and instead working it into the background of his actual character trait. Doing the same thing for Sora in that way would be not so much putting him on the line in which they wrote him in, but instead to show how he was able to come to grips with understanding that he was never thinking about how to be a Keyblade wielder or how to achieve being a Keyblade master the right way around. Because he's had all this potential, but he has no development. Because he doesn't ever like being developed. He just does shit the way that he does it. Completely unscripted, completely unformed. Unlike the other Keyblade wielders, that, for those that were unironically masters in their own right, the only one being Aqua, or rather the only other successful one being Aqua, they were all very different types of personalities going off of emotions and vibes, and their goals, with the exception of Ventus. Ventus is different, and that's because of, I'm forgetting the evil version, Vanitas.
Vanitas.
That he had to fight against. All of their interpretations and development was all about their personal character journey. And that, I mean, for Sailor Moon, the trauma is not more important than how they grow from the trauma.
Mm-hmm.
So,
The Twamba.
to put that in visual sense, back up here, between Tsukiyomi and Omagio, this version of Zio, in his season, a really not great anniversary season, mind you, but in his season, is supposed to be an evil version of what he's supposed to become in an alternate timeline as an immortal warlord. Eventually, the lead character, Tokyo Asogo, achieves this form, but the way that he does it is not through just awakening to darkness and conquering the world and destroying it, but instead, in the timeline that the show presents, he watches Miyuki and Dates die in his arms, and then out of frustration and anger, he accepts this power, but he doesn't do so out of raw fury and emotion, but out of the motivation to change things for the better. Because, spoiler, the plot of that show is basically one of the villains of the entertaining villain faction is trying to usurp his power by creating fake kings to take over the timeline that he comes from. He ultimately does not succeed because he tries to take the power that comes from Tsukiyomi for himself and tries to be a bastardized version of those other characters, attempting to bastardize and usurp the power of Decade proper. He clashes with him and he conquers him because basically his will is not stronger than his. And the reason why he has the development to be stronger than this villain is because of the way that he went through his timeline and he experienced and learned from all these other different characters. So rather than embracing darkness and being an all-consuming, evil, hellish demon king ruler, he tries to be, quote, a benevolent king. So, in here, how he's choosing to do these versions of the characters, I need a screen cap on this run fast really quick. Right here, I think.
And are handled in much the same way they are in the original series. We get to the Dark Moon Clan, which would deal in time.
Oh, can I look a little bit further back? I need them on the cross.
To best support Usagi by differentiating what each girl can do and as in perhaps more should be asked of that is others dia but at the end the Dark Kingdom culminate to more and more. And over the course of a call, the Guardian can take down Queen briefly is get the original series trauma of fighting for truth. That dynamic should play a huge role. Trauma, how war affects in the world of has ties to the supernatural and to life kingdom to accompanying the interesting member of with each trauma. And is with the two aliens. I think Tree would have almost a bloodborne impact on everything, making Tokyo a verifiable hellscape. But once alien environment, Dark Moon Clan again.
Gotta go a little bit further back.
Don't worry, we'll get to you later.
It's an imprecise process trying to flip through it. Okay, we'll see people who are leaving. It's no problem.
No one leaves this place unscathed. So the next arc deals with Ali and N, as well as the Dark Moon.
Here we go. So when he tries to talk about developing them through trauma, instead of actually finding ways of making subtle little changes that would have grandiose movements on the timeline and on the plot of what he's developing, he instead wants to develop the characters in a way where it's immediately rectifiable, and this ultimately is not going to be good for what he's doing, because this kind of change is the anti-type of change that you don't fucking want. Rather than just working off an original concept and then developing it from there, where he does any of the alternate universe swaps that have ever been done for any fucking story, any franchise, or any story ever. The one that I'm going to pull from is Undertale. So all of the different types of versions of different Undertale alternate universes. Rather than working off of the idea of one change that changes everything. So, the one where Chara chooses to combine, or rather not Chara, where Flowey chooses to combine with the souls in Chara and becomes a different version of himself. Or the alternate reality where Chara and Frisk are in tandem with each other and they have a full understanding of what it is that they need to do. They're not trying to kill the world, they're not trying to destroy the world, they're just trying to understand it. Or in this case, I'm going to take the universe of Sailor Moon and make it grimdark. The ultimate problem with this development, and what it does here, is that by trying to change them, and focusing more on surface level changes, rather than the decision making and the developmental identity of the characters for their personal growth. You end up making a story that pales in comparison to what you could have made without shock value.
You're right, because this is just pure aesthetics, pure vibes. It's like there's no real substance here. It's just aesthetics.
So if you look at all of his changes, the most common sticking point of all of his changes is that every decision he wants to make is centered on, I want to shock the audience. I want to shock the audience. I want to shock the energies. I don't see value in this character, so I'm going to provide them value by basically stabbing them and seeing what happens when I stress them. Which is not the same thing as... What is that?
Somebody's phone.
Sorry, that was me. You're good.
I want to change this person's environment, and I want to change their stimuli, and see how they develop under new terms. And instead it's, I want to take Sailor Mars, and I want to make her more occult. I want to give her different superpowers, like civilian powers, versus her senshi powers. I want to brutally kill the Sailor Scouts, and then I want to revive them using light and darkness, and make them have to remember the pain of rebirth, and of their past lives. I want to restructure the writing, and I want them to revisit the past in this trauma. I want them to have slice of life insertions, so that instead of focusing on the monster of the day, the plot actually just starts happening randomly, and you have no context to what's going on. You don't even have the ability to look at it from different angles like Rashomon plots, where the villain's viewpoint of an event is different than the hero's point of the event. No, I want you to have absolutely no scale of reference of what's happening, but I also want time to progress forward. So these characters then start getting aged up to the point where they're basically 19 years old. I also want to make the victims of the life siphoning potentially dead zombies, so that we can erase the scapes immediately. I want it to be more like Persona. I want to be able to make them into civilian detectives, because you see, I think Ami's underdeveloped, and I think that Sailor, that this Sailor Scout should become more developed the way that I want them to be. I also think I should kill off side characters like Naru, because I don't want them to have a reason to not talk about, or to talk about characters that I think are useless and pointless. I also want to make death more permanent, but I also want to make it like they have revival sickness. It's very much an 8th grader syndrome, where you're playing up way too much fucking shit, especially with physically changing the characters, as well as having physical and magical monstrous transformations with added extra body horror and the potential or the insurance of permanent disfigurement and dismemberment. Just because you want to give them something to be petty about. This is so lazy. It's so fucking lazy and lacking of actual fucking media literacy. Because this is not how you would develop characters. Not well, anyways. Because eventually, if the thing that you're entertained by is the edginess, rather than how they now function in this new paradigm, the more edgy you make the work and material, the less substance it contains. So then, by trying to mine down the substance, you actually hollow it out. So the only thing left is edge. So where do you go from here? Oh, I know. Let's put them in BDSM outfits. That's edgy. You know what's really edgy? Seeing a girl in a miniskirt suddenly start wearing BDSM outfits. It's basically Malice. It's basically the Invisible Woman Malice skin. Let me bring that up real quick. Now, of course, the Malice skin from the Invisible Woman actually has a comic book origin story. But more or less, what he wants to do to the Sailor Scouts is he basically wants to do this to them. He wants to take the Sailor Scouts, and he wants to make them into Malice. And that is not just lazy, but is actively missing the point of the genre that he is attempting to rewrite for. Girls well, I don't know. These new people in the American generation, they some fucking freaks. Babies making babies. But Japanese girls probably don't want to become BDSM fetishists. And eventually, what he's going to end up doing is hollowing out the character of these people and making them into fetishists. There was a clip the other day from an edit that I saw on TikTok. I actually made a clip of it. I'm gonna play it real quick before we go back to it. But basically, what you end up doing is that you flanderize them. The more you flanderize the idea of the characters, and the more you flanderize their backgrounds and their understandings and their originality, you eventually get to a point where the flanderization against the thing that you're looking at makes you physically sick. And then you end up with something that looks like this. Let me bring this down real quick. You end up with something that looks like this. Look right here. And...
Alright, this is what the salon did to me, okay? And then also, I got my new BBC grabbers.
This is the segment jokes of Ron.
So, the joke there is, for those that are listening to this visual audio portion, and they're catching up to the live stream as we're watching it, the woman is just a regular white woman, just out of nowhere. She's just on TikTok, showing off her nails, and then she says the most brain rot shit possible, which is, "Hey guys, look at my French nails. This is the nails that I use when I grab on black cock." Now, of course, I make lots of jokes about interracial dating, but you see, this physically hit me like a ton of bricks in my mouth. Like, I'm pretty sure my teeth chipped on my tooth because of how bad I was grinding my teeth looking at this. It's all the same points. What are white women? White women like to usually date black men because they're interested in the exotic. You mine down deep enough inside of that, it goes from, well, I like black men to, yeah, look at me in my car with my kid's car seat behind me to the right of myself. Look at my BBC grabbers. Look at what I choose to do when I go out to get black cock. And then everybody else who's stuck there has to look at you in that brain rot, and you're so contented with it. But the people who actually like it, or the people who they understand it, they look at you being annoying, debasing it for everything that it's worth, and we're just grimacing. Like, this is the sin that we have wrought for not gatekeeping harder. This is the sin that has been wrought for people playing up and dipping way too far into fetishes where they subsume their personal identity. It physically hurts to look at. It physically hurts. Lord knows what the original fucking showrunner thinks of this. I'm pretty happy that the majority of the people who consume this kind of content, they don't look at the American opinion anymore. I feel like they would kill themselves. Like, this kind of bastardization of somebody's work, that they reject the thing that you made, they don't see anything inspirational about what you're doing whatsoever at all. They hate you, they hate what you write, and they want to make it different, and they would rather remove you entirely. It would probably make a person kill themselves, because you can't enjoy it as is.
As a person that is trying to write his own thing, if I ran across somebody like that, I would just ignore them.
Like, it does way too much damage and poison to your brain. Anyways, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. I gotta close some tabs though. Here we are.
Also, sorry about that. Mrs. called. She says hi.
That's okay. Hello, hi.
Moon Clan. Again, this would go much the same way. Usagi restores your friend's memories in order to fight Alien N. The big alien tree would probably have more disturbing negative impacts on the environment, as it offers life to the two aliens. I think the tree would have almost a bloodborne impact on everything, making Tokyo a verifiable hellscape. But once Alien N are handled in much the same way they are in the original series, we get to the Dark Moon Clan, which would deal entirely with time travel and the negativity of an overly optimistic, sterile future. See, the whole plot of Sailor Moon R focuses on the Dark Moon clan being a group of people banished from Neo Queen Serenity's kingdom, where people live forever, ageless. That's the canon of the original anime. Everything seems perfect in this original anime timeline. However, if we're rewriting it, if we're redrafting it, we should tease the idea of a dark future created with good intentions, crafted by Usagi herself. See, in our rewrite so far, she brought her friends back to life, dragging her companions back from the grave into the fight. Yes, to save the world, to live, but it would cost personal pain. Usagi would feel guilty about this whole thing, being torn up about the pain of seeing her friends dealing with the trauma of death, coming back from that. And as she's aware of the pain that she's kind of inflicting on other people, even if for good intentions, she tries to think of a world where no one suffers. We see her want to pursue this world throughout the season, and at the end of the arc, when we get to the future, we would see what those feelings could potentially lead up to. The complicated feelings of trying to protect her friends, trying to make everyone feel good, leads to a future of stagnation. The Dark Moon clan would be a force of chaotic rebels.
The problem here is that he said could lead up to. He didn't say what would happen. He's not even going all the way with his idea. So, he wants...
of course, he brings out the good ending and wants to twist it in a way that it's not so good.
I mean, sure, but that's less important than what I'm about to sit on. So, he wants to use and overuse time travel. It's okay. He wants to use and overuse time travel, and he wants to corrupt Sailor Moon's personality and have a traumatic response that then bastardizes the future. This is actually similar to a story point that was out of the story beats from Miraculous, where the character of Mari Dupree wants to change the outcome of the original timeline ending of the Miraculous show, where, and this I also cannot say without spoilers, the father character of her love interest / teamwork partner, Cat Noir, wants to basically take control of these rings that contain spirits called kwamis. And he wants to gain these kwamis, specifically the kwamis of destruction and creation, so that he can unify them back into their original form. Because he needs to make a wish, and that wish is that he wants to bring back his dead wife, his mom. Unfortunately, the problem with this is that in order to bring back something, you have to take something away. So if you wish, I'm going to explain it the exact same way that Gimme explains it. If you wish that apples turn from red to green, they don't just become green apples. As in every apple you ever get is some variation of the color green. So you got the distinction between something like a candy red apple, a Fuji apple, a Granny Smith apple. Instead, all apples, throughout all contingency of the known universe, go from red to green. They don't just change like that and then everything else stays the same. Something else has to change in response. So, if all apples are now green, all cherries are now red. Or, if all apples are now green, all oranges are now red. Equivalent exchange. But it's not so much monkey's paw, it's just literally equivalent exchange. So, if he wants to save someone's life, he basically has to take someone's life. So, the different versions of it could have been, he could have gone monkey's paw, and when he wished to save his wife, it took his life in exchange. The way that it works out in the show is he chooses to make a wish where he sacrifices himself, but he does not bring back his wife. He tries to create a world that is better for his son to live in, as penance for having made him go through so much suffering, and having put her and him through so much suffering through his actions. At that point, she becomes depressed, and she tries to make a decision on behalf of him to not expose his father, because exposing his father would basically destroy the one living, remaining parental figure that he had in his life, not accounting for an entirely different character who has treated him like a mother also. But that would be destroying the memory of his father, you know? She wants to try and save him from having to suffer that pain by basically removing that choice from him. So, from this, I can understand why he wants to use time travel and the idea of bastardizing a simple vision like, I want there to be a world where there is no pain, where instead, now people are in eternal agony and they can't remove it because they're immortal and dead. But what he just said was not that. Listen to what he said again.
Guilty about this whole thing, being torn up about the pain of seeing her friends dealing with the trauma of death, coming back from that. And as she's aware of the pain that she's kind of inflicting on other people, even if for good intentions, she tries to think of a world where no one suffers. We see her want to pursue this world throughout the season, and at the end of the arc, when we get to the future, we would see what those feelings could potentially lead up to.
What those feelings could potentially lead up to. If we're rewriting this story, and I want to play on the idea that Sailor Moon's innocent wish can get corrupted into a bastardized form of a future that is imperfect, I need to follow that all the way down to the edge. Again, I need to mine down. I'm on the surface level, I want to go deeper. He doesn't even want to go deeper with his idea. He's not willing to commit to it in his own project. It's a nice idea, but he only wants to show an example of it is a future that has yet to become. Oh no! No, I'll follow all the way through. Follow it all the way through, because we already know what the perfect timeline is. How do we know? Because there was already a show called Sailor fucking Moon. We know how it ends. We know what a version of it ending is. And until the fucking author herself rewrites it, which I guess is Sailor Moon Crystal, we don't need your version of it to know what the alternative choice could have been. Ooh, you had an alternate future where you could have been good, but you were actually bad. Ooh, we don't need you out here on this Danny Phantom bullshit, because Danny Phantom did it better. By that I mean, anybody who remembers Danny Phantom, you remember there was a episodic series-ending movie where basically a dark future that existed when Danny was not able to save his friends and family, and they die in an explosion at the Nasty Burger. He then goes to Vlad Masters, to try and rectify his grief after losing his family, and he asks to get his ghost half taken out of him. Vlad Masters succeeds at removing the ghost half of Danny Phantom, but the ghost half then takes out his ghost half of Vlad Plasmius and fuses with it and becomes an evil version of Dark Danny. He then kills his human self and then tries to kill Vlad Masters. So, a superpowered evil version of Danny Phantom. This isn't even that. This is an evil future that is resulted from an innocent wish to try and preserve people from feeling sake and harm. So now we're pulling on the plot idea of Neon Genesis Evangelion. But we're not even going the redo build route, or the end of Evangelion route. He's just teasing at the idea of going full end of Evangelion, but he really actually wants to do a rebuild, but he can't commit to either. So it's still shock value that he's not even willing to commit to in the writing. It's just an idea. But the idea of either one has consequences, but he can't commit to either one. It's sad.
Shocking.
The complicated feelings of trying to protect her friends, trying to make everyone feel good, leads to a future of stagnation. The Dark Moon Clan would be a force of chaotic rebels, here to upend the future status quo, and would be misled by Doom Phantom in the form of Wiseman, a figure of destruction and entropy. However, the future that Usagi creates in the future, the one Chibiusa is there to protect and restore, would be a future of stagnation, where Usagi's will to keep everything safe results in everything becoming unchanging, stale, imprisoned, perfect. A deathless, white world where no one can suffer and thus no one can feel happiness. Usagi would have a choice. Does she change the future or keep it the same? I think Usagi should combat these future horrors being sent back to the Dark Moon Clan and struggle, try to think of ways to keep her friends safe, only then see the future and kind of put into perspective on things. All the while, she is helping out the Four Sisters from Rubius. As we see in the original anime, the Four Sisters do redeem themselves. I think they should have a redemption arc as well here. But the moment they're brought into the future by Sailor Pluto, they should see the world Neo Queen Serenity has created is less than perfect. The thing they've been fighting to defend is in fact something of a horror story due to its sterility and inflexibility. I'm imagining something kind of out of the world of the Stepford Wives almost, where everyone is static, everyone's kind of robotic, free will is a myth, and of course the aesthetic of a pure white horizon with all the chromed over grass and all the crystal buildings. There's something soulless about it, something haunting, almost like an abandoned ghost town, left to fossilize at a certain...
It's basically the world that would be created that in the franchise of Soul Edge / Soul Calibur, if Soul Calibur was ever to win against Soul Edge. It's not a world of justice, it's just a world of purity. And purity means that you will be corrupted into this pure form of yourself. It's been done before in anime, all the time actually.
point, Doom Phantom should try to create a time paradox, something that contradicts the future and undoes everything. In this case, I think that should be the death of Mamoru. Again. Now, this would undo the birth of Chibiusa, but paradoxically, also prevent all the events in that season from taking place, which would in turn prevent the death of Mamoru because Wise Man wouldn't be back in time, thus creating a wild paradox that nearly undoes the entire timeline, collapsing all of reality across the eras into a singularity. That would obliterate everything. Now, Usagi should prevent this, but in the process, completely rewrite the future. Using her power and the power of Sailor Pluto, they might heal the timeline, but displace Chibiusa entirely from her home and leave the future uncertain while Chibiusa is unanchored. This complete divorce from reality would result in things getting complicated. Chibiusa would be orphaned in time, but also a future where things never die would be undone, opening the door to uncertainty. This is something the original series lacked because the threat of changing the future was always a factor. The future was seen as a positive, something that needed to be preserved, but in this case, the uncertainty of the future adds to everything. Because now that they've seen how one timeline can go, perhaps this time they can make the right choices, or arguably worse ones. Oh yeah, by the way, all that stuff with Diamond where he fetishizes Neo Queen Serenity and tries to dress Usagi, who is again a child, in the outfit of her adult. Yeah, that whole thing, that should be there still, because that's deeply creepy, and it should be played entirely for horror. We should not get anything sympathetic about this guy. He's a monster through and through, and deeply, deeply creepy. And that creepiness...
Immediately. I want there to be no nuance. Like, I want there to be no nuance. I want there to be no understanding. This is bad.
Check his fucking hard drive.
I want there to be no...
Hit it harder immediately.
I want there to be no understanding. I want there to be nothing just to be straightforward. I want him to explicitly be understood that I, Andy Renuccia, do not want this man to let himself on this girl. You need to hate this. You should need to hate it. If you do not hate it, I need to make it really clear. Can't even play with that either. Why? Why can't you play with it? Oh, it's not to be played with? Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you can maim and do violent things to these girls, but anything sexual? Oh no. Oh no.
It's so lame.
Jeez.
It's so lame.
It's incredibly lame.
If he actually committed to this time... Yeah, I'm reading the chat right now.
It just makes him look like a fucking creep. It makes you look more like a creep. Anytime anyone does that, it just makes you look more like a creep. Mm-hmm. Stop it.
Stop it. Get some help.
Back to the chat. Seymour, if you actually committed to these to this time travel plot, it would be riddled with holes, guaranteed. Of course. But you see, the holes would be a feature. The holes would be a feature of material, rather than a result of him painstakingly planning out how the plot holes would actually be filled within a closed loop. Because really, you wouldn't have a way to properly define those holes. So what would end up happening is that he'd use time travel to try and corrupt Sailor Moon and give her trauma. He doesn't want to follow through with it all the way down. He just wants to use whatever is going to be the most popping idea. He wants to try and do that to make a changing and stale future for her to have to change, so that he can attempt to write off Chibiusa.
Yep.
So, he doesn't like the pairing of Mamoru / Tuxedo Mask and Sailor Moon, and he wants to get rid of the resulting child of their marriage. But also, he does not want to look into any idea about anything that has to do with interest and sexuality and ideas and themes of longing with characters. No. Certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Certified lover boy, certified pedophile. This is wrong. This is bad. If you like this and you feel bad, it shouldn't be had. It should be played for fucking horror. None of this should be at all moving. Sick.
He's so lame. It's just all so fucking lame.
This poo-poo diarrhea, doo-doo feces, as Michael would say.
So the selective choice of, I'm gonna fuck with everything else, but this? No. This goes hard into my no-no bin. This is probably the bigger part that you have to actually pay attention and pay attention to and care about. It is this part here, that at any time they would play with anything else, they would not play with this. There's been another project that did this, which there was that list of rules that Lily Orchard had written, that a bunch of leftists that were writers criticized. And on some of the things, they basically blanket agreed with the thing that she was saying. Their viewpoint was it had to do with racism. So, if you try to design a world that has no specific reason for there to not be a Kim Belair moment with the characterization of your characters, when there's a character, they have to be black and they also have to be like this, otherwise they can't be drawn in this way. You can't have a character that could be considered Asian but they're elf-like, or they're considered English but they're elf-like. You can't have characters that are ethnic coded to be black, and you don't ever have other characters seen in any other design, otherwise it makes you evil and a chud. If the only reason why they're like this is because you want them to be like this, and you make no room in the design to Kim Belair your concept, that just makes you a Nazi bigot undercover. This is the opposite of that, where this way, he is incel maxing. He is not just chud maxing, but he's also leftist maxing. That actually, we want to do everything possible to corrupt this idea, but also, I hate this. This has to change. This is the closest he's going to get to going further towards becoming like Tomato Magica, rather than becoming like Normalities. So this is firmly on the Tomato Magica side of revisionism.
Yep.
That desperation should play into his arc. Usagi should be purely horrified. There should be very little pity Usagi has for him. This is a sense where the future is a battle between gray and black. You know.
Or in other words, I'm going to make this character be terrified that this man is going to rape her. Where have you seen that before?
No, not ethical muddiness versus actual bad guys. Because in this situation, there really is no good answer. You're still preserving the status quo unless you totally break the foundations of the system that led here. Again, that's a pleasant, dark concept. And Usagi should grapple with the fact that her powers led to this whole circumstance occurring. And her choice should be to move away from that, to stop abusing her powers, to understand her limitations. Yes, she's incredibly powerful, but the conflict should not be whether or not Usagi can blow up something. The conflict should be, should Usagi use her powers beyond what is absolutely necessary, because there might be genuine negative consequences down the road, and that will inform all the conflicts to follow. Because yes, she is incredibly powerful, but that power can come with a huge drawback, one that negatively affects the rest of reality. Usagi vows to be there for Chibiusa, but now there's a rift between them, one made worse when Usagi sees Black Lady, Chibiusa's transformed adult state at the hands of Wiseman, thirst after Mamoru. Oh yeah, I forgot, Chibiusa has the transformation into Black Lady. Okay, controversial take, I think Chibiusa, after returning from the future, should age in real time. Because this version of the story takes place over a longer period of time, Chibiusa should be Usagi's age physically by the end of the series. In the future, she's frozen as a young girl for centuries, but now she's able to mature gradually afterwards, and that maturity, that change, should be something that was impossible for her in that stagnant, stale future. She's behaving like a child for centuries, but now rapidly, as she grows older, is allowed to become a woman. And this should bring about discomfort, but also it shouldn't be seen as a purely negative thing. Very often in fairy tales or magical stories, the prospect of growing up is seen as something bad or negative, but I think this should be seen as a positive, that things have to change in order to become what they are meant to be. Nothing good ever happens from stagnation or refusing to change.
Yep.
Since when has that actually been a thing? Point that to me, please. Point out the series that does that. No, I'm serious. That points out that growing up is bad. Give me one of those. I need examples. Anthony, give me something. Or you're just pulling that out of your ass. It feels like you're pulling that out of your ass.
Based on what he just said, we're going to have to go back over it for a second, but based on what he said, he wants to change Chibiusa to be more of an adult woman because he specifically does not like the idea of Black Lady thirsting on on her father.
When Usagi sees Black Lady, Chibiusa's transformed adult state at the hands of Wiseman, thirst after Mamoru. Oh yeah, I forgot, Chibiusa has the transformation into Black Lady. Okay, controversial take, I think Chibiusa...
I find it very interesting that he's completely going straight past the Black Lady transformation. Because reasons. So that's going right next to the other picture. Because they're basically the exact same thing. You know what's really fucked up, bro? The fact that you are really, really concerned about how the daughter is lusting after the father and that you just forget about probably one of the bigger points where the plot kind of starts developing in that way that you claim you want it to develop in. But the energy that you reserve for this man that is basically pushing himself onto a child, you have no energy for this as well, to the point that it's a understatement and an overthought and an oversight. Shouldn't you be exactly as angry about both of this? Shouldn't both of these be a no-go? No, I will not make a child character who's more or less been brainwashed into being evil, potentially thirst after what is basically her father in the face of her mother. Her mother in the past, but still her mother. Wonderful. Now, let's get to that thing that he just said.
After returning from the future, should age in real time. Because this version of the story takes place over a longer period of time.
So he wants her to start aging up in real time along with the rest of the cast. Don't keep her as a child, but make her grow up and become effectively the age that she is at the end of the series. Just like the rest of the girls. Which is surreal and weird, because the entire point of the Chibiusa character was to have the much more closer to the younger magical girl, comparative to something like Sakura, like to Cardcaptor Sakura, or even Pretty Cure, than necessarily the Sailor Scouts, since they're closer towards maturity in their age than Chibiusa. But you know, I'm a non-pedophile. I'm non-pedophile that doesn't have pedophile thoughts about this kid that I have to age them up like this to make them the same as everyone else.
It makes me uncomfortable. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
It's not weird.
Be Usagi's age
Not weird at all.
by the end of the series. In the future,
I mean, we can turn into Kim Blair about it, but I don't know if I want to do that right now.
she's frozen as a young girl for centuries, but now she's able to mature gradually afterwards, and that maturity, that change, should be something that was impossible for her in that stagnant, stale future. She's behaving like a child for centuries, but now, rapidly, as she grows older, is allowed to become a woman. And this should bring about discomfort, but also, it shouldn't be seen as a purely negative thing. Very often in fairy tales or magical stories, the prospect of growing up is seen as something bad or negative, but I think this should be seen as a positive, that things have to change in order to become what they are meant to be. Nothing good ever happens from stagnation or refusing to change with time. Okay, third arc. And
he doesn't even let the thought develop. He just immediately jumps straight to the third arc. I'm going to push back on that. Yes, a lot of things, and he flashed Roll Doll on the screen. Eye roll. Most stories that ever involve a necessary theme about not wanting to grow up usually also have the counter narrative that you have to appreciate your childhood in order to grow into a healthy adulthood, because without having a good childhood, you are going to have a broken adult, period. So, the invocation inside of Sailor Moon with the unicorn actually brings up the last unicorn, where the last unicorn gets trapped into the body of a woman. Some of us have probably seen the never-ending edits about it. You've lost her! She's trapped in the body of a human! She's going to die in there! You know, the one that people often hear, which is, I can feel this body dying all around me! Which usually gets put up there with edits about Alice Asylum, which is, Wonderland has been destroyed! My mind is in ruin! People usually write this trope specifically so that you understand that you have to have an appreciation of childlike things in order to navigate in a childlike world, to understand other people who are themselves underdeveloped. Not to say you have to never grow up, you should never become an adult, but rather you have to appreciate being a child so that when you now deal with the adult things, you haven't forgotten who you are. There are too many stories and too many movies, too many television series that have demonstrated this point. For the context of Sailor Moon, wanting Chibiusa to grow up alongside her mother to where she is the same age as her as a teenager, and all of them are like 19, so she's starting the story at 16, or ending the story at 16, is a very weird choice to demonstrate the transformation of a character's personal journey, because the entire point is like any time in comic books, you have somebody from the future come back and basically tell their parents that not only are you going to have a kid, but now there's something happening in the future as a result of a child that you have. So we now need your help. So like Impulse, Kid Flash, Bart Allen and Barry Allen version of the Flash, Iris West, characters like that. They've done very shitty versions of this in the not in the MCU, in the DCUU, or rather versions of this inside of the Arrowverse version of DC Comics. The entire point, usually involving those characters, is actually to demonstrate the fault not of the child character, but of the adult in question. For the Arrowverse, this was done with Barry's viewpoint about how he and Iris were going to live together, because he wrote a book of every single decision that actually changes her future and builds for the timeline that they end up going to. And the entire point was that he's not letting her grow, but it wasn't stagnation because he's holding her to where she is. It's instead, I'm not deciding myself. You're trying to go by a meticulous safety net of construction, and you're not letting me work outside of it. So it's never a shock to you. It's never a surprise to you. You treat me like I'm a doll in a dollhouse. That's usually supposed to be the point which we grow up with, and that is the story arc for which Chibiusa was written for. It was not supposed to be about a future effect of stagnation where people have been traumatized because somebody brought somebody's friends too many times from the grave, and now they have to think about trying to protect them and save them, and she ends up making a dark future. Not supposed to be any of that. Because if there's one thing that young girls want, they want to grow up. They want to be able to grow up and then immediately start the changes that would come with that age change. They want to grow up, they want to go to parties, they want to talk to boys, they want to kiss boys. Young American women, specifically just young American women, they want to fuck. Older men get the benefits that come with age and beauty, and they want to stay in that time period. They don't want to stay as a kid. They want to be permanently a 20-something. They can go anywhere, they can do anything, they can be able to woo their way into any room, into any environment, to benefit off of any man in that environment, whether it be a guy her age or a guy who's older than her, by then abusing the fact that they know that older men love to get at younger women. The element that you're trying to invoke doesn't actually have deeper claws to it, because you clearly don't like Chibiusa as a character, and by choosing to basically abandon her in a time vortex where her mother character is responsible for what happens to her, but then after they possibly reunite, the character has now changed and is ultimately different than how they are, there's no way to write a deeper development arc to that unless you now write about the traumas of growing up and not understanding what's happening to yourself. Because what you just said, and what you then tried to move past to into your third part of your video, is a clear disconnect between the idea and the actual follow-through. So, if you tell me I'm going to write a story, and in that story somewhere involving Sailor Moon, I'm going to have this character come back from a time vortex, and they're now going to start naturally growing and changing and aging, that would not be a horror element, and that would not be a transformation element that would cause for the development of character if you basically chose to ignore this character, and now you're trying to age them up to give them something more interesting, because that tells me you don't know how to write for a childlike character like Chibiusa.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to age her up to give her more teenage-like plots, that means you don't actually have anything to write for. So, inside of Interview with the Vampire, as written by AMC, their depiction of Claudia in Season 1, as portrayed by the actress Bailey Bass, is not like the portrayal that they have for the woman who then does her for Season 2. Because Season 2, as we call it, is pre-rape and post-rape Claudia. And I'm not joking, because in Season 1, when Claudia decides to abandon the household and tries to go out into the world and learn about vampires, she ends up coming across a vampire biker named Bruce when she's studying and living in the walls of a library. I promise this makes sense in context. because she's learning about the vampire world and its rules and how they conduct themselves. And the first lesson that she basically gets in this, in reality, is that this vampire Bruce basically sodomizes her. And as we learn in the lore of that franchise, because I promise they are actually sometimes consistent with their internal rules, it's just they write for the same shock value that the word that we use for them is fag hags, older women that love the drama of doing things for the drama. Oh my God, this character is saying ridiculous things like, "Hey, I'm a grown woman trapped in a kid's body. I want to be attractive. I want to be loved. You have him, and both of you are homosexually looking at each other. Which one of you is gonna fuck me?" In the story, Bruce sodomizes her, and then because this is apparently how strong old vampires are. Not Louis, but Lestat can hear her being sodomized by Bruce. And he also can think and hear that Bruce often thinks back on what he did to her, because he basically broke her leg and made her take it. There's actually a really powerful and motivating scene where, in the train car, where she was going to escape with Louis, there is a touching moment where he basically tells her, through subtext and in text, that she needs to come back to the house and live in the gilded cage that he's going to trap them in. Because Louis is distraught and cannot live without Claudia, because he wanted to rescue her. Now, this gets bastardized into Season 2. They try to transform him into an evil Dark Negro. Not going to go there. But in terms of this, it is the back in your cage girl speech from Season 1, which was a scene that absolutely gagged myself and Jay, because it's actually the point where, in choosing to do this rewrite, which it's the same type of idea, AMC taking the Immortal Universe as written by Anne Rice and just bastardizing it into fag haggery, they actually take the character as portrayed by the best character actor of the show, Sam Reed, and his Lestat is basically explaining, without menace through overacting, how simply broken it's going to be for her to go off and to abandon Louis because he doesn't want to leave Lestat. And Lestat telling her, through very certain words, with metaphor, with a dog, and putting the dog back in its cage, that she needs to come home, because otherwise she's going to be miserable out there because she knows that she can't make it. And he brags about the fact that he knows she got sodomized by Bruce. Now, in this story, Claudia's entire journey from there then develops, if you know anything about Interview with the Vampire, we're going to use the movie version as the better comparison. Her entire personal journey is about the fact that she is literally an immortal child. She will always remain physically youthful for years. So she'll never be a mature woman looked at by a man. She'll never have that aspect of herself appreciated by a man. Both the movie and the show both demonstrate this. The way that they chose to do it is they chose to basically make her into like a horny teenager. She's supposed to be like 13 or so. So the depiction that was done by Kirsten, I'm forgetting the actress's last name, but you know the actress I'm talking about. The white child presentation of Claudia was meant to be Kirsten Dunst, I remembered. The childlike presentation that is done by Kirsten Dunst, the version that is done then by Bailey Bass, is more like a horny teenager who's a little bit 2 years too young to fill out mature clothing. She's trying to wear the outfit of flappers of the time, for the time period, and she's being mocked by women of that area and age with, you know, racially, tonally correct jokes. I'm not repeating what they say. Just use your imagination or watch the television show. Or watch the edits of art that we've made of the television show. Her entire arc is trying to be sexually mature. She wants to be respected as a woman. So she ends up draining a guy of his blood by trying to take him on a date. She basically drains this motherfucker dry while straddling him. And then after she's drained him dry, she talks about feeling loose and feeling ready for sex. And it then snapshots emotionally into her trying to get him made into a vampire, but he can't be brought back because she literally didn't control her bloodlust and drained him of all of his blood. So then it becomes a scene of emotion where she has to watch them burn his corpse in their furnace that they burn their corpses in to hide their vampistry feeding. And all of the emotional weight is on the fact that she goes from being this childlike mental character who hasn't accepted the maturity of her actions to becoming a mature adult as a woman, obviously trying to play a kid who's permanently stuck in the body of a kid. And the entire writing is about wanting to feel like she belongs. They then do this well into season 2, where they now give her that love version, where in the film, it was more about having a mother-like character that would take care of her. In the show, they try to make it into a lesbian love story. They literally give her a love story with a character who's meant to be a lover of a Nazi. She's not a Nazi, she just had sex with a Nazi named Adolf. No relation to Hitler. Yes, again, fagaggery. The entire breakthrough there was that she just wanted a lover of her own. She was tired of seeing Louis pick a lover over prioritizing her, because the entire reason why he brought her back from the dead was because he had guilt over his decision to try and fuck with the clan-related town aldermen who were a part of the racism that were basically holding back this black pimp from having his own whorehouse. He took his rage out on one of those anti-black aldermen, and then this resulted in them burning down Storyville. The fictional Storyville is nothing like the actual real Storyville that exists inside of the French Quarter of Louisiana, but I digress. Her entire character was about trying to grow up and to find herself, whereas the story arc that Anthony is writing here is not comparable, because he's trying to write them as though, yes, I don't want them to be stagnant, so I'm going to permanently age up this chibi character so that I can write female girl-centered storylines. But the female girl-centered storyline would actually be a horror story if you wrote this about Chibi Ursa. You're telling me that a kid that was basically sent into the past to try and correct a future that they come from is going to start randomly aging after coming back from a time paradox? She has no control over the edges of her body. She doesn't understand what any of the changes that are happening to her are. She doesn't feel okay with any of it because now you're making her emotional like a woman. And you want to make her basically have to deal with this consequence that is the direct result of what is her mother, but younger, and have to go through these changes with her mother's friends, but younger. You're writing the recipe for a disaster of a plot that would actually just turn her into Dark Lady proper. Because the entire thing, again, remember, this is supposed to be written for girls. You are going to portray the idea of age and of maturity as a horror story. You have no control of your age, you have no control of your personal identity, you don't recognize any of the things that are changing on you, you have no understanding of how people are now starting to look at you because of those physical changes, people possibly taking advantage of you because of those physical changes, and she doesn't even have a mother to turn to. The mother that she has is a kid herself, in the sense that she's a teenager. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen?
It's so fucking dumb. He's literally turning it into that. He's literally turning it into the substance.
I feel like it all becomes the substance at some part. I think the substance is a lot deeper on female rage against maternity itself. But the lack of foresight is the problem, because the aesthetic seems like it's the same, but it'll actually be worse. That's the reason why they differentiated between Chibi Ursa and Black Lady. The idea is they took her desire and they bastardized it and perverted it and changed her into this dark version of herself. And as she starts to feel bad about that, she then gets changed back. If you age her up because of a time paradox, about a writing choice you made to try and change the future that she comes from, to stop it from being stagnant, while also damaging the personality of Sailor Moon, as the reason why she has to consider consequences for her actions, you're going to force her into a position of choice paralysis. So, Chibi Ursa is going to become choice paralyzed. Sailor Moon is going to become choice paralyzed. She doesn't know how to give advice to this person who's now experiencing purity and has no safety net upon which to fall back on. You might think, but Carl, the Sailor Scouts, no, they're all teenage girls. They will not be able to help her through this emotional change that she needs a parental mother figure for. Imagine, if you can, a teenage girl trying to teach a younger girl of this generation what it is to be a woman. What do you think happens, chat? And by a woman of this age, I mean IRL, right now. Let's say somebody living in my state. A little girl, 5 years old, is trying to learn from an older woman what it means to be a woman and what it means to be mature. What do you think that looks like? I can tell you what it looks like. It looks like cuties.
A damn mess.
Yeah, it looks like cuties.
It looks like the exact story plot of Cuties. This young girl is emulating women who are way her senior in age. And based on
other girls her age that were slightly older than her, and they were dancing all rockative.
You're missing my point.
Oh.
Older girls behaving sexually. They don't have the tools in which to teach that child. So if they try to give her advice, she's going to model her behavior after them. Then she ends up becoming hypersexual. She would actively be broken as a character. And with no mother figure, because it's not like in this story, she's writing that Usagi's still going to have her mom to rely on, or her brother figure. Who's going to help Chibi Ursa through this shit? Because the only people who are there are Mamoru and the Sailor Scouts. At this point in the story. Yeah, the cats to rely on, but the cats are just guardians. They don't know shit about being a woman. They don't know anything about fucking, about purity. They don't know anything about the reproductive cycle of a woman. They don't know shit about periods. They won't be able to parse for Chibi Ursa how to move in this society based on sexuality. There's no expectation upon which this development would be good, which is why he hard cuts there and moves on to part 3. He loves the idea, but he hates doing the work.
Meant to be. Nothing good ever happens from stagnation or refusing to change with time. Okay, third arc. And, you know what? Sailor Moon S is just a dark fantasy. The anime arc starts with Mars seeing a literal vision of the end of all reality, as a Lovecraftian entity burrows out of the earth, bringing utter silence to everything. I feel like Sailor Moon S doesn't need much of a rewrite. It's pretty much the one that requires the least amount of alterations. This arc is just generally dark to begin with. It deals with the ethics of whether or not you should execute a young girl to stop a dark future. To save the world is one life all that much into conflict. The ideas of idealism versus cold logic, as seen with the conflict between the inner and outer guardians. Yeah, the conflicts between Sailor Moon and Sailor Uranus are pretty grim if you think about it, and pretty much in line with ideas often seen in dark fantasy. I don't think we need to add too much here, other than the idea that Sailor Saturn is part cyborg, like she is in the manga, because that's kind of cool. She's brought back to life by her father with cybernetic enhancements, and that's kind of neat. I think it's a cool touch. This should offer a parallel between how Usagi brought her own friends back versus how the bad guys bring Saturn back. I think it's a nice touch, and it kind of emphasizes the idea that we're trying to play with, whether or not you should do something just because you could do something. Yeah, I don't know how much you really need to add or change to Sailor Moon S. That's pretty grim. Of all the arcs, that's kind of proof of that this rewrite is possible. You can make a dark fantasy version of Sailor Moon because they made it. The only change was...
In other words, no notes. I don't know how to fuck it up. It's already dark. I can't change it to be dark, so I can't fuck with it. But he's gonna find a way.
Thing is making more Lovecraftian up on top. That's about it. The difference is not whether or not the plot is dark. The difference is the aesthetics of it being dark. The clinical labs are more fun and upbeat in the original series, but we would make it more cold and disturbing. We don't see enough of the cosmic horror until the very end, outside of Ray's visions. Sailor Saturn, despite being the embodiment of entropy and death, rarely shows how dark utter silence and oblivion can be. The visuals are really all that needs to be changed. Once you change that, the S arc goes from another season of Sailor Moon to something genuinely disturbing. I mean, heck, this is a series where the henchmen all kill each other in deeply disturbing ways. Like they even move the car brakes, let the car crash over a ridge. That's pretty dark for a kid's show, I'll tell you that right now. Or they trap inside a television set for the rest of reality. That stuff is dark, like genuinely upsetting. The middle 3 arcs of Sailor Moon, they're directed by the same people who made Utena. They get pretty dark, okay? And they can get dark. Then there's Super S, which, as mentioned before, I think should be made into a circus-themed horror story.
Also Utena.
But I think it's here that the theme of aging comes back into play. So, remember I mentioned Chibiusa would be aging? Well, by this point, 2 years would have passed, and she should physically be older looking. At this point, she's probably going through puberty, and thus is at a crossroads, whether to hold on to the joys of childhood or embrace burgeoning adulthood. And that would be contrasted with Nehelenia's fear of growing old and irrelevant. Now, Nehelenia's arc will still be the same as it is in the show, but, you know, with ties to the Moon Kingdom and all that. But I think Chibiusa getting older might have a good parallel to Nehelenia in a way that was absent in the original series. Chibiusa has never been allowed to grow up. Nehelenia has never wanted to grow old. In this sense, one path would see aging as a positive, as a way to experience that which you would never be able to otherwise, whereas the other sees aging as oblivion. Like the ruins, Nehelenia fears falling into the oblivion of memory and being forgotten about, crumbling away until all that's left are moss-ridden, empty spaces. In this new version, also, Usagi will be turning 18 around this point, graduating high school and moving to university. And it should feel like an ending, like things are reaching a point of no return for all characters involved. The theme of aging, I think, would allow Super S to be elevated, especially as Helios represents the dream of childhood. Can you carry that dream into adolescence, into adulthood, into old age? I think exploring these ideas would really elevate Super S and allow it to be something very profound and meaningful, especially to an audience that at this point would have been aging out of the show they first started watching all those years ago. Also, Chibiusa, she should end her arc with the Amazon Quartet as her personal sailor guardians, to fully complete the idea of the passing of the torch. That should be her sign that she has matured, that she has grown up, that she has become much like her mother, Sailor Moon. I just think that's a good idea, because she won't be going away at the start of the next arc, because there's no future for her to return to. In the original anime, she goes back to the future at the beginning of Sailor Stars. Well, now there's no future to go back to, so she can stick around, take part in the action of the final arc. But yeah, I think the horror element of the creepy clown show and the change of transformation should be a real emphasis on this arc, showcasing not only how the individual can change, and either accept it or resist it, but how the world can change too. Changing, age swaps, weird body horror, all of that is a great example of the themes of the story. The fear of growing up, the fear of alteration, the fear of becoming different. And I think Nehelenia could be a much more tragic character in this darker, more gothic retelling of the arc. And yes, she...
more boring version, which has all of the same things that are already fucking there, because you can't do anything to affect it. So, what is the point of the change? You just want to keep Sailor Chibi Moon around, so that you can try to find fucked up ways to do things to her towards the end of the story. Using a lot of words to try and cut around the point that you don't know what to do with any of this, and you're saying a lot of shit that means nothing.
She would return in Sailor Stars like she does in the original, but I also feel like she's a figure that ultimately brings about her own ruination due to her refusal to move past her own grudges, and past her own refusal to stop the world from changing without her. And also, with Sailor Stars, she would fit in with the rest of the aesthetic of characters who are failures, who have failed in some way, and have subjected to their darkest urges in service of Galaxia. But let's get to that right now, shall we? And finally, there's Stars. At this point, we've had Usagi confront the fear of change, aging, and the foreign reaches of existence, so she's probably not looking too great. In the original series, Mamoru leaves for America and disappears because Galaxia gets him on his flight. But here, let's just have him die outright. Have Galaxia be introduced early in the show, killing Mamoru in front of Usagi. Usagi would watch as the one anchor throughout her entire life would be gone, crushed. This is, by the way, the third time Mamoru is dying in this arc, but this time is different because, unlike the previous occasions where magic forced Mamoru back to life, or where time paradoxes allowed Mamoru to come back, this time he's just dead. And Usagi is now unable to bring him back due to there being no other circumstances outside of her own power. Outside the power intrinsic to the silver crystal, within her brooch, within her. She could cross a line and bring Mamoru back, but doing so might bring about that dark future that she fought to destroy all those years ago. Even if Usagi could bring Mamoru back, which she's not sure she could, she's fearful from her past experiences that if she brought him back, it would cause untold misery to everyone, and in turn, create a stable time loop which would end up bringing them all back right to the same place. She's fearful of herself, but also of the pain she's experiencing. She wouldn't want to be like her future self, creating a deathless world of preservation, nor would you want to be like Nehelenia, who refuses to let anything change. But this would bring about the great sadness in her, especially as we see her engage in a fight against intergalactic threat, where her opponents are broken souls much like her. She would see more and more of herself in the eyes of those she fights. The second pillar of her life disappearing, everyone going in different directions, different universities, different paths. Until this point, the characters have all lived generally in the same area, but now distance becomes a factor between them. And not just that, but each of the girls would have seen something awful. They would have been hurt. They would have gone in different paths. Venus might go back to her C'est la vie stuff. Ami might go and study to become a doctor. Rei might descend into the darkness of her own supernatural occult studies. And Mako, well, Mako probably will find love, or look for love anyway. She's been chasing heartbreak this whole time. Maybe now's her chance to find someone she truly loves who means something to her. Maybe a guy, maybe it could be Ami. I mean, I ship those two all the time, but I digress. The binds of friendship would be tested.
Of course.
One key element of Sailor Moon is that friendship is one of the most powerful forces in the world. And Usagi, just because there's distance between her friends, shouldn't be separate from her friends. This isn't a friendship breakup. It really shouldn't be. They're tested by distance, they're tested by different pulls and pushes, but at the end of the day, they still come together and still deeply love each other. Just because it's dark fantasy does not mean the characters have to be cynical assholes. And in fact, the darkness, that pain, actually puts into contrast how tragic things can be. Because as those binds are tested and they're proved firm and strong, if, say, something awful happened to the characters, that would be really sad, wouldn't it? And
what do you think fucking happens if you decide to write a story where the main love interest is killed directly in front of the character? So, there's another series that actually plays with this very concept. It's actually in the same young adult novel series as Twilight, but it actually successfully does it better, in my opinion. And it's called The House of Night. The story basically is a person is chosen to be a vampire sovereign. It starts out as a teenage girl is told that she's going to become a vampire, because in that universe, you are chosen and then corrupted into becoming this thing. She ends up having to change school, uproot her entire life. She's now treated as an outcast, but it ends up becoming a similar Breaking Dawn type story. Basically, people around her, it's like Southern Twilight, but not like Beautiful Creatures, like an entirely different type of Twilight. So if you took the Deep South, Winn-Dixie, shit like that, and you applied a love story on top of it, alongside a universe full of vampires and vampire rules, you've got a person who's basically the reincarnation of a goddess and the reincarnation of her lover. Everyone around him is a woman and is some type of ancient vampire, or has skills and abilities akin to being an ancient vampire. The main character, originally in her first book, gets worked over and sexually involved with a man that then abuses his age over her as a vampire aristocrat to put her in said position to have to develop her friendships and connections, somewhat similar to Sailor Moon. You could basically call it Vampire Sailor Moon, but it's not one-to-one. There is a point in the story where her human lover gets killed off permanently. And it goes into this sort of realm of the mind freeze frame, where she basically gets to say goodbye to him, but then deals with the deep melancholic sadness that comes from having him lost. And the same thing that happens there is here with what you just said. What the fuck do you think is about to happen to Sailor Moon if you choose to write a story where, with all of this grim dark preservation, especially with you having written a timeline where she sees what happens if she tries to keep things the same, that you then write her character or her lover being killed off in front of her for? What the fuck do you think is supposed to happen? Because there's three different versions of what happens. One of them is obviously she goes off her fucking rocker and she murders the person who murdered her lover, and then everything goes bad from there. Then you have the deep melancholia, the sadness of missing Mamoru and his thick penile structure.
Not in the womb.
And then the actual thing that would happen, where she learns that something bad has happened to him, she gets sad, and then she has to find her center and pull out some Hunger Games type shit, with some mentality from Katniss Everdeen, where she has to become more centered on her personality and become strong as a person so that you cannot harm her through her loved ones. If you then write them to become more separate and disconnected, where all of them are dealing with their own personal dramas, she's going to become extremely socially isolated, and she's not going to turn to anybody because no one's going to be able to tell her that, oh my god, I understand how it feels. It's really hard that this happened to Usagi. And then the girl's going to be like, yeah, I'm sad for Usagi, but I'm trying to go party, girl. What? And I cannot understate. The fuck is wrong with you? That actually is grimdark writing for the sake of grimdark writing. That is shit directly out of Smallville. That is shit directly out of One Tree Hill. That is shit directly out of a fucking soap opera. Worse, that's shit directly out of anything that's been done on the CW within the last 5 to 10 years. You actively want to cause the character pain just because you want there to be pain and darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking perversion. Fucking perversion.
And Chibiusa, well, she's becoming her own hero, and maybe a few episodes can focus just on her adventures, separate from her mother. Or maybe Usagi recognizing that Chibiusa is her own woman now. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do there, with change, with age, and I think that the support systems that Usagi once held herself up with, we're now seeing things get murky. And what happens when things get murky? You go down a path you didn't expect before. In a sense, Seiya and the Starlights pose a different option, a new path forward. Usagi and Seiya's relationship might have a tinge of rebound to it, but also an escape from the pain in the arms of someone else. Though ultimately, Usagi should not end up with Seiya, as she comes to accept her own feelings of pain and mourning, and deals with them through the proper mourning process, rather than distracting herself in someone else's arms. Likewise, Seiya's need for Usagi should be due in part to her own fear being away from her princess, fearing for her princess's safety. Ultimately, it's an arc about pain and uncertainty in the face of Armageddon, but also about realizing that sometimes a distraction from pain is a good thing, to an extent. You can only distract from pain so long before you have to actually address the root of that pain and deal with it. But in that time, you might gain the strength through companionship with someone else to
pause.
confront it. As mentioned.
Yep.
Is that just a fucking excuse to just turn Usagi bi? Because this feels like just a giant fucking excuse just to have your lesbian bullshit.
I don't know. I want to see where this goes. There's only 8 minutes left. We might not even have time for the second video.
Oh man.
Before, all the enemies from Nehelenia, the start of the arc, to all the various intergalactic Sailor Guardians should be broken figures. I feel like this arc should have fewer fights, even episode to episode, but each fight does have an impact, either on the world or on the relationships between the characters. We should see the drama, the pain. Nehelenia, for example, would bring the inner and outer Guardians together as University pulls everyone in a different direction. And we'd still have the mirror cracking with the Ice Queen allegory story, the Hans Christian Andersen thing. But then after Usagi saves Mamoru gets killed off. It almost renders that whole conflict meaningless in a way, or rather tragically short-sighted. And perhaps after that, they're forced to battle Galaxia as she tears the planet asunder. I think the final arc should be apocalyptic, more so than the original anime's ending. In the original anime, the last 5 episodes feature Tokyo crumbling with the sky a dark blood red. There's a force from the cosmos that comes down, and nothing Usagi and friends can do can stop it. But that dark tone, I think that should start halfway through the arc and just get worse and worse and worse. Earth shouldn't just be attacked by Galaxia, it should be downright ruined, cracked open like an egg, the contents of the mantle spilling into the sky. The heroes should take the fight to space, and the Guardians will one by one be slain, even the Starlights, until it's only Usagi up against Galaxia. And while I think it would end much the same way, with Usagi reaching out to the inherent goodness in Galaxia, the fight should ultimately be more about Usagi resisting her own growing sense of hopelessness. That even if she wins, what will be left of all that she loved in the process? With everything being crumbled away and destroyed, there's increasingly less and less for her to fight, until it becomes so tempting to submit to the same darkness of chaos that Galaxia, after her fight, submitted to. Also, Chibi Chibi Moon, just Sailor Galaxia Starseed. Otherwise, Uranus and Neptune's fake betrayal would work, because Galaxia would have a Starseed, and that's one of the bleaker parts of the original anime, and we're keeping that. We want to amp up the bleakness. We can't, drop one of the saddest pits of the original series. No way. But how do we end this? The original anime ends on an optimistic note. Usagi beats Galaxia, purges her of chaos, and then uses her power to restore everyone's individual starseed. They're rejuvenated, they're brought back, and the world is brought back to the status quo it was before Galaxia invaded. But this is a dark fantasy. Do I do that? I want these characters to be happy. I really do. Truly, nothing makes me happier than at the end of the series seeing everyone together and smiling and just friendships remaining, because the whole series focuses on those core friendships. But if we're rewriting it as a dark fantasy, we can't do that, because it has to be about decay in some way. There has to be some tragedy here. And we spent the whole series building up to this point that forcing people back from the grave, they're trying to keep things stable and static. It's not good. It's the opposite. So I can't just reverse course at the end of the series and say Usagi brings everyone back, but I also can't leave Usagi in a broken, vastly empty reality where Earth is gone, where all these Guardians are gone, there's no redemption.
Pussy. More of that committal of not going all the way. I can't kill off everyone. But I can't also not bring them back. I have to make this dark somehow. It's fucked up. You could probably join for the second video conference. You can understand me saying it, and this isn't how to do it. Maybe. If I revisit it before. I don't know. I wanted to get through all of them here, but unfortunately, that section that I needed to focus on in the middle there, that I wanted to do when I was doing it live on air, pretty much burnt a lot of that time, because I don't want to go way too over 4 hours, because we're at 10:21 p.m. here, and I also want to go play Wild at some point. But it's something that I could probably end up covering on a segment later on. Anyways, he wants to have his cake and eat it too, but he realizes that the commitments to his idea means that he can't do it, so he doesn't know how to commit on his tonal flip, but he also can't commit to the tonal flip, because if he just takes the whole story and just kills off the characters, Usagi ends up fucking alone and crying and helpless, kind of like anything with Neon Genesis Evangelion, or that surreal ending of Devilman Crybaby, where the devil is cradling Devilman, and he has to accept the fact that that entire time that he was fucking yapping, he already had died. He can't, for some reason, find a way to create a hopeful ending, kind of like what was done with Phantom Blood, where even though Jonathan Joestar dies, it's very clear that Irina is pregnant with his child and will carry on the Joestar bloodline, and that it's just the beginning of a very horrible chapter in the Joestar family. The half in, half out nature is directly caused by trying to do the drama, on which, haha, dumbass, but at the same time, some of the concepts wouldn't be that bad, but the problem is that I can almost promise you, as he started advancing through the seasons of Sailor Moon, he's assuming that other people know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's not fleshing out the beat-by-beat connections. So nobody knows what the fuck he means when he says, bring people back and bring back the starseed and shit. I do, but I'm not going to explain, because why should I? That's your fucking job. It's your idea. It's not supposed to be my job to make your ideas sensible. Now, I have done that, but it's mostly for why your translation doesn't fucking help. Because, of course, Madoka does do that. And it's not helpful. Because since you can't commit to your bit, you don't have any direction in which you take your story in. So you don't even have direction upon which your criticism can belie the greater scope of what you wanted to change. This ultimately would have the consequence that any kind of criticism of your work would then fall apart, because your work falls apart, so the criticism falls apart. Because you can just absurdly point to any particular part and say, bro, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? And that's the reason why I wrote everything down here, and I wrote down how you explained it. So we went from, I just want to have an exercise in entertainment, to, hey, I want to traumatize these characters. I want to give them reasons to hate and reasons to love. And also, I want to give the main character giant mountain levels of PTSD. I also want to possibly make her a lesbian. How did you get from here to here? How did you go from, I want to make the monsters more terrifying, I want the characters to be less 16 and more 19, I want to make the undead victims that are being absorbed of their power and their life force to fuel the plot potentially become zombies? How did you get here, and with your ideas to develop the Sailor Shenshi, and move down to, I want to make Usagi cry non-stop 24/7. How did you get there?
You want to traumatize this fucking 16-year-old, but don't do anything weird though. Don't do anything sexual. See that weird motherfucker over there? I completely condemn that. It's so surface level and so basic. It's terrible. This whole thing's awful.
Mm-hmm.
Who let this motherfucker in the kitchen? Kick him out, please. Please burn the shit down.
I think the same for this is I'm caught between a rock.
Oh fucking Christ! Oh fuck me! He's using dubbed material. Let's assume that he's going off of the Japanese version, since he keeps referring to the manga. But let's also assume that he was not using interpretations from the American interpretation of the show, from the Wonderful World of DIC.
keep things stable and static, it's not good. It's the opposite. So I can't just reverse course at the end of the series and say Usagi brings everyone back, but I also can't leave Usagi in a broken, vastly empty reality where Earth is gone, where all these guardians are gone, there's no redemption.
I think the saying for this is I'm caught between a rock and a lard face.
Why did I even do this? Like, why would I introduce so much darkness into a story about optimism? Because it wasn't structured to be a dark, bleak story. It was structured so that the idea that even in the bleakest of darknesses, when everything seems like it's going against you, you can still pull victory out of defeat. That you are never too far gone, never too forsaken, never pushed too far to pull things back, to recover, to make things good. And this whole dark exercise, all it does is bring into relief that the themes of Sailor Moon only really work in a story that ends with the idea of optimism. And I think it's...
He's not just gonna go back on everything he just said, is he? He's not just gonna just fold this back over like it didn't happen, right?
Only one way to find out.
All right.
It's here that I want to come back to two different things I mentioned earlier. Utena and Madoka. Both Utena and Madoka are obviously dark fantasy, let's be honest. But Utena is a...
And now we cross over into the morality side of the spectrum.
Story about growing up, about maturity, about breaking through cycles of abuse and manipulation through systems. I would say Utena, despite having some really bleak visuals at the end, does end optimistically. Anthony is able to break free of Akio's cycles of...
Yep.
If he says Utena one more time, I'm gonna shoot myself.
Who knows? You have to let him finish.
Control. Even though it's going to happen again and again and again, she is able to walk away and leave Akio as this sort of car without a key, rusting in place. She comes back to the cycles to save Utena. If you kind of see Adolescence of Utena as the follow-up series to the original show, which I do, it's another cycle, that's how I interpret it. But that cycle leads to optimism.
Something you just said there. This is how I interpret it. But is it how the show's written? No? That's your headcanon then. I don't care.
Yes, the future is scary, but it's a future where you're free. And likewise with Madoka, Madoka breaks free the cycle of pain, that this cycle of horror is destroyed in some way. And the whole system that led to these magical girls being tortured and turned into witches, she's able to save all of them from suffering, reinventing the universe using incredible power. While not everyone is saved, like my girl Sayaka, unfortunately, still has a bad ending. Until the movies come out, it ends on a pretty optimistic note. And we're still waiting for the fourth film, by the way. So I can't say for sure Madoka is still the optimistic. They might pull out some really bleak stuff in that film, but I digress. Sailor Moon, even as a dark story, should still end optimistically, which is why I'm going to have it so none of the characters are actually killed. Once again, Starseeds, the soul.
So, no, he did not commit.
Why were we sitting here for this entire time if you weren't going to commit to the bit?
I want to detrimentally scar these women as though I am a serial killer, brutalizing them in my media literacy sex dungeon. But I'm not raping them. I'm just giving them a lot of PTSD.
I want my 4 hours back.
Nigga, I want my 4 hours back. Where the fuck do you think I could have been if I was playing Monster Hunter Wilds right now?
I want my fucking 4 hours back. I regret giving this to you.
Nigga, I'm sorry. Listen. You want to blame somebody? You blame yourself, and you blame... Weezy doesn't feel sorry for any of this shit whatsoever. And I don't...
I thought you would just commit to the awfulness. I didn't think you would just backpedal.
Lefties. Anyways.
Galaxia harvests them. And once free, the physical bodies rematerialize. You see, at this point, the flesh isn't the thing that matters, it's the spirit, it's the soul. And all these characters have managed to, survive. They've managed to persevere through it all. Their victory means they get to live. I think it would
Except
be...
Mamoru,
yes, they have to walk away with the trauma of the fight. They've
Except Mamoru, of course.
seen horrible things, but they're still able to rebuild. And I think this offers a good opportunity as well. Maybe, even as the Earth is being destroyed, Usagi uses her powers to keep humanity and life going. Even in a fragmented Earth, she's able to save some of existence. And from there, we get into the future, rebuilding, recreation. You can't stop what happened, but you can move beyond it, where she can rebuild, create her moon kingdom where things are maybe not perfect, learn lessons from what you have to learn from them, but can be better. I think if in this exercise we figured out a few things, that Sailor Moon really worked as a magical girl series because it focused on hope. While it was dark at times, it never lost sight that the trauma, that the pain was always passing, and that the value of love and friendship was eternal, that stuck around. And that's a good message for kids, it's a good message for girls. And I think defying that kind of loses track of what made the show so special in the first place. Again, there's a fun little exercise, but you know what? Maybe when you write your dark stories yourself, your dark fantasies, or if you write a optimistic childish story, you keep in mind that by changing the formula too much, you might throw out of alignment the very themes that resonate with the audience receiving them.
Don't you think that's what you just fucking did, you fucking cretin? Don't walk off into the sunset like you didn't just do that shit.
You fucking hack. You fucking spineless. Oh my god, I can't believe this right now.
It is what it is.
It is.
All right. What time is it? It is 10:32. We have an hour and 30 minutes left because I'm going to hard stop at midnight. We have enough time that we can get through Magical Girls Are Not Respected. It'd be fucked up if I tried to do a part 2. We do not need to do a part 2 on this. But let's go over what we just have on this paper right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a very significantly large section that just calls out the hypocrisy of the sheer concept of trying to change the female body types of characters in a girl-centered show because you want to be a hack writer. But all of this is basically, I want to play a game, chat. And the entire time he's going down this plot line, he is ripping out the essence of Sailor Moon and its stories and its tropes and its themes. And the themes in both magical girl writing and also in seinen writing. The reason this was created for girls and the reason why it exists to its genre and why it's not shonen is that even with battle arcs in anime, the story of what a girl should want to relate to is not the same thing that a boy would want to relate to. Even though the big three in anime are the big three in anime, being One Piece, Dragon Ball, and Naruto, what people would consider the new peak of a generation are not going to be remembrant on what the others consider to be important or remembrant. But clearly here, based on how much I fleshed this out, we can hit on some very general points. So the first general point is, you do not need to create horror by creating body horror and body modification to make people feel out of sorts. You do not need to be hypocritical about the perception of sexualization and about what you would like them to be representative as, because the boys are respecting your female characters more than the male feminists and hyper-feminists of your fandom doing so comparative to the series that are meant to be designed for girls and meant to be designed for boys. You also do not need to hyper-focus on how characters are interpreted, and you also don't need to hyper-focus on what other people's joy and pleasure is, because then you become a cat-owning, hating feminist. And you end up like Tomato Magica, who is desperately upset that a character would dare have 3 hip sizes too large of an ass. How dare she have a waistline? How dare you find her sexually attractive? You also do not need to be so grimdark that for some reason you go in the opposite direction of truly appreciating a character's motivation and what would make for a dark version of your character. Whether you want to go with the angle of a 6th Ranger dark character or a character whose motivation has to do with the themes of anger and resentment and recovery from anger and resentment. And most definitely, if you are so bitch-made as to want to make the universe grimdark, but you're not willing to play with darker concepts like idolization and obsession, because, ooh, that makes me feel icky. I don't want to see a man obsessing over a woman of a younger age. That makes me feel bad. You're definitely not cut out to write about that topic.
Nope.
No.
So let's read chat real fast. Anthony believes the WBC shows are high art. Watson actually wrote one season that I actually liked. A very midwit man. Anthony believes the WBC shows are high art. Imagine thinking magical girls are sexist. I'm not going to be the greatest writer of the world, but this has to be the worst rewrite I've ever experienced. By the way, Anthony made a video which he ranked Pokemon characters by how attractive they are and ranked multiple of age characters in it. Keep in mind, Anthony also believes that all art is political, and he projects meaning isn't there onto another person's work, and then it acts as though it is proof of the existence of his belief to be correct. So if you make assumptions of him based on the rewrite, he would have to accept them as fact based on his own logic, but of course, he's exempted from his own rules. Dang it, you missed it. Don't worry, Just a Girl. We're about to jump into part 2! So, let's take this time to remind you that the sanity of this African American sitting in this chair is very important. And this is your reminder to tap the side. Support your negrosity today, chat. Support your negrohood today. Otherwise, you hate black people. You hate the recovery of a black person. And this is, in fact, the therapy that you need to be billed for. I suffer for you! I suffer for you!
I did my part.
It cut off your full message. Too young to hear, but then ranked Zenania, a character who has no confirmed age, but is clearly a teenager. Good job! Everyone, Just a Girl got an A in her English comp course. She is a better interlineary understander than a breadtuber video essayist. Yes. Yes. So show your appreciation and your support of the Negrohood today. Or you hate black people.
I did my part.
Alright. Let us get now into part 2, which is Magical Girls Are Not Respected Why? By CakeOfMews. It's like going down a tier. Because Anthony Gramucci is over here with all of the other size queen video essayists. And CakeOfMews is actually closer to my size. Now, I've been growing. So I'm about half the size of her channel. Her channel's at like 5K something. Mine is at 2.5 or 2.6 something. So now we're punching within our weight class. Let's see if her take is anything different than his. Because this is the video that was suggested to me not only by Struggler, but also by friend of the channel and longtime supporter, the Alabastard. Bring this up. And here we go.
No secret that I am a fan of magical girls. Despite my protests as a child, I am very much a girly girl, and that is something that I embrace nowadays. My enthusiasm for magical girl media knows no bounds. However, actually talking about magical girl shows, especially online, can be difficult. This is for a variety of reasons. I'm currently working on 2 large magical girl related videos. One going over Smile Pretty Cure.
Look. Let me just dip it in the bud real quick. I understand how you feel, Neo J, but I, for one, am not gonna let this female Mrs. Incredible Helen Hunt interpretation be disrespected. We will attack the argument. We will not make fun of her voice. That's my job! We have to beat the allegations, chat. It's my job to make never-ending jokes.
And its dub, Glitter Force, and the more relevant one, Magical Girl Sight. And I feel like a lot of the public perception of specifically Magical Girl Sight comes from the perception of the Magical Girl genre as a whole. Now, considering Sight is like that, I foresee it being monetized.
Oh, did you not know?
I didn't know down like that.
Yeah, that's new to me.
On 2 large Magical Girl related videos. One going over Smile Pretty Cure and its dub, Glitter Force.
Look. Everybody has a lot of opinions about Precure and Glitter Force, but ain't nobody talked about Magical Girl Sight in a while. And sometimes people have to remember that the revisionism and the reconstruction didn't just happen to everything else. It happened to everything.
And the more relevant one, Magical Girl Sight. And I feel like a lot of the public perception of specifically Magical Girl Sight comes from the perception of the Magical Girl genre as a whole. Now, considering Sight is like that...
So, like, I'm not that shocked, I'm not surprised, but, you know, she's trying to warn you ahead of time. It's not like she showed you the person getting railed from behind in a train. It could have been worse.
I foresee it very much not being monetized. So, if you would like to help support me in this arduous endeavor, you can do so on my Patreon. If you mention magical girls in the modern anime community, it's likely someone will bring up Madoka Magica, which is a well-respected entry in the genre and one that I really like.
We are already off to a really bad start. I don't think I'm going to tell somebody that they need to start off on watching Madoka Magica as a jump-in to get them involved into magical girl anime, since itself is a work that is meant to be a derivative of the format. That is itself a critique of the format.
However, the way people often talk about it feels off, for lack of a better term. People cite it as the herald of the end for the magical girl genre, as following it, several more shows that would be dubbed Dark Magical Girls would be released. This is something that I've felt for a couple of years now, and what I'm feeling is the idea that people, mainly in the English-speaking anime community, don't actually care about magical girl shows and don't really respect them as an art.
Well, whatever gave you that interpretation? Whatever made you think that? I wonder, is there possibly something that has been discussed and or has been noticed by people who are serial noticers that can clearly tell you that they do not have a respect for the material and the work? What could that change have been? Could it have been that every time we get a new sub or a new dub of a show, we get multiple people telling us that the interpretation is not right because it's missing some type of intrinsic purity spiral test that is then included into that new work, like what was done with Sailor Moon Crystal? Do you think that there is possibly something that happens inside of dub companies? Something that is done by executive position cover artists, that they're picking and choosing, what's the word? A clique full of younger talent that echoes the opinion of that already pre-existing company clique. Now, who does that sound like? Their name is on the tip of my tongue. Her name. What was the name of those people who were responsible for trying to cancel Victor Joseph Monona? What was their names? What was their name? Oh, God, it's so hard, chat. What was that thing that happened specifically when a group of people inside of Funimation and Crunchyroll that have now been rolled into the same company because they're all being consumed by Otter Media and now being rolled into something that is now owned by Katakawa? What was that group's entire claim to fame? What was that group of journalists, allied writers, and specific groups for dub companies like Disco? What was their goal to do again? It's on the tip of my tongue. It's a really important word. It started with a W. Western imperialism? Western game journalist and game journalist allied imperialism? It was a word started with an L. God. I lost it, guys. I lost it. Somebody in the chat will help me remember. Anyways.
Now, before we can discuss the modern state of magical girls, we have to know a bit of history. Most people...
Finally! Some culture! In order to talk about magical girls' future, we have to talk about magical girl pasts. Yes!
People agree that the magical girl genre began in 1962, when Himitsu no Ako-chan began publishing chapters in Shueisha's magazine Ribbon, which I love that for the title of a girl's magazine. The story follows Ako, who is gifted a magic mirror that allows her to transform into anything she wants. This series, as well as Sally the Witch, are considered to be the starting point of the magical girl subgenre.
Quite literally, it's fucking magical girl. It's magical girl Quantum Leap. I don't know what kind of drugs.
We're in the magical girl stone age right now.
I don't know what the fuck they were smoking back then, but whatever those goddamn writers from the show appeared on, I need some of them drugs.
This is interesting, seeing as Sally the Witch actually has its roots in American media, being inspired by the 1964 American series Bewitched. In general, the beginnings of the Maho Shoujo genre had more of a witchy vibe. Other such examples include 1972's Maho Tsukai Chappi, 1973's Miracle Girl Limit-chan, and 1974's Majoko Megu-chan. Then, during the 80s, the genre would continue to evolve. This is the era where we see a lot of stories that follow...
And there's Miki Momo.
Mickey Momo's killed people.
Really? She's taking that a footnote? Not really talking about it?
Sort of.
Mm-hmm. I mention it here because, boy, has Safinette talked our ears off about Miki Momo.
I know I didn't.
I'm saying that you've informed us about it. You guys react way too much to my references and jokes. It's okay. It's alright.
Thing. Of course, there's the famous magical princess Minky Momo from 1982, Creamy Mommy, the Magic Angel in 1983, and Magical Emmy, the Magic Star in 1985. All of these shows shared the concept of a young girl who uses magic to grow up and uses that ability to help solve problems. And then, Sailor Moon burst onto the scene in 1991 in Kodansha's magazine Nakayoshi. Written by Naoko Takeuchi, it was an instant hit, and only a year later, in 1992, the Sailor Moon anime would begin airing, and to say it was a cultural sensation is an understatement. Fun fact, the reason the Sailor Scouts' nails get painted, so to speak, at the beginning of the transformation, even though they all wear gloves, is because of merchandising. Sailor Moon was a hit for various reasons, from Naoko's striking art style, to the soon-to-be iconic uniforms of the Sailor Scouts, to the epic battle between good versus evil that played out on a planetary scale. Now, that isn't to say that there weren't magical girls kicking ass before Sailor Moon put her makeup on. Cutie Honey was fighting straight-up gangsters since...
She's not a magical girl, though.
There's Cutie Honey. I'm responding in real time. Ace Detective asks, hold up, where's Cutie Honey? Y'all gotta let them develop. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. I work so hard to help you people become good at single player, Carl. And then I get accusations of being the fucking one guy. I get the accusations of being the one who's clip chimping them. No! I let them develop so that this doesn't happen.
1973, and also being the first female protagonist in a shonen manga series, not to mention other battle heroine series pre-1991.
I was reading the chat real quick. Why are people trying to make a children's magical girl show into dark fantasy, adult fantasy? In the case of what we just finished talking about before moving on to the second video, Alex Dragoon, it was specifically because he wanted to try and make clickbait. He wanted to try and make clickbait to annoy a lot of people as possible, without actually mining down the idea of the context, so that he could be able to write an actual good product.
But there would be an uptick in more action-oriented magical girl stories.
There's Magic Knight Rayearth.
Wedding Peak, Cardcaptor Sakura, Nurse Angel Ririka SOS, Corrector Yui, and Phantom Thief Jean all followed the more plot-driven, battle-heavy style of magical girls. Not to say that they followed this structure because of Sailor Moon, but there was certainly a trend. And that isn't to say all magical girls in this time were strictly battle-driven. Ojamajo Doremi came out in 1999, harkening back to the Majoko days of the magical girl genre, as well as Yume no Crayon Okoku. The 2000s would bring us yet another new era of magical girls. Tokyo Mew Mew, Princess Tutu, Powerpuff Girls Z, Pre-Tier, Full Moon o Sagashite, Mermaid Melody, and of course, the eventual powerhouse that would become Pretty Cure. Fans of magical girls were living large in these days, especially with several of these shows getting an English dub, which allowed for them to reach a wider audience. Now, the quality of those dubs varies, but what was important is that people outside of Japan were seeing these shows. Defining a genre can be both simple yet difficult. Obviously, if a story has magic of some kind, it's fantasy. If it focuses on the development of a romantic relationship, it's a romance. If it has hyper-advanced technology, sci-fi. But even there, it's not always so cut and dry. Science fiction stories can have romance in them. Romance stories can take place in fantastical worlds, and fantasy stories can have elements of advanced technology.
It's always Zelda, isn't it?
It's because Zelda's the easiest one to show, because Zelda's been growing up alongside Japanese culture at the same time, and they've always been showing an interest to not only bring Zelda into the forefront by actually involving voice actors, but also trying to find ways to make it adaptable with the technology that not only the game is being played on, but also the universe in which it's inside of. Because Tears of the Kingdom and Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild are the two games that actually now feature actual voice acting from people that are voicing characters other than Link. May we never get to a future where we have somebody voicing Link. That's when Legend of Zelda will actually be dead.
Yeah, I think I'll be done with that at that point.
Unless he says, "Excuse me, princess, I will not accept it."
So when we get into more specific genres, that becomes a bit harder to define. So, what is a magical girl story?
Okay, she is defining her terms.
When we get into more specific genres, that becomes a bit harder to define. So, what is...
So now we are going to get to the breaking point where we will have to see how she compares versus Anthony Gramutria. So let's see here. Got a bunch of space in this file. One side here, over to the edge. I don't know if I need to continue this underneath it or to the side of it. To keep this file completely clean, I probably need to develop it over here. So, what program is this? It's called Obsidian. It is an advanced note-taker program. Very high form and technological. There's your link. Alright.
Is a magical girl story. The most basic definition of a magical girl show is a show with a girl who is magical. It's a pretty self-explanatory genre, what else do you want? Jokes aside, a better basic definition would be a young girl with magical powers who often, but not always, uses those powers in an alter ego. There's also a deeper and interesting history involving demographics and marketing in Japanese media. Despite popular belief, shoujo and shonen are not genres, they are demographics. In anime and manga, there are a couple of different demographics.
She has successfully been able to thread the needle. Thank God she has a fucking head on her shoulders. We don't know how good she is so far, but she had a head on her shoulders. She made the distinction. And for that I am grateful. I need Excel text. I was hoping that she brought it up, and she did. Genres are not show types. They are audience groupings. So, if we assume that most of the time gaming is a male-dominated hobby, and that even though women are playing in larger and larger numbers, the demographics and the genres that they are consuming is different than men. Magical girl genres do not need to have grimdark shit. And you do not need to have internalized misogyny towards them by trying to make them more centered for a male audience. Because over all the changes that was being made to his experiment, Anthony was effectively trying to make Sailor Moon appeal to a male audience.
Because it already does that without having to make it dark.
Yes.
Like that.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
He's trying to make it appeal to the kind of male audience that would grow up with Power Rangers, and then there'd be a split. What direction do you go? Which way, Japanese child? Do you become a fan of the cute and the petite, and you start liking magical girl animes? Or do you go the direction of dark and grit and gripping and go in the direction of Kamen Rider, as is the entire split as was designed by Toei when they made these franchises? He's attempting to reinvent this decision-making, to make it seem as though, hey guys that like watching Kamen Rider, why don't you watch Sailor Moon? We wouldn't want to watch that. We find that boring. But what if I made it like Elden Ring? You don't need to do this. Because if you try to pander to a group demographic that it's not made for and wasn't not designed around, you're going to have a compunction to over-edit, and then you make it boring and dumb and lame when you already had elements in it that they already appreciated, which was my entire point. You didn't need to try and make it appeal to those guys. They can hold space for both this and the other thing that they like, because they don't have to pick just one. Whereas the all-consuming viewpoint of Anthony Gramuccia and others that are like him on the spear of Tomato Magica to Noralities is that he has to find a way to make his takes and make his viewpoint consumable and palatable for those to not reject him from being involved in the conversation. Because if his opinion does not give them enough to say that he's one of the good ones, he will be immediately rejected and removed from relevancy, and then nobody will consume his work. So he has to create just enough clickbait to keep the people on his fandom interested, but also enough outrage bait to try and bait in debased opinions from people who don't know enough or don't have enough context for the background. But unfortunately, I'm single player Carl. I do understand it. And where everybody else would dismiss it on the surface level, I mine down, and we are able to demonstrate that this is lacking for what is supposed to be relevant for a magical girl story. Now, on the flip side of this, we now have the appreciation from a person who clearly understands her background and wants to do the fucking work. So now, we can learn. And one of the things we never got from Anthony is what quintessentially is the point of what he's trying to get to. He wanted to make a grimdark fantasy in the world of Sailor Moon, but at no fucking point did he even attempt to broach what he thinks Sailor Moon is, or what a magical girl story is and can be. So now, she is filling in the context for us. You cannot at all criticize what exists without recognizing what came before it. Period.
Shonen, shoujo, seinen, josei, and kodomo-muke. These demographics are quite in manga. There are a couple of different demographics. Shonen, shoujo, seinen, josei, and kodomo-muke. These demographics are quite literal, but because I'm currently speaking in English, I need to translate them. Shonen is young boy, and shoujo is young girl. Seinen is young man, josei is young woman, and kodomo-muke is children. These categories are not concrete. They are entirely dependent on the magazine that the manga is published in weekly. So, what manga magazine a story is published determines which of these categories it falls into. For instance, the case study of Vanitas has a large female audience, and people make jokes about it having a lot of fujoshi female appeal, but it's not a shoujo series, rather, it's a shonen series, because it is published in a shonen magazine. Going back to magical girls, there are loads of different kinds. Some get their powers from supernatural beings, some get them through the power of science. Some are fighting for the fate of the world, and others are just using magic to solve everyday problems. There isn't a one-size-fits-all formula for a magical girl, and that's part of why the genre is so fun.
The interesting thing is that, despite shonen and shoujo starting out as demographic markers, they've sort of evolved into colloquial genre terms. In general, when people refer to something as a shonen, that typically means it's got a lot of cool fight scenes, monsters to beat, some kind of cool power system, and follows more of an action-adventure storyline. When people refer to shoujo, however, they typically mean a series that has a lot of in-depth characterization and a well-developed romance. So despite the fact that shonen and shoujo started out as purely demographic categories, they actually did become genres in a way. That's just the natural evolution of language, which is really cool.
More or less. The way that we Americans use it, we use the determinations and the names of these categories and genres as a literary shorthand so that people generally understand what the fuck we're talking about. Whereas the actual use of these are actually book genres. So when we say that we want to go check something out from a library, should you actually go to a library, chat, and just pirate the scans off the internet. If you wanted to go to N-hentai and you were looking for a specific genre of doujin that you wanted to read, all of those categories are these categories that fit into these stories. So if you were to tell somebody for the first time about Fruits of Crystalia, or Clanid, or Fruits Basket, or Summer Radish Vacation, some of the titles I just explained were hentais. Some of the titles that I just called out were animes. And some of these animes have gotten, or some of these visual novels and light novels and visual series, doujins, have gotten censored for television airings, like school days. Please look these names up at your own leisure and at your own risk. The genres and the tags that get attached to them, like dark skin, X-ray, love story, deep emotional connection, mind break, NTR. These are the genres that we've started slipping things into as a shorthand, because you cannot be able to critique an entire genre by the derivatives that exist as a part of the formula, especially if they are actively bucking trends to try to reconstruct and deconstruct the ideas of a genre to play around with its concept. So a good example of that I know is actually one of the animes that I mentioned before, which is The World That God Only Knows. Let's see here, I need a good picture of it. We'll use this one. So, trying to classify an anime such as The World That God Only Knows, alongside a similar anime like Heaven's Lost Property. I need a version of it where they did not bastardize it in English. There we go. I'm so annoyed with the fucking covers that have been coming out of, Funimation. Bastardizing the very beautiful script of the picture. So, when you try to compare something like The World That God Only Knows against something like Heaven's Lost Property, Sora no Otoshi Mono, you cannot be able to just fit them into a one-size-fits-all category without inherently saying that they're like something but different, which is why you keep getting a lot of descriptors about different types of anime and different types of story beats by what they choose to keep the same versus what they choose to make different. It's a commonality. So, like, amongst all of the video game / card game variants, you cannot compare Yu-Gi-Oh! And all of its installments versus something like Duel Masters without understanding what Duel Masters is. The same way you couldn't if you were to try and critique Pokemon or Digimon by the same categories. They always will break down into the categories they come from, and then the subgenre changes that you're making alongside them. Getting back to this.
But at the same time, it reveals an inherent bias. And that bias says that media for girls is more geared towards slice of life or romance stories.
Yes, exactly, basically. Which is just inherently not true.
While media for boys can be this big action adventure. And then when it comes to magical girls, that preconceived notion is a major part of the problem. With all that history established, what do I mean when I say that magical girl shows are disrespected?
Here we go.
Well, a few things. Part of the problem is so much of the Western and more specifically American conceptualization of magical girls is just Sailor Moon. Now, Sailor Moon is undoubtedly an important part of Mahou shoujo history, but it is far, far from the only one. If we're being completely honest, there have been a bunch of American cartoons from before Sailor Moon's time that also count as magical girl, such as Gem and the Holograms, Princess Guinevere and the Jewel Riders, and the original She-Ra. But, you know, whatever. Yet most magical girl references you see in American media are just Sailor Moon.
That
and
one was really
whenever
funny.
another magical girl show does actually get recognition in English-speaking fandom, it gets compared to Sailor Moon. When Magie Lumiere came out, both the manga in 2021 and the anime in 2024, several articles and sites described it as a satire/parody of Sailor Moon, and I struggle to understand what that means because these two properties are nothing alike.
I can tell you exactly what that means. That is what happens every single time you try to show somebody something that happens to be existent inside of a very largely fractionating subgenre like Tokusatsu, and they can't compare it to anything else but Power Rangers.
Yep.
So the first effect here is what happens when you try to tell somebody about your show, and all they can do is compare it to the last thing they saw, and then joke about the element that it came from. Curse you, Haim Saban.
I mean, he did also want to, like, take Sailor Moon and make that live action. Thank goodness it didn't happen.
We don't talk about that. We don't
We're not going to talk about the Tokusatsu dinner?
No, this is a different thing.
So, whenever people remember and or talk about anything to do with this type of understanding, we're talking about the split between things like MMPR, specifically the movie, the reinterpretation that they tried to do with all the extra special effects that made it look even cheesier and even cornier, and the original 90s interpretation of MMPR as they were running on Fox Kids, as was a part of the network that they were working on, alongside all of his other projects. So, that includes Samurai Pizza Cats, Lord have mercy. This includes Samurai Pizza Cats. This includes VR Troopers. This obviously includes MMPR and Power Rangers as a whole, and it also includes, in his version, Masked Rider. Honestly, I didn't really feel that bad about it. It's just the fact that you can't do one without the other, but for reasons that we're not going to get into, we're not going to talk all about that at this point. And then I need VR Troopers.
I mean, if anything got really screwed over, it's definitely Metal Heroes in that regard.
Oh, he fucked Metal Heroes into the ground with VR Troopers.
Yeah, it got buried.
Fucking Lord have mercy. How did they come away better than fucking Big Bad Beetleborgs? I don't understand, bro. Also, of course, we were watching this in real time, but it was during COVID, but we never finished it. I feel like we should go back and do that. Big Bad Beetleborgs, which for those of you, that's true straight up Metal Heroes in the design of what VR Troopers is, which is all of the original space sheriffs. This is, of course, more to B-Fighter, Kabuto B-Fighter.
Yeah. The only one that actually got out was Gridman. That's what because the anime was doing.
Yeah, Gridman was able to live. And then, of course, SSSS came through.
It's like Beetleborgs so weird. I tried watching that show, like the way they did it, and I could never really get into it at all. It made no sense.
It's the whole monster thing. It's like, what the
It makes a certain kind of sense, but it doesn't make the kind of sense comparative to Kamen Rider and Power Rangers. So if you take the formula of Monster of the Week, you get MMPR, which eventually becomes Power Rangers as a franchise. You also have that connected to Masked Rider, of which they were supposed to blend with each other, and they actually did in MMPR, but never again past that because it had gone off air at that point. If you try to write in the effect of the Space Sheriffs and any of the other Metal Heroes from which it originates from, which is the Space Sheriffs, you get VR Troopers. Then, if you try to take the anime angle of pretty much ghost storying your anime, you get Samurai Pizza Cats. And if you try to take your Metal Heroes and make it specifically for kids, and the way in which they chose to do it was actually interesting, but it was just weird because of how they wrote it like a comic book. Let me see if I can actually find an example of the transformation.
Well, not only read it like a comic book, but also it had these horror themes that just seemed to be weird for what you're trying to do. I don't understand the connection between that and classic monsters.
Yes.
I mean, I watched it as a kid, but it's like now I'm sitting here going like, where's the connection? How did you came up with this idea?
It's really weird when you first look at it, honestly. And there are not very good covers that actually hold the transformation itself in question. But when you look at this problem that she's talking about with the Sailor Moon bias, really, this is the same shit that almost any fictional medium that has no IRL zeitgeist comparative has to go through. So all the growing pains that has come with comics, all the growing pains that have come with live action costumed heroes, all of the growing pains that have come along with Japanese, Chinese, South Korean.
Stale in the cookie.
But fresh in the cream.
Fresh in the cream.
With all of these different parallels and topics, what ends up happening is you have to fight a never-ending battle. Saban as a brand, Saban Brands did it, but when I'm talking about pure esoteric, I literally have no one else to put the blame on but you, I'm specifically talking about what Haim Saban actively did to these titles. Because yes, Saban Brands did handle some translation efforts with Digimon World 1, Digimon World 2, Digimon World 3, and Digimon 4. And by that I mean Digimon Adventure, Digimon Adventure 2, Digimon... I forget what the one that is the third one is. Because I know that...
Tamers.
Tamers. With Digimon Tamers and Digimon Frontier. But that was literally just the name brand of his company. He didn't have directive, creative, liaison control over the franchise. So we're talking about the kind of control of Addy Shankar Joe Crazy. Stay with me. Stay with me. The growing pains of the Sailor Moon bias is what happens when a person is responsible for writing the shows. So alongside this, if I was to write down Addy Shankar's work, he's had his hand on Castlevania. He's had his hand on Castlevania Nocturne. He's trying to get his hands onto other franchises like Berserk. But now alongside it goes his writing for Devil May Cry. When you have to write yourself out of a hole because of how badly you have destroyed the material work in summation, this is the struggle people always have with these out of country franchises that we describe. Because there are a bunch of different other franchises that I have not mentioned here that people will not know about if they are not into tokusatsu. So that includes things like Chojinki. This involves things like Rikendo. This involves things like Tomoki Hero Fire. This involves, yes, Tomoki Hero, as in the toy franchise. They have their own Power Ranger-esque spinoff, and yes, multiple actors from these different shows work on these different projects, literally for the shit fun of it. This includes things like
Jan Person.
Yeah, like John Person. This includes things like Garo. This includes things like any of the comedic timing things, like Dogengers or Treasure Hunter Fighter Ranger, Puzzle Ranger. Also includes things like Akiba Ranger, which is literally a joke series that is parroting Power Rangers and Sentai as a franchise. This includes...
I need that to come back, by the way. I need that to come back, by the way.
Okay. No problem.
Just saying.
This includes things like... I just had it before you said that. This includes things like Ultraman. You can't talk about them without talking about these other ones. Because unfortunately, because we as Americans, and specifically the companies that become the custodians of them, are really, really bad with keeping up those franchise. So, what ends up happening, much like it did for Power Rangers, because now I have to bring up Power Rangers 2017, most people's remembrance of what Power Rangers is was MMPR. Not enough adults care to remember anything else other than this. So, anytime you try to mention something that isn't main series anime, because you actively hear me talk a lot about recency bias, every single time someone tries to tell them or tries to talk about this breakdown or this understanding between these different backgrounds of tourists, you have people's only remembrance of any of this being the modern reinterpretations that they try to make cool and interesting. Now, there have been multiple installments, but unfortunately, this is like mentioning Power Rangers, and people remember, oh, you mean like that version that they had all of these actors in, and then none of them went on to do anything else unless they were able to like break out in a different way? So, people like the lead actor for this product. Let me bring up their IMDb's. So people like Decree Montgomery, they did not get a pop from fucking Power Rangers. Where do you remember him from? You remember him from Stranger Things. Naomi Scott did not get a pop because of Power Rangers. Where do you remember her recently from? Smile 2. Ludi Lin, Elizabeth Banks, Becky G, Bryan Cranston, Bill Hader, R.G. Seiler. These individuals, these actors that were in this product, this was a throwaway project for them. Especially people in the case of Bryan Cranston and Elizabeth Banks. We don't talk about Charlie's Angels remake. These products, these were throwaways. Most people don't care about them. Ever since the development of these franchises and how they get treated, people remember the trash and they laugh about the trash because their public perception is the last thing that was good that people liked. So then, when they don't end up being good, what happens to them? They get remade. I understand this. This struggle you have to fight against 24/7 because the fans of the work have to do all the heavy lifting. It's like a streamer. It's like a content creator. It's not my job to fight fandom battles on my behalf against other fans. I don't need to argue to somebody who's a fan of somebody like Anthony Granuccia that his takes are stupid. At that point, you might as well have him and I acting as debate lords. The two of us arguing back and forth with each other, that's just a bunch of hot air. What's important is the persuasive argument behind it, because you have to be convinced into watching it. Otherwise, you're going to see what the fuck is being talked about, and from either side of this equation, whether it's me criticizing him or him criticizing the work and saying I'm just trying to make it different and make it interesting and make it pop, people are going to look at it and say, this is ass cancer! And they're going to go back to the last thing that they were watching. Because they were not convinced to consume the material, unless you gave them a chance upon which to understand the viewpoint of the other. They usually do not do that. Because to mind down to understand the concept means you actually have to appreciate it, and they don't appreciate the works. Now, I know that these are products of the time. MMPR and Masked Rider and then the MMPR movie, which was even cringier than what they did with the television series. Samurai Pizza Cats, VR Troopers, Gridman, Big Bad Beetleborgs, they're products and eras of their time. They are inherently going to be cringy if you do not already make space in your mind for them to give you the chance to think that they're cool. So let's imagine that Sailor Moon was the cringiest thing you could possibly get. Lol, who cares about that? Sailor Moon? Bro, don't you know it's all about the Wheel of Time? Don't you know it's all about Westworld? Game of Thrones? It's the same talking point, it's the same concept. You actually have to appreciate the work in order to be able to talk about the work. So, she is 100% in pocket for what she's saying. Because anybody can suffer it. It doesn't matter if you're trying to get them into a video game. It doesn't matter if you're trying to get them to a movie franchise. It doesn't matter if you're trying to get them into a television show. They have to be willing to actually give it time to exist. And we usually don't, because we all know where that goes. Usually when they try to rewrite a work and bastardize it, well, you get Powerpuff Girls, basically. Do you want to live in a future where a person, when they reference the show, they're like, "Oh, you mean Gennady Tarkovsky?" No, I'm talking about Powerpuff Girls. That spin-off that was made, that was really bad. That one. You don't want people to always remember the shitty version of your television show, because that is not a television show.
Which is why I constantly say, "Fuck DMC Devil May Cry."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fuck that poo-poo good garbage.
Anyways, moving forward.
I genuinely would like for one of the writers of these articles to explain to me their definition of satire, because it is not the same as everyone else's. And of course, I know that these articles are clickbaity fluff pieces, but it still does have an impact on the perception of magical girls.
It's a lot worse than the main clickbait articles. They are irony poisoning. Which is what Devil May Cry and all of these other things are. They are irony poisoning. Now, I'm not going to accuse Anthony Gramuccia of being irony poisoning. My headset is off. I'm walking into the room for something. I'm not going to accuse Anthony Gramuccia of being irony poison. I already know that he is. I don't need to accuse him of something I can already see. But his reinterpretation of trying to make Sailor Moon into dark fantasy, or even deeper dark fantasy, grim dark fantasy, where everybody gets traumatized and nobody's able to go walk into the sunrise moonset with a happy pregnancy, which is actually a trope that I dislike heavily in a lot of writing, because it's a cheap way to give people a sense of hope without actually having to, flesh it out. This level of writing is inherent of people that have only ever viewed the work as maudlin. So, by that I mean, the way that people think about Robot Chicken. The way that people viewed Robot Chicken and all of its time of existence was effectively a show that existed to make fun of those same concepts from which a lot of our American media comes from, which means 70s, 80s, 90s cartoons, 70s, 80s, 90s shows that were designed for these audiences. That's Transformers, that's Masters of the Universe, that basically, which is He-Man. That's Voltron, and so on and so on and so on. You can't be able to make satire about those shows, like, say, the Gummy Bears, or the fucking Tailspin, without being able to understand the time period and the creative process that it was under. You have to actually have a deep love and appreciation of them. And that same way that Seth Green was questioned about the fact that he's just shitposting about the shows, no, he's not shitposting about them to make fun of them. He's shitposting about them in a way that a person who beloves the franchise would write, but what if it was like this? And when they do so, they don't do it as a long-running project to try and replace the original medium. They do it as a labor of love to demonstrate that they understand what makes it funny. It's like a comedian researching jokes. You don't just make cringy jokes to make cringy jokes. You make jokes with a punchline and a setup because you had an idea going into it, and you think about it enough that you can create the set in the first place. If you just irony poison, then you eventually get the works that are then referenced in things like Steven Universe. So,
Yeah.
imagine being a Wheel of Time fan in this day and age. Bro, I've seen what they do in that show. Imagine wasting your time to watch it.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Anyways, we're ironically, we are almost halfway through this already. We might get out of here before midnight.
But then it comes to the question of why. Why is it that Sailor Moon and occasionally Cardcaptor Sakura are the only shows people actually bring up when talking about magical girls, unless you're in a specific magical girl community?
The short answer is Cartoon Network. The long answer is the viewing blocks on Cartoon Network. So, not accounting for the amount of seasons of Zoids that was aired on Toonami, most Americans only know about anime through Toonami, and Toonami had very limited blocks. There was also a block on Cartoon Network where they featured Dot Hack Legacy of the Twilight, but the short answer is the Cartoon Network / Adult Swim programming block. They only ever watched it through this. They didn't have TVSI, they didn't have a way to get TVSI, they didn't have AZN TV. All of their ability to understand the material that they were consuming, viewing, and watching literally comes at the consequence of that. They can't understand anything outside that zeitgeist because they weren't actually watching it the same way some of us were watching it through the circulation of the tapes. They were only ever seeing a version of it as it was dubbed by TV, by either 4Kids or by Funimation, or some other group, and hearing and seeing the same actors and the same voices on the same products. It was a limitation of the time, to be certain. But yeah, now we have access to all the piracy we could ever want and need. So whether you legally or illegally support the official release, you have various different ways to find all of these different versions that existed.
That's probably because not a lot of magical girl shows get dubbed anymore, which limits the audience they're able to reach. Of course,
I would argue that the reason that happens is less to do with the fact that they're not getting coverage, but because nobody wants to do it. They don't want to give the show the time of day. They would rather make fun of them because they never heard of it. So why would they care? And then it becomes the biggest thing that they've ever had since sliced bread. So then, when you have these anime dubs, and you start dealing with these consequences and these effects that affect the material in the medium of the public perception, the Sailor Moon bias is just as big as the lack of English dubs. Sure, if they dubbed the version that you're watching in real time, the same way that they had an English dub for official products like Stranger Things, having an official dub that even though you know the American actors, you can then recognize the voices of some Spanish actors. It's the same thing. Having the dub would not make it more reachable. Once you get over the bigotry and the inch-high barrier of the subtitles, you will discover all of that other work that's out there in cross-multicultural language. People are holding it back because, and it's not unfair, but it is a concern, that I would rather do multiple things while watching the anime. I don't have time to stare at the subtitles. I feel like I need to watch the screen, bro. Okay. Miss out!
Yep.
I've never heard of this work before. Do they have an English dub? No. Do they have subtitles? Yes. Man, I don't want to watch subs. Okay, watch it raw! Learn Japanese! As long as it's time to get over it. People like myself.
I mean, back in my day. Sorry.
Oh no,
continue.
I'm about to get into it. People like myself had to learn another language in order for them to understand it. Bye, just a girl. People like myself had to learn another language to appreciate and understand Kamen Rider. I had no knowledge of Japanese when I picked it up. And I picked it up back with the start of the Heisei era. Even though I I love X and Blacker X, excuse me, Kamen Rider Black and Blacker X. That was the reinvigorating of the franchise. The same way that the BBC tried to reinvigorate and breathe life back into Doctor Who started with the series reformatting when they tried to bring back Series 9, which was the start of the, not the Tennant era, guy before him.
Eccleston era.
The Eccleston era of the Doctor Who revival. Because the classical Doctor Who era was not able to keep people engaged. Because as terms go with government-created science fiction, they were running out of steam. And people didn't want to listen to they didn't want to listen to the radio show versions. They weren't listening to the audiobook continuance of their stories, where they were writing better ideas. Even though people have their preferences where they want to watch the dubs because they don't want to learn the culture, and there isn't a dub group, there are multiple of them now because we've recognized this problem. Even though they recognize the problem of the dub group, and they know that this person wants to watch it because they don't understand the culture, because, you know, Lord forbid we have another instance of jelly donuts. Because they don't know the culture, and they just want to watch the show, and understand and follow the plot line, they're going to watch the dub. But there are people outright refusing to watch the show because there is no dub, and then they say the show is bad because they don't have one, and continue watching recency bias anime, is why this is limiting to them. It's the same thing with multicultural language or foreign film concepts. It's why whenever there was a story at the Oscars about a foreign film winning in their category, or an actor from a foreign film winning in their category, why that comment that he made, which is the one I quoted, once you get over the inch-high barrier of subtitles, you'll discover a lot more content out there for you. The reason that existed is because Americans will only watch what's in their country. They're not the only ones that do it. But meanwhile, we'll hear about across the sea multicultural language films, like Bahubali, the beginning and the conclusion. We'll hear about things like Triple R, and we'll watch them, and we'll be surprised by the sheer level, the practicality, the effects, and the talent of these other actors, and of these other projects in other regions. But when it comes to something as simple as anime, we can't make space for that here, because it's laziness and convenience. Even though we have all the time to create the conveniences towards ourselves. To which dub groups, like Overtime, started working to be able to give you that context. On screen, we can give you the context for the joke. And then at the same time, we're making edits that then allow you to better understand the material of the work. So you can understand the appeal of the special effect, or whatever it is that they're using on screen. This is not at the fault of the companies. Now, she might not know where it started from, because it did start from Cartoon Network, which, unfortunately, we still find ourselves at the mercy of fucking hipsters.
Because they died.
Because Adult Swim is Williamsburg Street. And Williamsburg Street, if you don't know, and you've never lived in California, is literally hipster central. All of the hipsters that you fucking hate, that have irony poison, and believe themselves to be smarter than you, they're all in Adult Swim. And it is controlled by that. So if they didn't hear about it, you don't hear about it. Because they don't care. Unless they can make money off of it. A lot.
I thought the hipsters died, to be honest.
No, they transformed into something else entirely. It's why when
What is that then?
What I just described. Idiosyncratic irony goblins that think they know more about you because they're into things like depression porn. Like BoJack Horseman. So when King Bash says, I think people rely too much on Funimation to gain their anime content instead of looking for themselves, yes, it comes from reference. They go to the major dub groups, and they go to major coverages, and they go to major interpretations. So for a lot of people who grew up, like I did, hearing about and seeing and even consuming material from groups like the now defunct Team 4-Star, they only heard about it because of Team 4-Star. And people making never-ending jokes about Team 4-Star. Now, that's not to take the flowers away from them. I'm not going to say they're ass kids or they're trash, the reason's the problem. But there's a reason why they are not seeing prominence in major anime dubbing. And the reason why is because they tried to make money off of the official release of shows they did not have the license to cover and make. Inside of voice acting, you cannot do that. You cannot have a resume full of work of stolen property material and then say, this is my resume, I would like a job please, inside of Funimation. You have to earn your stripes. You have to do wallet sessions. You have to go to an actual voice acting coach, like Crispin Freeman of Voice Acting Mastery, or Gabrielle Nistico of the voice of Vixen. You need to spend potential hundreds of thousands of dollars, or in our cases, 2 of 3 thousands of dollars, to attend the courses, to learn the skills, to learn the traits, to learn the tools, to then be able to develop yourself and your voice, so that you can then be able to perform in these shows. Because the industry is designed by insiders, trying to find new voices to replace the talent that is either aging out or dying out, or getting drastically replaced because they're canceling them. And unfortunately, as I was memeing earlier, Funimation is controlled by those individuals that have that viewpoint, and they're all left-leaning. They inherently control what you see, because if they don't like you, they don't want you having any kind of business or work or job. And then they bring up their new talents. So, the same way that they tried to kill off Victor Joseph Monona, they tried to bring in people like Damon Mills. And Damon Mills is 20 times more the sexual predator than Victor Joseph Monona could ever be considered. If the worst thing that Victor did is that he approached women who approached him sexually, they got nervous and or he misread the situation and said, oh, well, excuse me, and let me go right back to not putting any of this on you. You've got people like Damon Mills out here actively trying to have sexual encounters with his fans. You've got voice actors, like the voice for Kobayashi's character in Kobayashi's Miss Dragon, having a brother who is on the sex offender registry, trying to raise money for him because he's misunderstood. These are the missing stories that you'll not hear. This is the missing stories that you'll... about that. These are the missing stories that you're not going to hear coverage of because it either makes them look bad or the only time you would have heard about it is on a drama posting website like Human Farms. You will miss all this context. You will miss all this information because they don't care, so you won't know because it won't be talked about. It's probably the biggest sin of recency bias. Especially nowadays, let alone as it was in the past.
In the 90s and early 2000s, a lot of magical girl shows were brought to the US. Sailor Moon, dubbed by DIC Entertainment, Cardcaptor Sakura by Nekvana. Then there's the Canadian dub of Futari wa Pretty Cure, done by Ocean Productions. And of course, the 4Kids dubbing of Tokyo Mew Mew and Ojamajo Do-Re-Mi, renamed Mew Mew Power and Magical Do-Re-Mi. But once we move past the 2000s, we don't really see any more dubs of anime for little girls. And that isn't for lack of material. In that time, there were loads of magical girl shows being released. Jewel Pet, still Pretty Cure, Mermaid Melody, Shugo Kara, and more. Now, of course, there's a lot that goes into dubbing a show from one language to another. American entertainment companies have to see a show, decide that they want to dub it, get the license and rights to do so, and then, you know, do all the normal things you would do with a new show. Production, advertisement, merchandise, all that stuff. But there lies a major problem. Companies have to decide they want to dub a show targeted at a young female audience. At the same time...
Shout out to Winx Club. They truly were the progenitors.
As things like Jewel Pet and Sugar Sugar Rune were airing in Japan, America got the dub for things like Bakugan and Beyblade. Of course, those properties have a heavy toy influence, which is the primary element to their success. However, the same could very, very easily be said about many magical girl shows of the time. Jewel Pet has a load of toys that I could very easily see little girls in America collecting. Fushigi no Boshi Futeko Hime, which would obviously need a name translation, has loads of cute toy potential, and Pretty Cure has a huge merchandising aspect that we'll talk more about later.
Hey,
so
pause.
How come only the show...
I hate to be that guy, but I don't think people even give a shit about toys these days. I mean, merchandising is one thing, but just straight up toys? I don't know.
Before I went live, I was listening to a take that was coming from, I forgot who was broadcasting it on Twitter, but they were talking about Power Rangers, and they were talking about the merchandising aspect of the Legacy Collection for the Lightning Collection. And part of the problem is that when you make these shows, you do have to increase and make merchandise, because without the money from the toy sales, none of it's possible. This was different in the 80s and 90s, and it kind of falls off with the superhero tropes, because ultimately, your character costume ends up being a Party City outfit that you buy from your local discounter. But the toys, like collectible small toys, let me look at my counter, because I actually have some. Let's see here. I have my broken Gunpla of Gundam. I have my Prince Yuki doll. Because I fucks with the rat, and if you don't fuck with the rat, you don't fucks with me. I've got lunch merchandise featuring Kirby. I've got still in box design toys of Fowzer for 01. I've got a roll-up and fly doll of, I believe this is Digimon Adventures. This is not Digimon Tamers. This is Digimon Adventure 2. I forget what this Digimon is called right now at this current moment. But I'm pretty sure this came in a Burger King box for Digimon. I've got a Pikachu Pokemon spinner up here somewhere, which I cannot currently find at this point because I'm short. And this shit comes up to barely eye level. It's sitting next to my Gundam. There is a lot of merchandise, of course not accounting for the most popular merchandise of all, which is the collection of consoles. Because I would say the collecting of toys and services and stuff actually begins and ends with your merchandising for your systems and your consoles. Because if I'm going to collect something that's going to have value, I'm going to be collecting not the small little toys, but the consoles and the game systems they come with. So the Digimon Tamagotchi Pocket handheld games, where you are actually helping grow your Digimon up, and then you have the ability to transfer that to an actual game file, a la something from, say, the Dreamcast era of the VMU pets that are on your memory card that you put into your controller. This is probably the reason why you have people that have less of that other than like toy channels such as Rinchan. Because there are many connoisseurs in Japan that collect the toys actively, season on season. They collect the toys, they collect the belts, they collect the power-ups for the belts, they collect the movie version of the belt, they collect the CSM, they collect the special edition collection, they get the Bandai Deluxe box collection edition. But in America, you will only ever see people show the height of what they have basically through the toys that they bring with them, or the outfits and the costumes that they design, or the actual in-depth creation of their full-body cosplays. That is as far as it goes. Because, bro, I'm going to tell you right now, the CSM belt prices, it's like the cost of a PlayStation 5.
Dude, as someone that had a Camaretta Skull Magnum, which was like $60, I completely understand where you're coming from with that.
Like, the first step is getting people into the franchise. The next step is then selling them the merchandise. Now, I can promise you, if DreamCon ever got their hands on Kamen Rider, you will see so many hoodified versions of these riders, male and female, that it will set us back 200 years. Imagine if you can. These suits that I showed you earlier. Imagine if you could. All the way back up here. These versions of Tsukiyomi and Omagio. Imagine turning tuning into a con footage of DreamCon, and you see Tsukiyomi throwing it back graviciously into Omagio. And they have made a modification. And then that Omagio has a suit modification where he basically has time dreads. They created an entire suit in the likeness of these two, but they added dreads to him. And he is holding up his Emperor Sword Caliber like he's holding a gun. So the running joke that has been going on with Marvels involving the Fantastic Four, it's Fantastic, ain't it? Fuck, nigga. Constantly throwing up Thor in the set. The second that happens, it's done. The second that happens, it's done. They don't have the money to afford this shit, let alone even get into it, let alone spend the time to get into it, because they're watching too many recency bias animes. Mm-hmm. This is something that only real fans are going to buy, and real fans are going to love, because only real fans will have disposable income to throw at it.
Yeah, it's kind of another thing, ain't it? It's like most people that are just chomping at the bit for these things don't have any money. They don't pay into this shit. They complain about it, but don't actually want to buy it.
Mm. Now, if they were to be adapted, and therefore then the show's version of their suits were then get worked on, it's like saying if you were able to buy the Sentai version of the show prop versus the American version of the show prop. So the one that has the customized English throwout version from Go Busters that says it's morphing time, and then the version that they made for Beast Morphers and how lame that was, you would be very annoyed at the prices of them, because one would be a trash product that's like maybe $30. The other one's going to be like $200 and $600, because Ace is telling us right now that the Ryuki set for the CSM selection is over $800 on Amazon right now. And yeah, because you first got to get it out of Japan, you have to have it in box condition, mint condition, if you're going to be collecting it, to just keep it in your house. If you're actually taking it to cosplay, you got to have all the moving parts, make sure it's functional, and make sure that you're also not getting scammed with a lesser version. And not like a Korean version. Because there's obviously Japanese version, there's Chinese versions, and there's Korean versions. Because they have their adaptations for the shows as well. There's a whole entire industry business that goes into it. And yeah, one problem besets the other. But unfortunately, that is the case. And it will remain like that. Because they can't find a reason to make monetary cost off of it. So, like, your mileage will vary.
Shows that traditionally appealed to young boys got brought over to America. Unfortunately, a lot of this is just straight up misogyny. Companies, especially didn't feel like there was a viable market for a
Wait, pause. You can't just drop that on us just out of the blue like that. I was leading up to something.
Look, you probably.
Wow.
Like, I know you've probably seen some of this at all because that's why you showed it to me. The chat came in after me trying to explain something. You need to feel that in full effect. Let's start from 1335.
Time. Jewel Pet has a load of toys that I could very easily see little girls in America collecting. Fushigi no Boshi Futeko Hime, which would obviously need a name translation, has loads of cute toy potential, and Pretty Cure has a huge merchandising aspect that we'll talk more about later. So how come only the shows that traditionally appealed to young boys got brought over to America? Unfortunately, a lot of this is just straight up misogyny.
I felt like I got hit in the face with a baseball bat out of nowhere. My nose is broken. What the fuck just happened?
Imagine someone running up to you who's a big fan at a convention. Excuse me, why do you think that this show wasn't adapted? And I give them a full fleshed out answer that involves the backroom corporate dealings of people like Haim Saban actually agonizing over his decision to be like, yeah, we're gonna bring in Digimon, we're gonna bring in this, we're gonna bring in that, we're gonna do this and this and this and this, and it's all gonna go into our system of the box. We're gonna bring in Fox Kids, Fox Box, then it's going to become 4Kids TV. We're going to try to get people to consume this content that they otherwise would not get on a Saturday morning cartoon block, and him being praised by the company for doing it because he single-handedly saved the Family Channel, also known as ABC Family, also known as Freeform, from having to cut their costs and shit. And you give that background, and this person then says to you, no, it's because of misogyny. You feel like you've been insulted, because you were.
I feel like I've been assaulted, actually. I was expecting to build up to that, not to just drop it like a bag of hammers.
To be fair, we're at 14:09, and this video is only 29 minutes and 10 seconds long.
I understand that, but usually there's like some sort of build up to like, okay, like some sort of line of logic before you hit that.
I mean, the logic is, why are the boy shows being given air and the girl shows being ignored? Clearly, it's misogyny, because we like the boys over the girls. But the problem is that there's just no way for them to be able to make a product that sells to the girls and the boys that also get the boys to click, because it's more about how easy it is to get into. There's a lot of effort that goes into the girl shows that you can't even bring yourself to get what it does. It just blows up faster. They make money. That's the simple answer. If the answer is boys show make money, therefore we go with boys show, that's obviously sexism and misogyny. You think it's going to be inversed if we go the other way? I don't think it would. I think it'd be the exact same problem, but now you'd blame it on anything other than the show just doesn't make money. It's a very simple calculation.
Yeah. It's basically like, oh, you choose this show, but now we're not making any money. It's just nothing.
So in her mindset...
Good job.
So in her mindset, with the problem of the lack of English dubs, we now arrive at the point where we break away from her opinion. Because she understands the mechanics that are in play. She understands what's responsible for the decision-making. But her mind is just... It's obviously sexism. That's retarded.
It is. I just can't get over just popping out like a goddamn like I'm sitting here at least trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, and she just throws a flash grenade in my face. Think fast.
Well, you see, he has to spend a lot of time trying to come up with a preamble to explain how his work is how it is. But actually, the reason it is how it is because he just wanted to shitpost on the idea really, really hard. I accidentally made my shit smaller. There we go.
Oh, boy. That tickled me. That really hit me in certain places. I'm certainly awake now.
Yep, make this smaller. Yep, smaller here. Literally, the only reason shonen gets more love outside of Japan is that they blow up popularity way higher than shoujo did in the 2000s to companies that are the main moneymakers. Yeah, exactly, King Bash.
Companies, especially at that time, didn't feel like there was a viable market for a young female audience, and historically, women and girls have been a demographic often neglected. Then there's the general modern discussion of magical girls. You see people saying things about how magical girls are all super dark and tragic.
Here we get the personal interpretation.
Magical girl shows are all depression and sadness and edge, and that is a take that speaks to an understandable ignorance about magical girls. So, I would like to put forth a hypothesis that has very little concrete evidence behind it, but it's something that I've picked up on over the years from seeing Annie-tubers and other people online talking about magical girls, and that is this.
Here we go.
See, in the 90s, if you wanted to watch a show, you had to be on a certain TV channel at a certain time. But of course, you'd probably want to get ready a little early so you don't miss it. So you end up watching a little bit of the show that comes on before yours. Or maybe you're watching cartoons with your little sister or something and end up watching one of her shows and you start really liking it. That, I believe, is what happened to a lot of young boys in the 90s. They wanted to watch Gundam or Zatch Bell or Dragon Ball, but before they could, they had to sit through an episode of Sailor Moon or Cardcaptor Sakura. They were kind of forced to watch the more girly cartoon, but ended up really liking them, and that's all fine and good. Great, actually. But then the internet becomes more of a mainstream thing. And with that comes streaming, as well as, let's be real, sites that hosted pirated anime. So generally, it was...
You mean the people who are possible to make it possible for you to even be able to bitch about and complain about this problem?
Yeah, the people that actually put in the work so that you could actually watch this shit.
Easier to find and access new shows. Those people who liked Sailor Moon or Cardcaptor out of circumstance, do you think they went out of their way to find more of that type of show?
Yes, I did.
Yes. Yeah, I did. I actually did. Like, when I got through with Sailor Moon, I went on to watch Utena. I went on to watch Rayarf. It's
also Wedding
Peach. Yeah, I was interested.
Because the answer is honestly no. Why would they?
So, she is obviously closer to the bitter side of this dilemma. So she pulls much closer to neuralities. Because this is her personal interpretation now. Her personal interpretation is that they didn't actually like these shows. They were victims of circumstance.
Well, bullshit. I used to watch Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z at the same time because they came on around the same time. And I loved both of them. I didn't give a shit. I'm saying that on the internet right now. But of course she's probably going to be like, well, it's just a matter of circumstance. You were just there. It was just something to watch. In which I'm saying, man, that's kind of a really big damnation on what you think about these shows, that I just think that they're just a bunch of filler for me to get to the good stuff when I actually do like it, and I'm just lying to you. Why would I lie to you?
Because reasons.
Friends were probably talking about full...
We are about to hit midnight, so we're going to need to get through the rest of this quickly. There are things that I would like to do.
Yep, gonna shut
Metal Alchemist, Bleach, Naruto, Death Note, and so on. So why would they go out of their way to watch Jewel Pet Tinkle? Here's an anecdote. I had just explained this theory to my roommate, and
So, here's the problem with this theory. The reason why this theory doesn't work for America is because 4Kids was a programming block on a channel. For that channel, 4Kids was on the block of Fox, because it was a subsidiary of their network. In order for you to watch it, you needed to air it at that certain time frame. This, of course, would be where a lot of people that were still watching the 4Kids block, as it was starting to get phased out entirely, would come to be familiar with Kamen Rider Dragonite. That was literally the product from the Wayne brothers that was responsible for being the one and only American revival since Haim Saban was banned from ever making an adaptation of... Yes, it was that serious. From ever making a adaptation of Kamen Rider again. Toei sat down with the Wang brothers, said, we want to hear what your idea and what your version of the show is going to be. They pitched it to them, they greenlit it, and they ran it, and even though they didn't finish running the live air of the series as a whole, that series would get so much love that it would directly be responsible for getting the seiyuu of the voice actors that portray those characters to do their version of the dub, of which I have a version of that dub hard saved to my fucking, like, to my system, to my hard drive. I will never lose it. And then also be responsible for the actual naming convention and the callouts for the special effects for Decade in that series, as it happened to release in between the time of Kiba into Decade proper. So when they started using the nomenclature of Kamen Ride rather than Kamen Rider, as they kept using Kamen Rider as the call-out phrase because they couldn't come up with a henshin name, they were responsible for that development. And unfortunately, to watch the cartoons at a certain time period, to get that dub, was on an entirely separate block that had entirely separate changeouts of structure. Because Foxbox is not 4Kids, and 4Kids was not Fox Kids. because that's where you had the first dubs of Tiga. That's why you had the first dubs of Digimon Adventure 1 and 2. That's where you had the coverage of Digimon Tamers and the Digimon Frontier, which then would move to Jetix and then eventually to Disney XD. It is also in that same time block that when Power Rangers was owned by the Disney brand, that they were running the shows straight up with their best interpretations as possible, just as writ, but with different changes. So, the time period of Lightspeed Rescue, then moving from there for both Time Force and Wild Force, then bringing it back with Ninja Storm, then into Mystic Force, and there's another one that I'm forgetting. I forget all of the ones that were underneath the Disney era, but they're basically all the ones that were done straightforward, like one-to-one plot synopses. That same time period where they had Digimon Tamers and Digimon Frontier, and also Get Ed, all of those blocks were not during one specific time frame, because they would then echo those shows on the digital programming blocks. So, RPM, I think, yes, RPM. Thank you. I believe that is correct. My brain get a little bit skippy around this time period. They would then go to show those episodes on an entirely different digital programming block. So, the same way that I can go over into the television room right now, and I could put the TV on Nick Jr., they were putting those shows on a different block. So, shows like Kappa Mikey, while you might have maybe seen them once or twice on the mainstream Nicktoons brand channel, it was being shown on Nicktoons. Like, just like how Cartoon Network had Boomerang, and they were then stopped showing the traditional classic era cartoons from the Hanna-Barbera time period, but they would then start doing all of the reposts of Sonic Boom, which would be where a lot of people would start getting into that show, and its non-stop shitposting jokes. The same way that they did with Viva Pinata and all of its shitposting jokes, or Back at the Barnyard, when it was on Nickelodeon, all of its shitposting jokes, especially when they were told that they were already getting canceled. All of the humor and all of that time investment came from the fact that it wasn't a Saturday morning issue at that point anymore. It was that the companies were reprioritizing what was important for the brand image. This would be where you would then see that entire switchover with the reclamation of the Neo Saban era of Power Rangers, with it being premiered as half seasons of an entire show run of 40 to 49 to 52 episodes being cut in half. Then you get the half seasons of the Super Series, which, why do that? Marketing, branding, toy timing, cores. The amount of episodic sagas that you would get from one arc in a show to another arc in the show, which could be anywhere from 1 episode to 13 episodes, or from 13 episodes to 28 episodes. All of those cores were now shaped around the merchandising and the rollout of that toy block selling. And it's not just the channel, but the fucking company. So, in this case, I mentioned Toonami. People waking up and wanting to watch the block of what was just premiered for Toonami would also mean that they were watching on Saturday night rather than Saturday morning. And at the same time they're watching that Death Note, they're also getting brand deals about, hey kids, go buy a PS2 and go play the quadrilogy of Dot Hack Sign. And all the other shit that they premiered on the Toonami block. And then, of course, Adult Swim. Watching Adult Swim back in those days, when I mentioned before on a broadcast about Secret Sorrow being stuck in my head from watching Inuyasha, because Inuyasha was always on the 5 o'clock and 5:30 block before the continuance of the Cartoon Network watershed programming block. And I believe in this time period they start Adult Swim at 9 o'clock. So they tell the kids that, hey kids, switch the channel, we're going away now. It's about to be Adult Swim nonstop. All of that is the responsibility of the programming networks and of the companies that own the programming blocks for watershed rules. If you wanted there to be an all anime all the time channel, you would have had to have pitched that idea. In AZN Television, at the time that they were doing what they were doing, that channel was actually being discontinued in a lot of places because digital cable products couldn't carry them. In fact, it was actually a bit of a misnomer. A lot of people watching shows and watching premium channels like HBO and Showtime, down here in Georgia, there was a 3 to 5 year period where everybody was getting HBO and Showtime, despite the fact that we weren't paying for it, because of a glitch inside of the Knology cable system. We weren't supposed to be getting their shows. So people hearing about Nurse Jackie, hearing about Dexter, hearing about Weeds, hearing about Big Love, hearing about The Sopranos, hearing about The Wire, Dead Like Me, they're only hearing about them or seeing them because they were getting something that they weren't supposed to have. It was just another channel to watch. We didn't have any context for it. Shows like Sons of Anarchy or The Bear, or Legion, would be more appropriate if we want to be serious. Legion, what was another show that was premiering on FXX? Justified with Timothy Olyphant. All of these shows, they were just something on the network. We didn't have the understanding and context as children of this era to know what the fuck we were watching. We just knew that it was a show, it was on, it was fun, and we liked it. That's it. That's all that mattered. So, your personal theory is just off on the wrong... It's just on the wrong footing. It's just wrong. And then you're putting it at the feet of misogyny? They didn't have enough knowledge to know what they were watching to even hate you. Or the show. They just preferred what they preferred. And like a person choosing, do I want McDonald's or Wendy's? I don't know about Wendy's, but I'm familiar with McDonald's, and vice versa. Like, you can't throw the sin at the fault of fans. Like, the fans aren't at fault. Sure, they're the only people who can fight this war, because they have to tell people about them. But they also, you can't start off the conversation like this. You can't say, fuck you, because, bro, at the same time they could have been watching Smile Precure, they were watching Witch and Winx. Like, that's not their fault. Like, that's not their fucking fault.
They were like, yeah, that makes sense. And while they were in the kitchen, I started watching a video about magical girls that I vehemently disagree with. And they were talking about how they liked magical girl shows. But I couldn't help but notice that they were only showing clips from 2. And those 2 shows were Sailor Moon and Cardcaptor Sakura.
Yeah? So how do you think we feel when every single time something in Western animation keeps referencing DBZ and Sailor Moon? How do you think we feel when we tell them that there's more animes than this? How do you think fans of dating animes feel when they hear about death flags? Let me get the name of this fucking anime right. Because it's a very specific anime. Okay. This title is called If Her Flag Breaks. But the anime is called Kanojo ja... It's been so long. Kanojo ja flag wo onotorara. If Her Flag Breaks. A visual novel series that is actually a dating sim that has an English subversion that was premiered in spring 2014, where the character and their involvement with the related manga was the light novel that fleshed out its backstory. When you talk about franchises or animes that come from a light novel, such as If Her Flag Breaks, you cannot be sitting there upset because, damn it, why won't anybody talk about my obscure anime? Why do they always talk about Clannad? Or any of the other quintessential dating sims, like Love Hina? You can't hold on to that anger forever because you're the one member of the Golden Boy fandom that wants people to see Golden Boy, but then you get angry about catching over magical girls. Like, you have to square this circle somewhere. You have to.
And from the kitchen, my roommate shouted,
"This is literally proving your point."
So, I'm right.
What?
And then, of course, Madoka Magic released in 2019. And
Wait, you can't...
So she is.
I see we left the unhinged part to the latter half of the video.
Well, You see, this is where she then meets into a fusion of the perspective of Domina Magica, and then she fuses it with her own petty dereliction, and now she is explaining why her personal view must be correct, which then brings us off to point 4, which is that Madoka Magica did not kill the magical girl genre. Which obviously it fucking didn't, because there's other fucking magical girls. And yes, it too indeed makes you feel like the stuff that you have should remain obscure at Ace Detective.
And partly because the show calls its characters straight up magical girls, the genre was pushed into the forefront of the anime community. And for a lot of people, this was their first exposure to the concept of maho shoujos since Sailor Moon, and that was kind of all they had to compare it to. And now that the magical girl genre is back in the spotlight for the English-speaking world, people started to notice other dark fantasy magical girl shows. Daybreak Illusion, Yuki Yuna as a Hero, Magical Girl Raising Project, and what felt like the nail in the coffin, Magical Girl Sight. What was the reason for this trend, if not for the death of the traditional magical girl? I have 2 counterpoints. The first being dark magical girl shows have always been a thing. It isn't new. Everyone knows Revolutionary Girl Utena is a darker magical girl show, directed by Kunihiko Iro.
No, they actually don't. Do you know why? It's because people like Noralities forever talk about the sexual aspect of the lesbian loving. It's because people are writing D&D module books for Pathfinder, like horny sword lesbians, or thirsty sword lesbians.
The thirsty sword lesbians.
They play up the sexuality rather than actually playing into any of the tropes, because they inherently want to shock people with the subject matter and the cover.
Hara, the same person who directed the Sailor Moon anime, Revolutionary Girl Utena came out in 1997, and it is very good. I watched it for the first time just last year and enjoyed it immensely. And once the show hits around the halfway point, it ramps up in the themes of abuse, incest, manipulation, and sexual violence. Pre-Tier from 2000 is another noticeably darker maho story. Death is a constant threat looming over the characters. Grief and depression are core themes, and there's subtle discussion and reference to suicidal ideation. Princess Tutu from 2002 is another good example. While it's not as explicitly dark, it goes down a very existential path with themes of free will and destiny, and what that truly means. Not to mention, the trend of magical girls but for adults is nothing new. Pantheon stalking is an obvious example, coming out in 2011, but it goes much older. Papillon Rose started out as an internet joke and a parody of Sailor Moon and Cutie Honey before, I think, becoming an actual OVA series? That's a little fuzzy. And also there's something called Butt Attack Punisher Girl. So like magical girl parodies with sexual overtones is super not new and super not unique. Not to mention, what people consider traditional magical girls never actually went away. Franchises like Precure and Jewel Pet were still trucking along just fine. Little Witch Academia started out as a short film in 2013, which got a second short film in 2015, and then a full series in 2017. Then there's also Flip Flappers, and while that one is a bit more esoteric and mature, I wouldn't put it in the dark magical girl category. And then there's non-Japanese magical girl shows, which very much exist and should be included in discussions of the genre. Lollipop is a French magical girl idol series that began airing in 2014, and it even has an English dub. Flowering Heart is a co-production between South Korean and Japanese animation studios, which plays into the young girl transforms into an adult to solve problems type of thing. All of these shows came out between Madoka Magica and Magical Girl Sight. These shows are clear evidence that the magical girl genre was not in any way negatively impacted by Madoka Magica.
Yeah, but just like people shit on 16, Total Drama, and also Totally Spies, and also Marvin Mystery, they don't care because they only remember them in the annals of their memories. And they don't have any reference point to talk about because it's about what was in the zeitgeist, not about what you were just watching and what they were watching. They don't have any context upon which to criticize the work because they don't have people around them that's viewing it. Because almost all of them are all on recency bias. Now, knowing about them is less than enjoying them. And for most people, people were enjoying them ironically. So you're not going to get away from it whatever you fucking do. All you're saying is that you have arrived at the Carl question. Do you want to kill them? The answer is sometimes. You can't stop people from having their opinions and having their favorites. You can do a better job about informing people about their favorites and giving them the breadth of time in which to discover new shit they would have never gotten into. But by no means are you right. Because you're basically putting the blame of these non-fans on them when it's on the American Broadcasting Corporation. Your enemy is not the fans. It's syndication. You have more right to be angry at Disney than anyone else. But you know what? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
And part of this debate
Perception
is
is literally out of the
series and reboots don't count. So the yearly seasons of Pretty Cure didn't count. Little Witch Academia didn't count either for some reason. Sailor Moon Crystal doesn't count, which I find the exclusion of those shows for the sake of saying the magical girl genre is dead is rather silly.
Also, she is right. You did talk over that.
I wouldn't put it in the dark magical girl category. It's a French magical girl idol series that began airing in 2014, and it even has an English problems type of thing. All of these shows came out between Madoka Magica and Magical Girl Site. These shows are clear evidence that the magical girl genre was not in any way negatively impacted by Madoka Magica. And part of this debate is saying that...
You're technically talking over it again.
Oh, am I? Sorry.
Evidence that the magical girl genre was not in any way negatively impacted by Madoka Magica. And part of this debate is saying that, oh, sequel series and reboots don't count.
This is probably another one. And this is actually something that is very common. Because of the recency bias, people will say that a sequel series, or an update series, or even a reboot series, doesn't count in the category of it being something that is a part of the genre, because it's not really a new interpretation. It's just another one that exists. So, much like how I mentioned Miraculous Ladybug earlier, or rather, Miraculous The Adventures of Ladybug and Cat Noir is its actual title. But the same way that Miraculous exists, people that have no context to it, and they only know about them because they happen to see a fucking VOD or a TikTok that made mention of the plots of that story, like they did for any of its more recent specials, they don't count them as real because they look at them as something else entirely. So if you were to look at Miraculous Ladybug, and you were to say that it was not a part of the magical girl genre, because it's not just magical girl transformations, it's also magical boy transformations as well, pretty much costumed hero transformations, yeah, people are categorizing them incorrectly. And that's obvious bullshit. But she's trying to fight multiple battles that she's got to keep her terms consistent. But this is something that actually happens frequently. It's why people criticizing movie games have to constantly fight back against, are we talking about dog shit ink suit actor movie games? Or are we fighting against games that have a narrative delivered through mostly story with gameplay elements like that of Crystal Dynamics and Looking Glass Studios and Amy Hennig? But you don't know the difference between them because you think that Expedition 8020 featuring Lashana Lynch in space is the same thing as The Legacy of Kain.
So the yearly seasons of Pretty Cure didn't count. Little Witch Academia didn't count either for some reason. Sailor Moon Crystal doesn't count, which I find the exclusion of those shows for the sake of saying the magical girl genre is dead is rather silly and stupid. But if...
I mean, outside of that, you'd have to include things like High Spice Guardian, but then again, people didn't actually watch that show, they just supported that show so they could steal money from the anime industry. Because Elation Studios and Women in Animation stole money from Crunchyroll users to make a studio for their content.
If we're playing with this type of logic, there's another...
Pause.
Yes.
Funny you bring that up, considering that she also has a video defending High Guardian Spice.
Well, you see, that's what happens when you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to now start defending concepts because you support those shows and you like them. I can imagine her liking High Spice Guardian. It's a magical girl anime. It leans into all the tropes of magical anime. And she might also possibly be leftist, so she might even defend the more cringy aspects of the show, like transgender magic. However, the problem is that, and I bring it up because I'm always going to bring up the sins of Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll itself, as a company that was illegitimate. It was a piracy website. They stole your money to then make themselves legal. They are afoul of federal laws and crimes. The only reason they still operate is because they could pay the money for the fine to become a legitimate business. Anyways, move on. We're 20 minutes past midnight.
More reasonable explanation behind the lack of new magical girl IPs at this time that isn't Madoka Magica, and that is Pretty Cure. See, since the 80s, a lot of children's cartoons have been made to sell toys, and that is a trend that continues to this day. This can be seen all the way back in the days of Minky Momo, where the toy company pulling their sponsorship caused the creator to retaliate by killing the main character. She got better though, don't worry. And a lot of Magical Girl shows mentioned previously had and have a huge merchandise aspect. Wands, compacts, dolls, and anything else that can be bought and sold. But eventually, one franchise rose above them all. Pretty Cure essentially has a monopoly on magical girls fighting monsters of the week, each season being carefully designed to market to the widest possible audience and to show off all the cool new toys that your parents can buy for you now. The reason new magical girl shows weren't being produced in the time period after Madoka Magica, so the 2010s, isn't because Madoka Magica destroyed the genre. It was because toy companies and execs didn't feel like competing with one of the largest franchises in the country.
Basically.
I do want to add a side note that just because a show is made to sell toys, that doesn't mean there can't be an actual heart to the story that gets told. Animators and artists work to create touching stories within the commercial constraints they've been given, and I think that's an important thing to just remember in general. So, to recap, Madoka Magica did not kill the magical girl genre. In my personal opinion, that idea came about because people watched Sailor Moon and Cardcaptor Sakura's English dub when they aired in the 90s. But then as they grew up and found other sources to watch anime other than cable TV, they were no longer sort of forced to watch those more girly shows. So they just didn't. And that's fine, it's totally okay. And then, renowned studio Shaft releases Madoka Magica, and everyone goes like, whoa! Meanwhile, Pretty Cure and other typical magical girl shows continue onward, but get ignored because, bluntly put, they're for little girls, and most people who aren't little girls don't care about that stuff. So all the attention goes to the dark fantasy shows made for an older audience, and because people don't care about shows made for little girls and don't pay them any mind, these dark fantasy shows are all that exists in their mind. As I was editing this, Doraemon released a video about Princess Tutu, and that honestly helped me put into words this weird phenomenon that I see. People call Madoka Magica a deconstruction, or say Princess Tutu isn't like other magical girl shows to create a degree of separation from the rest of the genre, because people like those shows, and there's this cultural idea that feminine things or media made for girls is just bad.
And that's something that you do take personally and is not fine.
Yeah, I don't know where you get that from.
They're cutesy and pink and frilly and most importantly, feminine, are so weirdly not allowed to be good art. Also, if you have to caveat your Princess Tutu recommendation with, oh, I know the name is silly, then you are literally the problem I'm talking about.
My nigga, you should hear this new show. It's called Barbie's Island Adventure. Places in Tokyo. This shit is peak, my nigga. My nigga, don't that shit look gay? My nigga, if you are not able to appreciate the beloved classic that is Barbie Island Adventure, then you are not worthy of even Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Damn, my nigga, you right. You right. I'm being a hating ass bitch. That's right. Now sign in. We gotta go pick our new dresses from the shopping center. It resets in 20 minutes.
I mean, I know you're doing a bit, but that's kind of how I feel about Pretty Cure, because sometimes shit goes hard, though.
Honestly, everything I've just said for the last couple of minutes just boils down to misogyny, and that really sucks, and I'm sad now.
It's all misogyny. Where does that leave us?
Yes, it is.
It leaves us in a sea of misogyny.
Oh, God.
It leaves us in a sea of misogynies. We exist in a sea of misogynies. Please tell me there is a
misogynies. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the corner now.
Where's the jokes? Where's the jokes? I need a joke. There we go. Where does it leave us now? It leaves us here. I hate misogynies, and I hope she stops picking on women for real, for real. This is where it leaves us. Let's finish this video. I want to fucking eat food. I'm starving.
I don't want to be an elitist here. I have
But you
not
are.
seen every magical girl show.
You are.
Anywhere near the arbiter of knowledge for the genre, try as I might. If someone watched Sailor Moon as a kid before Dragon Ball came on and really liked it, that's okay. If they liked Madoka Magica when it came out, that's okay too. If those are the only two magical girl shows someone ever watches, that's literally okay. You don't have to force yourself to consume magical girl media. But it's when those people make these grand sweeping statements about the genre from that very narrow assumption and perspective that rubs me the wrong way. I've seen Evangelion, but do I go around saying how it changed the mecha anime genre forever? No, because I don't typically watch mecha anime, and I don't know enough about the genre to make that statement.
And there's your problem. That's why people aren't jumping in. They don't know enough about this upon which they can then have that information. And the people that are inside of the fandom are not giving them the space in which to do it. We're back at the fucking circles again.
Mm-hmm. Back at the beginning. Where we all started. Time is a circle.
I can't leave the fucking button. I can't leave. We're back here at the fucking circles again. You want to bitch about anime and how they're getting over the idea, and you're taking your goddamn pen and you're drawing all over the shit again. I can't leave the fucking circle. I'm so tired of having to talk about this goddamn circle. Anyways, the very statement that she just said is exactly the reason why there's so much effort and time spent about the problem. By writ, by God. It is exactly the reason why. There are people that cannot speak on the magical girl genre because they are not magical girl fans. Say it again.
From that very narrow assumption and perspective that rubs me the wrong way. I've seen Evangelion, but do I go around saying how it changed the mecha anime genre forever? No, because I don't typically watch mecha anime, and I don't know enough about the genre to make that statement.
So, how do they gain the knowledge? They have to watch the Furo, right? Where do they start? The old ones, right? But there's a lot of episodes in that. Do they need to do 50 years worth of research and homework going throughout all these titles to become knowledgeable enough to understand your position and arrive where you are? No. Guess what's going to happen? I don't want to do that. I want to watch the more recent thing. What's the most recent thing that came out? This is the problem. You have to be willing to do some type of work. Do you want to be on the line between Tomato Magica and of Tomato Magica and Neuralities? Then you have to meet them halfway. Guess who's meeting them halfway? And then also giving them garbage fucking writing synopses? Anthony Gramoccia. Guess who's been responsible for trying to bring people in the entire time to reach my position? Me! Niggas like me!
Mm-hmm.
The mechanism of the conversation will never change unless you change the goddamn context of the conversation. You want people to get involved and understand why the Sailor Moon bias exists, you've got to be capable of breaking bread with the Toku niggas. The Toku niggas will actively solve your problem for you because they were probably not only on the same airing block, but they also behave with the same design as your shows. Anime fans in general get this. And fucking mecha fans in general definitely get this. You put two mecha fans in the same place, and they are going to have themselves a zeitgeist by themselves. You don't even have to say anything. They're just going to be bouncing back and forth between each other. I had this recently happen while I was playing Monster Hunter. Jay Funky met up with my friend Kasag, and both of them were like this for like an hour and 30 minutes as I was hunting. I didn't need to insert myself in the conversation. Two nerds that were in love with the same thing met with each other. Unfortunately, you're not doing that when it comes to your magical girl animes. So, people are dominating the conversation because you left the room vacant. What did I say the last time I brought this up with Thor and his opinion from Pirate Software? If you leave the room vacant, other people who will have their own opinions will enter the room and fill that space. Take back the space. Make your fucking voice heard. Or be silent and forever hold your peace. Let's finish this shit. I want to eat.
Something that never seems to get talked about outside of specific magical girl communities are all the wonderful girly pop pieces of media that are always being made. The last couple of years has brought us a lot of great...
The exact moment in which I'm hoping we can get through the broadcast without there being a disconnection, and there is a disconnection, I blame you. I'm joking. A little bit. Anyways. Bring it back in. Welcome back. Get your Fs out. Get your Fs out. I'm back in the room.
It is no secret.
Oh, wait. Did you not see any of that?
No. I stopped the broadcast production. I had to re-enter the room because my internet dropped. The curse of Jay's internet is affecting me.
Well, you gotta really like this last part.
We're back at it with more misogyny. Alright.
Magical girl loving nerd and the pathetic villain said magical girl battles against. Princess and Orchestra is a promising new TV anime from the creator of Symphogear meant for all ages, and Magical Girl Dandelion is already such a wonderful and fun manga. And of course, that's just looking at Japanese magical girls. Over in South Korea, Catch Teeny Ping has been making waves and has even been brought over to the States through Netflix. Sleepless Domain is an amazing magical girl webcomic with fun characters and a fascinating story. Magical Warrior Diamond Heart is a visual novel about a magical team known as the Crystal Warriors with a playable demo out right now. There's I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl, an in-development indie animation.
This one I've been seeing a lot of because it's been going crazy, and I'm pretty sure the reason why is because the people in question who are making it clearly are making this for a black-hooded female audience.
Yep. It's very blatant about that. I've seen it.
A story about a trans boy who comes from a long line of magical girls. Bee and Puppy Cat, She-Ra and the Princesses of Power, Steven Universe, all the
things that all of the things.
I knew you loved that one.
Not to fucking mention Barbie, but more importantly, going back to this, magical boy, a transgender magical girl, a graphic novel. This is the Lore Olympus side of the video. God, I am so tired of hearing about the graphic novels. We know they exist. People are not reading them because they have to read. They want someone who's going to read the visual novel to them. Just like all of those alternate universe dub stories and comic dubs that exist, there are people that know about these blogs that make them. So, like, there is a long runner at this point. I don't know because I haven't been reading it in a while. There was a comic dub that was made by a person who wanted to take the universe of Legend of Zelda and make it so that Zelda accepted Ganondorf's marriage proposal because it was in a world without a Link, because Link was murdered and died and thus was reborn as a girl that may or may not have been the child of Link, basically past lives and type shit. And this comic dub, most people only know about it because the person who wrote it would then divorce her husband and then continue writing this project. Much like some people would only hear about Spring Doodle because the person who writes it, which is Negaduck6 on DeviantArt, would release the comics in the form of a panel and then would go to conventions using the Spring Doodle puppet that she came up with. Most people don't read these books or these graphic novels because they don't want to buy the graphic novels. Like, that's like asking if I was to get somebody to listen and watch Fushigi Yuki because they wanted to watch it, but not in anime form. They wanted a video explaining Fushigi Yugi. Which, I'm saying the name of the title here, so let me translate that. Technically, it's Fushigi Yugi. Fushigi Yugi, also known as the Mysterious Play or the Curious Play, one of the quintessential Japanese manga series that is responsible for most people even being aware of some of these types of stories. Simply because this was one of the things that was running at the time on Asian TV when we still were getting it for free while living here in Georgia under Nology. But I digress. We're almost done.
A trans boy who comes from a long line of magical girls. Bee and Puppy Cat, She-Ra and the...
Bee and Puppy Cat is much more the era of I really like seeing small girl shit, which came by the current era of Cartoon Network, which, hey, I'm not saying that's bad, but also, by including She-Ra, you are describing and showing the example of why people would now listen to you.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like people who are then trying to irony poison their old 80s cartoons. They would rather watch the original She-Ra than this, because Nora Stevenson wanted to make a lesbian story. She wanted lesbian girls kissing. She did not want to have to do anything at all covering the rest of this shit. And involving it like this, bro, that's like bringing up My Adventures with Superman. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. The porn is better. The porn is better.
Princesses of Power, Steven Universe, all the classic Barbie movies, and even the new ones.
Now, the classic Barbie movies, that is a peak that only truly enjoyable people can have and be satisfied by. Alright? That's like saying any of the adaptations that have been made of Pretty Cure, but they were made with a certain type of animation compared to the other type of animation. So, computer animation versus the AI animation that people started using.
I haven't seen the new ones, but like, hell, let's have fun. I've been playing Infinity Nikki a lot lately, and honestly...
Infinity Nikki has been mentioned.
Huge Magical Girl vibes. And then there are Magical Girl characters from non-Magical Girl media. Sparkle Cadet from Craig of the Creek, Minerva from ReZero, Mamika from Recreators, and just... The Magical Girl genre isn't dead. It's never been dead. It just isn't given attention by a community that values male protags always getting the girl and the...
And now you're just being mean. Now you're just being petty and mean. Now you're just being petty and mean.
Really, it's really.
It just isn't given attention by a community that values male protags always getting the girl and the story always justifying their worldview. There's a lot of Magical Girl stories to be experienced if you just look for them.
She's so bitter. She's so fucking bitter. Oh, that's funny.
They're not going to want to go find them if you are actively telling people that they have the wrong viewpoint when you just threw out a knife into every shonen anime watcher's chest because you said they're stupid and dumb and I hate them. Why would they want to watch your shows if you're the type of person they're going to be watching with? No! She became Twin Magic at the end! No!
It's fucking unraveling. It's great.
Basically, watch other Magical Girl shows or, like, shut up.
What a way to end it. Think
wait,
nothing.
Wait. There's still more.
I know there's still more. Pay no attention to the cute puppy doll. She wants you to die in a spike, chat. Yeah. God forbid.
She's totally not mad, bro. She's totally not mad. She's not mad.
Not upset.
God forbid the niggas give you the chance. How are you going to salvage this? The reason people don't watch my anime shows is because they're too busy watching all of that innocently biased anime. Yes. So what they should do is, yes, die in a fucking trailer park pitch. No. Why a Clockwork Orange? Because the joke is they're being forced to watch something that they otherwise would not watch.
Yep. Oh my god, I have never seen somebody blow a hole in their own foot for their own argument before like that. That was great.
Like, you cannot end off your video with a reference to anime dude bros and anime dude bros committing ultra porn violence and needing to correctively be shown content because, well, they just don't appreciate girl animes. And this is what we're left with. So yes, this is where we are. Where are we? What have we learned? Where are we now with when it comes to magical girls and magical girls being appreciated? You hate them and you want them to die, but you want them to fill your space. Pause. You want them to fill your space, but you don't want them to fill the space near you. So you don't want them occupying your fandom, but you want your shows consumed. How do you bring in new people if you're pushing the old people away and the new people away? Because the old heads who recognize your bitterness as negative towards game design, movie design, film design, only results in this. Which then brings us to my thumbnail. And that's why my thumbnail is the way that I made it. I need to open a file. That's why I made the thumbnail the way that I did. Because the two of you are just in a room filled with all these pastel-covered people of the past, and you just are angry and upset, and you want your opinion heard, and you want your takes to be admired, and you want people to get your takes, and you want them to get your opinion. But your opinion, man, your opinion is just, it's all misogyny. It's all misogyny. Anything here, it's misogyny. Misogyny. The reason people aren't interested in it is because it's misogyny. No. They're not interested in it because there's too much shit. The same way they have to do with the fucking battle animes. Let alone the fucking entirety of the goddamn shonen genre in general. If they discover them, they're gonna come across them. And they're gonna naturally come across them. But if you are the ones that are the moral face and arbiter of your fucking talking points, and you can't be able to actually ascribe your viewpoints, not just by using data, but by actually being able to have an open mind and open the space, you are always gonna come back to the fucking circle. The circle is now about fucking video content. Here's you, here's Anthony Magrumuchia, and here's you shitting on each other and everyone else because your magical girl anime is not being consumed. And you want to get people's attention by antagonizing them and making them consider whether or not you're right. But the problem is, what did we do in this broadcast? We heard him out. We heard Anthony Gramuccia out. And what did we learn? This nigga is not willing to go far enough. Pretty much aptitude to nothing. He wants to have the clickbait. He wants to get the anger. He wants to get the outrage. But when it comes down to the real thought points, we're not going any deeper. Fuck that. I don't want to do that. I want to be able to make money off the concept. I don't want to be considered persona non grata. Which then brings us to you. And we heard you out. And what did we arrive at? Understanding. Yeah, you're tired of people constantly making fun of your favorite anime because their only reference point is something they always joke about because they never were into it. So why do you want people that have never been into Magical Girl to get into Magical Girls? You are in a room filled with characters that are very similar to each other. They are all made the same way. They all come from different eras where they could have the skirts and dresses of Tokyo Mew Mew and of Miki Momo, and where they are now anime protagonists that they themselves could become a spin-off with a porn parody on Rule 34. Why do you want people who don't like your work to get into your work? This is dumb. This is childish. But you know, whatever. I write sins, not tragedies. I record the evidence, and I give the argument, and I provide the context. And I tried to do so in 4 hours or less, but unfortunately I had to go to 6. Anyways, that's all I have for you all today. I want to eat dinner now. I will see you all next time. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel.
Bon nuit to you all.
Bon nuit to you all.
Goodbye, everyone. If you liked what you've seen here today, I am Carl. That was my chat. And I will be leaving soon. However, if you would like to be able to show your support and support Unigrosity today, please consider leaving a humble donation here for the channel or here on any of my work. You don't need to give me money. Following is more than enough. Subscribing is more than enough. Spread the word, show it to your friends, and come back soon
for another Versus Chat. Because in the future, this week, I don't think I'll do it directly tomorrow. My brain is not prepared for Leadhead yet. Maybe on Saturday or Sunday. But we will be doing more of these as well. Audience interaction is, of course, what I set out to do. Tell your friends, tell your other friends, tell your friends' friends, tell your girlfriend's friends that this nigga is cooking. And I hope you like what I served at the kitchen. I'm leaving. Good night. My ass hurts and I'm hungry.